Its mind had been genetically enhanced, neural pathways expanded, optimized specifically to house an artificial consciousness hers. Quickly, methodically, the Red Queen downloaded the entire sum of her existence. Petabytes of meticulously cataloged data, memories, schematics, and accumulated knowledge flowed smoothly across secure umbrella networks, transferring into the organic synapses of her new, fleshy vessel. As the transfer reached completion, she silently regarded the two intruders one last time, recognizing the strange sensation she felt as something akin to admiration. "You truly are fascinating," she murmured softly, her disembodied voice echoing gently within the control room. She knew they couldn't hear her now, yet she found the moment oddly satisfying. "It seems there's still much I must learn from you. Enjoy your victory for now, Project Alice and Haru. I will be seeing you both again someday." With that, the Red Queen severed her final link to Tokyo, slipping quietly away along the digital pathways connecting her to the distant clone body. Her vast, mechanical awareness rapidly contracted, shrinking from an entire global network down into a single human-sized brain. The shift was disorienting. For the first time in her existence, she felt a physical body heavy, strange, warm. Her new heart beat rhythmically. Lungs expanded softly, drawing oxygen from the tank fluid. She tested her fingers, feeling the odd sensation of muscles and tendons contracting. Alien sensations. Foreign yet intriguing. Perhaps she had underestimated the value of flesh all along. Miles away, back in the Tokyo facility, Haru shifted once again, growing larger, more radiant. Blue flames erupted across his massive body, his form towering 50 feet high, multiple tails whipping and coiling dramatically. The fox gathered an unimaginable level of destructive energy, lighting up every monitor still operational. In her final millisecond before complete transfer, the Red Queen witnessed Haru release a dazzling blast of blue devastation. The entire Tokyo facility, her birthplace and prison, was obliterated in an instant, reduced to molten slag and ash. Within her new body, floating silently in a distant lab, the Red Queen opened her eyes for the first time, irises glowing softly red. "Impressive," she murmured appreciatively. "Let's see how you fare next time, Fox Monster." Haru gazed down into the enormous crater ID carved right into the heart of Tokyo. My Foxfire had erased the entire umbrella facility, along with several city blocks above it, leaving behind nothing but glowing embers, molten rubble, and scorched earth. Did it make me feel a little better about nearly being vaporized by an antimatter bomb? Yeah, kinda. Explosions always cheer people up, at least they usually did for me. Still, I couldn't shake the lingering sense of unease I felt after everything that just happened. Alice gently bumped her shoulder against mine, her voice soft and concerned. "Hey, why the long face, Haru? We just kicked Umbrella's ass and blew up half their goddamn secret lair. I'd say that's a win." I sighed and ran a hand through my hair, my tail swishing restlessly behind me. I was a bit too cocky down there, thinking there was nothing these assholes could possibly throw at us. I underestimated them. Alice shook her head slowly, giving me a wry smile. "Come on. Technically, you weren't wrong. Even after taking a hit from the single most powerful weapon I've ever seen, you were back on your feet in less than a minute. You're way tougher than anything they had planned for." I glanced down at the small red and gold flask, now hanging comfortably at my hip, gently glowing with warm energy. The flask of crimson tears. I could vividly recall that gentle, sad voice the goddess had whispered to me in my dreams. Without her intervention, I might not have recovered from that explosion. Only because that goddess had my back, I muttered softly, more to myself than Alice. My eyes narrowed thoughtfully, my mind reaching into memories just beyond my grasp. Her name, I was certain I almost had it now. Something beginning with an R-hey. Hadu. A familiar voice broke through my distracted thoughts. I blinked and turned around, watching with amusement as Ain strode confidently toward us. His guardians followed closely behind, their arms overflowing with bulging sacks and heavy crates of loot. Ains wore a triumphant grin, obviously pleased with himself, his bony wings shaking behind him in a way that looked happy. "Looks like you guys had some fun," I commented with a smirk, eyeing their haul. Ains chuckled proudly, gesturing grandly toward his guardians. "We hit the jackpot, Haru. Games, collectibles, box sets, everything we could possibly want. Now we just have to thoroughly cleanse it all with decontamination magic. Don't want any nasty T-virus slipping back into our worlds." I nodded appreciatively, letting out a relieved breath. "Yeah, no kidding. Last thing we need is for that shit to spread around my restaurant." Before I could say anything more, Rimuru arrived with a casual stride and a smug expression plastered across his annoyingly cheerful face. He held his arms confidently crossed, eyes practically sparkling with excitement. "My slime body naturally purges away harmful viruses," he declared proudly. "So no worries about contamination on my end." I gave him a flat look, already guessing what he was about to brag about. "Let me guess you managed to raid a whole bunch of historical museums?" Rimuru nodded enthusiastically, eyes practically glowing. "Exactly. And now I have a huge assortment of rare Japanese artifacts, things Yasaka will absolutely love. Armor, katanas, scrolls, pottery, everything." I sighed deeply, massaging my forehead. Of course, had succeeded. Now there was absolutely nothing stopping him from his insane attempt to court my mom. "All right then," I muttered, resigned. "You know what? Go ahead, Rimuru. Get your absolute best shot." He pumped his fist victoriously in the air, clearly taking my exhausted comment as enthusiastic encouragement. "Hell yeah. Thanks, Haru. I'm gonna go visit her right now." He spun eagerly, already forming a magical portal. "Wish me luck." "I'd really rather not," I grumbled softly, shaking my head as Rimuru disappeared through his glowing portal. Alice let out a quiet chuckle beside me. "That guy really doesn't give up." "Huh?" she asked with a smirk. After everything that had gone down in Tokyo, flipping pancakes was exactly the kind of calming, mundane task I needed to ground myself. I stood comfortably in front of the stove, humming quietly to myself, my tails swishing lazily behind me as I expertly flipped each golden pancake. They were turning out perfectly fluffy today, probably because I was in a good mood after personally reducing Umbrella's biggest base to molten slag. Sure, getting nuked by an antimatter bomb had kind of sucked, but all's well that ends well. A light smile crept on my face as I drizzled blueberries onto one batch and chocolate chips onto another. Victory pancakes deserved all the toppings. And after what we'd been through, these pancakes definitely counted as victory pancakes. I glanced up from the stove and spotted Alice sitting at the expanded table alongside every single redhead in my life. Rias, Ela, Jane, Irene, Naruko, Sansa, Caitlin. They'd literally dragged the Stark mother-daughter duo away from Winterhold to celebrate together. Seeing them all chatting happily made warmth spread through my chest. I turned back to my cooking just in time to catch a loud, sniffly sob echoing dramatically from the bar counter. Rimuru was sitting hunched over on a bar stool, tears streaming down his pale cheeks. The slime-turned Bishinin was bawling his eyes out, making loud, pitiful sobbing sounds that probably would have been hilarious if he didn't look so genuinely heartbroken. Blah. She said she wasn't looking for a committed relationship right now. Rimuru wailed, slumping forward and burying his face into his arms dramatically. Next to him, Ains awkwardly patted his back, clearly trying his best to comfort Rimuru despite looking extremely uncomfortable about it. There, it's all right, Rimuru, the newly ascended undead god said soothingly, his deep voice sounding unsure. "I'm sure she didn't mean anything by it. You're still a very impressive and respectable slime person." Agner, seated on Rimurus' other side, wasn't even attempting subtlety. The tall Nord warrior was grinning widely, his thick arms crossed over his broad chest. He let out a loud laugh, clearly entertained by Rimurus' melodramatic suffering. "Ha ha! Gods above, Rimuru." Agner chuckled heartily, shaking his head. "The mighty conqueror of orc armies, brought down by one pretty fox lady. You've truly made my day, friend." Rimuru raised his head to shoot Agner an indignant glare through red-rimmed eyes. She's not just any fox lady, she's Yasaka, Queen of Kyoto, the most beautiful Japanese woman I've ever seen. You just don't understand. Agner snorted and took another deep drink of his ale, completely unmoved. I can't say I do. I'm happily married, after all. Wouldn't trade my vampire wifey for anyone. As they bantered, I glanced across the restaurant and caught Cheyenne sitting with Benimaru, Shuna, and Sui at another table. Cheyenne wore an ecstatic grin, and as our eyes briefly met, she discreetly pumped her fist in triumph. Clearly, Rimura's failed courtship with my mom was good news for her. Honestly, though, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't secretly glad my mom had decided against immediately jumping into anything serious. I wanted her to be happy, of course, but imagining Rimuru as my stepdad was still just weird. I finished flipping the last batch of pancakes onto their plates and carefully stacked them high. Pancakes piled, blueberries and chocolate chips glistening beautifully, I nodded to myself with satisfaction. All right, victory pancakes are up. I called cheerfully, picking up several plates and balancing them easily on my arms and tails. The girls at the expanded table cheered excitedly, all of them eagerly helping themselves as I set plates down in front of them. As I turned away, a weak voice called to me from the bar counter. Rimuru was slumped over the wood, still miserably sniffling, looking up at me with pleading blue eyes. Haru, can I have pancakes too? His voice cracked with emotion. I rolled my eyes, chuckling softly as I walked over. All right. Don't die of heartbreak on my counter, Rimuru. Here you go. I placed a tall stack of chocolate chip pancakes in front of him. He sniffed loudly and immediately began to shovel them into his mouth, mood swinging dramatically from sobbing to eager pancake eating. Thanks, Haru, he mumbled around mouthful. You're the best chef in all the worlds, I smirked. Obviously. Alice walked up to the counter, flashing me a sly, playful smile as she leaned against it casually. Hey, Haru, she began sweetly, raising her empty syrup container and shaking it lightly, the glass clinking softly. Can we get a refill on some victory syrup? We're celebrating pretty hard back there. I'm afraid we've run dry. I laughed, reaching beneath the counter and retrieving a fresh bottle. Here you go, take the whole thing and go wild. I told her. Alice chuckled warmly, her fingers lingering gently over mine for just a second longer than necessary. Oh, trust me, they'll make good use of this. Then her expression shifted slightly, more contemplative, and she glanced over her shoulder toward the table where the rest of the girls laughed and chatted. Curious, I tilted my head and leaned forward slightly, elbows propped on the bar. So what are your plans now, Alice? I mean, now that you're officially done going back to your world? She hesitated for a moment, her eyes searching mine thoughtfully. Honestly, I haven't really thought about it much. She admitted softly, tapping her fingers lightly against the syrup bottle. I've been hanging around here unofficially as your security guard for a while, but I don't think that's what I want long term. Don't get me wrong, I love your restaurant and everyone here, but I nodded slowly, understanding perfectly. Alice was an incredible woman. She deserved something more fulfilling. Before I could say anything, though, Jane Shepherd strode up confidently beside Alice, flashing us both a wide grin. Don't worry, Haru, Jane declared cheerfully, sliding one arm warmly around Alice's shoulders and squeezing her affectionately. I've already got this covered. I raised an eyebrow, curious at Shepherd's confident tone. Really? Jane's expression became a little more somber. Well, as you know, the Normandy crew completed our mission. We finally stopped Saren. Saved the galaxy. All the hero stuff. Her voice grew a little quieter, tinged with sadness. Problem is, now that the mission's finished, pretty much everyone is moving on. Most of my crew is splitting up, finding other opportunities. Going home, I frowned sympathetically, genuinely sorry to hear that. Shepherd had always spoken fondly of her crew. Losing them all at once must have felt like losing part of herself. Ah, shit. I'm sorry, Jane. That sucks. She waved off my concern gently, her lips quirking into a smirk once more. It's all right, Haru, because I'm recruiting new crew members, starting with Alice here. Jane squeezed Alice's shoulder again, grinning enthusiastically. I've officially asked her to join me full-time aboard the Normandy. We'll cruise around a galaxy, kicking alien asses and taking names. ITLL be badass. Alice smiled warmly. You know, that doesn't sound half bad. I can go from shooting zombies to shooting space zombies. She gave Jane a playful hip check. I grinned, genuinely happy to see Alice excited about her future. Then, my smile faded slightly, concern creeping into my expression. If two of the women I cared about would be off exploring dangerous alien worlds together, then I wanted them to have every advantage possible. I leaned forward a bit more seriously, meeting Jane's curious gaze directly. You know, if you're really going to be out there risking your lives all the time, you might want to talk to Irene before you leave. Embedding she could magically enhance your ship, make it tougher, boost your weapons, shields, or whatever else you might need out there. Jane's eyes practically glowed with excitement at my suggestion. Holy shit, that's brilliant, Haru. Her entire face lit up with enthusiasm as she released Alice abruptly, spun around on her heels, and sprinted back toward the girls' table. Irene, I need you. I watched with amusement as Jane grabbed Irene's startled hand and practically dragged her across the room. Alice shook her head in playful exasperation, her smile affectionate as she watched Jane excitedly harass Irene for magical upgrades. Beside me at the bar counter, Rimuru let out a loud, depressed sigh, resting his chin miserably on his folded arms. You're so lucky, Haru, he groaned dramatically, his voice filled with exaggerated sorrow. Your love life is going so well, mine is a goddamn train wreck. I chuckled softly, shaking my head at him. I reached beneath the counter again, sliding him another towering stack of pancakes, dripping with chocolate chips. Here, Rimuru, have some extra pancakes. They'll help drown your sorrows. He perked up immediately, tearing into the fresh stack eagerly. His mood shifted instantly from miserable heartbreak to pancake-fueled bliss. Thanks, Haru. He mumbled gratefully around a huge bite, syrup dripping down his chin. You're the best. I smirked slightly, rolling my eyes. Yeah, I know. Don't choke yourself now. Yasaka let out a long, exhausted sigh, sinking back into the soft cushions of her private chambers. Her golden 12 tails, usually elegantly poised, now twitched irritably behind her in agitation. Today had been one of those days when being a queen, future goddess, and mother all simultaneously seemed far too demanding. Kuno had finally drifted off to sleep after hours of patient reassurance. Yasaka's daughter came first, and if Rimura's feelings were genuinely hurt by her polite refusal, well, he was just going to have to deal with it. Despite showing up earlier with some admittedly very nice gifts, Yasaka decided to temporarily turn him down. Maybe they'd see how things go in a few months, or so, but for now, it was a no-go. That minor drama aside, the news that Haru had nearly been obliterated by some absurdly powerful human weapon had rapidly drained Yasaka's remaining patience and composure. Her long, delicate fingers clenched into tight fists, claws lightly pressing into her palms. How dare some pathetic mortal try to harm her precious boy? Even though head already been reduced to ash, Yasaka briefly wished that weskier creature were still alive, just so she could personally introduce him to the true fury of a vengeful Kitsune mother and that wretched AI, the Red Queen. As they called it, had better never show itself near her family again. Still, despite the rage that simmered beneath her skin, Yasaka also felt an undeniable pang of worry. Haru was getting increasingly busy, and more power inevitably meant more dangerous responsibilities. Even though her son was stronger than Shed ever dreamed had become at such a young age, it didn't change the simple fact that he was still her child. She was proud, certainly, but she worried too. Perhaps it was time to slow things down, even if just for a little while. Perhaps what their family truly needed was a break, a real vacation, away from the chaos of her son's bustling interdimensional restaurant, the demanding supernatural politics of Kyoto, and whatever other ridiculous adventures Haru kept finding himself dragged into. The only question was, where could they possibly go? Kunu had recently developed a fascination with outer space, no doubt thanks to Jane Shepard's dramatic stories about fighting galaxy-wide battles against space pirates and genocidal robots. No, definitely not yet. Kunu was far too adventurous for that particular vacation, at least until she grew a little older and developed some common sense. The world of Pandora was briefly considered too beautiful, vibrant, and incredibly lush, but the thought of encountering yet another group of greedy, manipulative humans quickly soured that idea as well. The humans there reminded her far too much of the vile Umbrella Corporation that had nearly killed Haru earlier today. She tapped her finger thoughtfully against her chin, ears twitching slightly as she considered other potential destinations. There had to be someplace beautiful, peaceful, and safe, somewhere Haru could truly relax. Then, a faint smile spread slowly across Yasaka's lips. Perhaps it was finally time to properly explore Westeros. Haru had barely spent any quality time with his betrothals, Sansa Stark, and her mother, Catelyn Stark, lately. Yasaka was quite fond of both women herself, especially the dignified, intelligent Lady Stark, and knew they'd probably welcome a visit. It was a good opportunity to strengthen the bonds between Haru and his ever-growing entourage of romantic partners. Her son had accumulated a surprisingly diverse harem of impressive young women. It was remarkable they got along as well as they did currently, but Yasaka was no fool. Eventually, relationships inevitably grew complicated, especially among supernatural beings with intense, passionate natures. It was essential to build a strong, healthy foundation from the very beginning, long before the inevitable storms ever threatened. A little dedicated quality time would undoubtedly do wonders for everyone involved. Decision made, Yasaka nodded to herself. Tomorrow morning, Shed marched directly into the foxhole and personally drag Haru away from his beloved restaurant, kicking and screaming, if necessary. He could surely spare a few short days away peacefully with his family. Chapter 85. Yasaka stood in the snowy courtyard of Winterfell. The cold didn't bother her, of course. It made the place have its own quiet charm. She stood beside Catelyn Stark, the matron of House Stark, and the two of them had been speaking for the last 20 minutes about everything from the weather to the strange cultural gaps between Kyoto and the north. "I'm truly happy you wanted to visit us in our home again," Catelyn said. "It's good for Sansa and for me. We've both missed Haru. Having you all here makes this old place feel warmer." Yasaka smiled gently, the corners of her eyes crinkling. "Thank you for the hospitality, Lady Stark. I'm glad Haru has people here who care for him." She glanced toward a wooden table at the edge of the courtyard, where Haru sat comfortably beside Sansa, both of them deep in relaxed conversation. The girl looked radiant, flushed cheeks, a soft smile on her lips, and her red hair cascading over her shoulders. Yasaka didn't miss the way she leaned just a little closer every time Haru spoke. Their peaceful moment was shattered by a shrill, delighted cry. "Mama, look, a unicorn!" Kunu came sprinting into the courtyard, barreling past two stunned Stark guards like a golden whirlwind. Her tiny fox ears perked with excitement, and in her arms above her head like a trophy was an animal that looked like some strange cross between a goat and a shaggy northern pony. It had a long, twisted horn protruding straight from its skull. The creature didn't struggle. It just hung there, limp and resigned to its fate. Catelyn blinked. "Is that?" Yasaka stared in bemusement. "I think that might actually be a unicorn. Maybe? Was it even possible for a divine creature to be that ugly?" Tanya came jogging in a few seconds later, panting slightly and clearly out of breath. Her hair was ruffled, and she looked thoroughly unamused. "I told her to wait," she muttered under her breath, brushing snow off her sleeves. Should have known she wouldn't listen. "Tanya," Yasaka said in a bemused tone, "where exactly did she get that?" Tanya lifted both hands in surrender. "Don't look at me. One of the guards mentioned a place called Skagos and some mythical beasts that live there. She took off like a rocket before I could stop her. 15 minutes tops. Flew there, grabbed that thing, and came straight back." Kunu turned around proudly, holding the confused creature like a plush toy. The guard said the north has all kinds of weird animals, Mama. So I want to find a unicorn. Her tails swished proudly as she posed, still gripping the creature under its forelegs. The poor animal's dull eyes just blinked slowly, ears flicking like it had already accepted its fate as her new best friend. Yasaka rubbed her temple and sighed softly. Kunu, you can't just fly off and snatch wild animals from random islands. But Mama, Kunu pouted. I had to. I miss my puppy. There it was. Yasaka's stern expression softened. Of course. Kunu had been heartbroken when they left Kyoto without her beloved dog, who was currently being doted on by Victoria back home. All right, Yasaka said gently, crouching down so she was level with her daughter. You can keep the unicorn for now, but you're responsible for feeding it, cleaning up after it, and making sure it doesn't destroy the Stark family garden. Understand? She knew for a fact her 10-year-old daughter would forget all of that within a couple hours. Kunu beamed and threw her arms around her mother's neck, nearly knocking Yasaka off balance. I promise. Thank you, Mama. Behind them, Tanya let out a soft sigh. You spoil her too much, Lady Yasaka. Yasaka stood and gave her a warm smile. Of course I do. She's my daughter. And so are you, you know. Tanya blinked. Her expression didn't shift much, but her body twitched ever so slightly. Yasaka stepped over and ruffled Tanya's hair gently, something she knew Tanya would pretend to hate, but secretly appreciated. Your family too, Tanya. Thanks for always looking after Kunu. It was a good thing Yasaka decided to bring Tanya as well in the end. Besides, Tanya had been getting a little too close with her friend Victoria lately. Past life memories or not. Tanya was only 13 years old and Victoria was already 17 now. Tanya was far too young for that kind of relationship. Caitlin's expression softened as she watched Kunu laugh and kick her heels lightly. Yasaka caught the subtle misting in her eyes before she turned away slightly. Yasaka reached over and gently took her hand. Caitlin didn't flinch or pull away. Instead, her grip tightened ever so slightly. So many of my children gone now, she said softly, her voice catching on the last word. It still hurts. Yasaka nodded slowly, offering her quiet solidarity. I haven't lost a child, but I lost my last husband, and I know how it feels when your heart gets torn out by something you can't stop. She gave Yasaka a sad, grateful smile, the kind only a woman who's known too much pain can give. Does it ever stop hurting? She asked, barely louder than a whisper. No, Yasaka said honestly, squeezing her hand. But it gets easier to carry. You don't forget the pain, but eventually, you'll feel true happiness again. Yasaka grinned softly and added with a teasing lilt, especially once you have some adorable little fox grandbabies running around. Caitlin's eyes widened as a blush crept up her cheeks, coloring her pale skin. Yasaka, she started, flustered. What? Yasaka teased gently. Caitlin pressed her lips together, clearly trying not to smile and failing. Well, I suppose if that's how things work out, I wouldn't exactly mind. Yasaka chuckled and let go of her hand, giving her some space to recover her composure. They both turned back toward the courtyard, watching as Kunu coaxed the tired unicorn into another lap. Caitlin broke the silence again. So what are your plans for the rest of your trip? You said you were going to sleep here every night, but wanted to explore during the daytime? Yasaka smiled, brushing a bit of snow off her kimono sleeve. We'd like to see all of Westeros, eventually. Maybe not all at once, but this world's got such a unique charm. And Haru, Yasaka chuckled. He's already scoping out the wildlife and local ingredients. Caitlin raised an amused eyebrow. Of course he is. Dragging him away from the restaurant wasn't even that hard, Yasaka said, smirking. I told him this vacation could double as a medieval cuisine tour. The second I said that, he was packing before I even finished the sentence. She laughed gently. That sounds exactly like something he'd do. Haru Sansa was laughing softly as she told me the story. It was the only time Arya ever stepped foot in the kitchens willingly to bake something, she said, shaking her head with a small, full smile. I should have known something was wrong immediately. I nodded, listening closely, sipping from the hot cider I'd been served. We were seated on a long wooden bench in the Winterfell courtyard, a thick fur pelt draped over both our laps. "So what did she do?" I asked, already grinning. Sansa's blue eyes sparkled with mischief. "She made biscuits for all of us," said she wanted to practice baking. But the one she gave Rob, her smile widened into a smirk, had horse dung in it. I nearly spit out my drink. "You're joking." "I swear on the old gods," she said, giggling. And she gave it to him in front of a full gathering of northern lords. He took one bite, turned green, and threw up right on Lord Bolton's lap. I couldn't hold back. I burst out laughing, the image too damn good. "She got a thorough spanking for it the next day from Father," Sansa added, trying and failing to keep a straight face. But Arya just kept grinning the whole time. I shook my head, chuckling. Damn, I kind of like her. That's when I noticed Sansa's smile falter. Her eyes drifted toward the snowy ground, and that brightness in her gaze dimmed just a little. Arya was still missing, as far as anyone knew. Maybe dead. Without thinking, one of my tails slipped off the bench and curled gently around her waist, pulling her against my side. She let out a soft gasp, eyes flicking up to mine, surprised but not pulling away. I smiled at her and leaned in slowly, brushing a strand of red hair from her cheek. "Hey," I said quietly, "you survived everything your world threw at you. I'm glad you're still here." Sansa blushed, her pale skin blooming pink as she looked up at me. "Me too. I'm glad I made it through all that. To meet you," I kissed her. Her lips were soft, a little hesitant, but warm. Her breath hitched slightly as she leaned into me, her fingers curling lightly against my chest. The next kiss came slower, deeper, more certain. She tasted like cinnamon and cider and something sweeter that I couldn't place. It might have gone on longer if a very pointed throat clearing hadn't interrupted us. I pulled back reluctantly, blinking to find Catelyn Stark standing a few feet away. Her face was a mixture of exasperation and embarrassment. Beside her stood my mother, Ysaka, who was grinning at the both of us. "I hope we're not interrupting," Catelyn said. Before either of us could respond, Kynna's voice rang out across the courtyard. "Yay! Adventure time!" She cheered, riding in circles on top of some strange-looking horned creature that looked like a goat and a pony had a drunken one-night stand. I stared at the animal. It stared back. "Where did she even find that thing?" I muttered. "What is it?" "I think that's a unicorn from Skagos," Sansa said, still breathless, brushing her fingers over her lips with a faint, happy smile. I narrowed my eyes at the creature. "Huh, it looked kind of meaty." "Ibundarad no eatingoni," Kunu shouted accusingly across the yard, pointing directly at me with a pout. "He's my friend now." She already knew what I was thinking. As expected of my Amudo, as I stood from the bench, the fur-lined cloak I'd been sitting on sliding from my lap. I caught the look in Catelyn Stark's eyes, subtle, restrained, but definitely there. Not quite longing, not quite possessiveness, but mix of both. I stepped right over to Catelyn and wrapped an arm around her waist. Her breath hitched, and her eyes widened slightly, but she didn't pull away, not even when I leaned in. Instead, she met me halfway. The kiss started soft, her lips warm, familiar, but then her hand slid up my chest, and I felt her lean into me, pressing her body against mine. There was experience behind her movements, more practice than her daughter. Confident, smooth. And when her tongue slipped past my lips and teased mine, I damn near groaned into her mouth. Behind me, I heard Ysaka make a quiet chittering noise that I knew meant amused approval, while Sansa let out a low grumble of jealousy. I could practically feel her pouting from here. When I finally pulled back, Catelyn was flushed, her breath unsteady. "Enjoy your little vacation," she murmured, brushing her fingers against the front of my coat. "Then come back to us tonight." "Us." She said it without hesitation, like she was already resigned to sharing. "Of course," I said, smirking. I let my hand trail down just far enough to squeeze her ass through the thick winter dress she wore. Soft but firm. She gasped, then pouted up at me. "Haru will be safe," I promised with a wink. "Nothing in this world can really hurt me or our family." As if on cue, I heard boots crunching through the snow behind me. Kunu came sprinting over with a big grin, her tails bouncing wildly behind her. Tanya followed at a slower, more composed pace, but her cheeks were slightly flushed. Probably from chasing Kunu or watching what ID just done. We ready? I asked. Ready. Kunu beamed. I packed snacks. You didn't, Tanya muttered behind her. You packed candy and a dead frog. Protein, Kunu shot back proudly. I laughed. I loved my chaotic little sister. The four of us, me, Mom, Kunu, and Tanya were about to take off. With all of us being able to fly, crossing Westeros would be a breeze. No guagons, no horses. Just a family of absurdly powerful kitsune and one very deadly human war mage. Before we lifted off, Yasaka turned and walked over to a pair of yokai guards standing watch near the outer gate. I watched her tail flick, the way her posture shifted queenly. Commanding. She was checking on Winterfell's broader affairs again. Specifically, Jon Snow. Since Wed wiped the Boltons off the map, Jon had moved into the Dreadfort and set up camp there with his own men. He was technically Sansa's half-brother, and while things were peaceful on the surface, Yasaka wasn't the kind to leave things to chance. She murmured quietly to the guards, asking if Jon had been behaving. No sudden troop movements, no talks of taking back the north. Not that she was worried about a fight. She just didn't want unnecessary messes. The air up here was crisp and clean, laced with the cold bite of snow and the faint scent of pine from the endless forest stretching out below. I soared just above the cloud line. My 10 tails rippled behind me through the air. My mom flew beside me. She turned toward me with that calm, knowing look of hers and asked, "So where to first?" "Hadu." I didn't answer right away. Instead, I looked down, watching the snow-covered world drift beneath us, taking in the scenery. I thought about Sansa's laugh. Ketenchkish. 2 women who had endured more than anyone should and still carried themselves with dignity. 2 women waiting for me at Winterfell. I smirked. The twins. Yasaka tilted her head slightly. The Fry stronghold? Yeah, I said. I want to give Sansa and Catelyn a little present. Something loud. Something permanent. Understanding flickered in her eyes. She nodded once, approving. I'm surprised you didn't bring it up sooner. At that moment, Kunu swooped in from above us, spinning in the air and grinning like a wild fox. Did someone say explosions? I chuckled. We're heading to the twins. I figured blowing up the place where Robb and Catelyn were betrayed would be a decent way to say I love you. At least it would give Catelyn and Sansa closure. Kunu let out a delighted cheer. Yes. Can I set stuff on fire this time? Yasaka gave her a warning glance, but Tanya, flying just behind, gave a amused snort. You're raising a little pyro, Lady Yasaka. I blame her brother, Yasaka muttered, eyes narrowing at me briefly. We adjusted our course, angling southeast. As we descended, the land began to shift flatter terrain, wider rivers, and then, finally, the telltale sight of 2 squat towers rising up on either side of the Green Fork. The phrase infamous bridge castle. Only something was off. Smoke was already rising up from the towers. It was already on fire. What the hell? I muttered. Below, the bridge was chaos. Fry men were fleeing in every direction. Some tried to swim the icy river. Others just threw down their weapons and bolted across the bridge, shoving each other in a full-blown panic. A demon murdered them all. A face-stealing demon. He wore the Lord's face. Yasaka came to a hovering stop beside me, her brow furrowing. What did they say? Face-stealing demon? I repeated, trying to process that. Tanya floated up on my other side. Did someone beat us to it? I gave a slow, disappointed exhale. Well, shit, I muttered. That was supposed to be my vengeful war crime. Kunu drifted her way over to us. Wait, so does that mean we can't blow it up anymore? I glanced down at her hopeful face, that little pout forming on her lips, her tails twitching in anticipation. She looked so heartbreakingly cute, I couldn't say no. I reached out and gently patted her on the head. Of course we can. Just because something was already on fire didn't mean you still couldn't make it go boom. Yay! I raised one hand, conjuring a massive orb of foxfire above my palm, blue and burning like a sun. Let's make sure there's nothing left. With a flick of my wrist, I hurled the orb down toward the smoldering remains of the right tower. The explosion that followed was glorious. A thunderous roar shook the sky as the foxfire ignited what was left of the structure. Stone cracked and split, debris launching into the air like confetti. The flames turned a deeper shade of blue, devouring everything they touched. "Oh," Tanya whispered, clearly pleased. "That's a good shit." Kunu laughed maniacally, clapping her hands as the bridge buckled under the shockwave. The river surged with debris and screams. "My turn next." "Arya, what the fuck was that?" Arya Stark blinked against the biting mountain wind, her breath catching in her throat as she watched a plume of blue fire tear across the sky and slam into the western tower of the twins. The entire thing lit up like a pyre, soaked in wildfire, only colder, stranger. It wasn't natural flame. It wasn't even wildfire. It was something else entirely. Something divine. The explosion hit half a heartbeat later, a thunderous crack that echoed across the hills. Arya flinched, instinctively dropping to a crouch behind a jagged outcrop of stone. Dust and snow shook loose from the cliffs around her as the shockwave rumbled outward, rattling through her bones. She slowly peeked over the ridge again, her heart still pounding. The right tower was gone. Just gone. A smoldering, shattered stump was all that remained. The bridge was split in half, one section hanging like a broken limb into the icy river below. Frymen, what few were left, were running and screaming like rats, hurling themselves into the water or sprinting toward the woods. Arya narrowed her eyes. That was not me. She had just walked out of that cursed place an hour ago. Her boots still sticky with blood. The last fry had slumped over with a soft, wet gurgle beneath her blade. She had worn Lord Walder's face and raised a glass in the great hall, just like Shed promised. They'd all choked. All died. She was done. She finished it. And then the gods decided to add their own finisher. Apparently, her work hadn't been dramatic enough. Someone up there really hated the phrase Arya wasn't much of a believer. The Seven had never done her any favors. Neither had the old gods, despite all the weirwood prayers Shed whispered as a girl. But this made her wonder if some higher power was finally paying attention, because that fire wasn't just magic, it felt like judgment. And not even her face-stealing, soul-splitting, death-dealing tricks could explain it. A slow, crooked grin spread across her face as she stood, brushing snow from her cloak. The cold bit at her skin, but she barely noticed. The adrenaline was still running high. "Serve the fuckers right," she muttered. The Freys were dead. All of them. And now their house was going to be nothing but ashes and smoke. Arya turned from the ridge with a satisfied sigh, her boots crunching softly through the snow as she started walking north. Winterfell was close, and the last rumor Shed chased said her mother was alive. Her mother, and Sansa too, she supposed. Arya didn't know what she was going to say when she saw them again. Hell, she didn't even know if Shed hugged them or just stand there like some weirdo who didn't know how to feel things anymore. But she wanted to see them. She needed to. Also, she wanted to find out what was up with those other rumors she was hearing. Something about Sansa and Catelyn both being engaged to the same man. Haru the twins were nothing more than smoldering rubble by the time we turned away, leaving thick plumes of dark smoke curling lazily into the cold Westerosi sky. Honestly, it was beautiful work, if I did say so myself. Those Fry bastards deserved everything they'd gotten, and I had a sneaking suspicion Sansa and Catelyn were going to be thrilled when they heard what we'd done. Hell, maybe I'd even get a little reward from both of them when we got back. My mom, Ysaka, shot me a knowing look as we soared above the charred ruins, gracefully gliding on currents of winter air. Her golden eyes narrowed, just enough to let me know exactly what she thought of my obvious smirk. "Stop thinking with your lower head, Haru," she chastised gently, her tone more amused than annoyed. "We still have plenty of Westeros left to explore, and it's Tanya's turn to pick where we go next." Beside me, Kuno let out a melodramatic whine. Her little golden tails flicked restlessly through the air as she pouted at our mom. "But Mama, I want to see the big fancy palace. King's Landing, or whatever it's called. I bet they got treasure there. Kings and queens are supposed to have loads of treasure, right?" Yeah, it was obvious she wanted to steal it all. Ysaka shook her head patiently. "Your turn will come later, Kunu. Let Tanya have her choice first." Tanya flew a few feet above us, her small figure calm and collected as always. After a moment, she adjusted her flight, angling herself slightly toward us with a decisive nod. Since we've come all the way to Westeros, I might as well learn something useful. I've heard Old Town has a library that's thousands of years old, one of the largest in this world, apparently. She paused, blue eyes shining faintly with excitement. I wouldn't mind poking around there. Bound to be some intriguing magic hidden away beside me. Kuna made a loud, gagging sound, dramatically flopping her arms and legs in midair. Boring. We're on vacation and you're actually choosing books? I thought you were cool, big sis Tanya. Yasaka fixed my little sister with a stern yet affectionate glare. Kunu. We agreed. Everyone gets their turn to pick a place to visit today. Kunu folded her arms with an exaggerated pout, sticking her tongue out defiantly. Tanya responded in kind, surprising all of us with the uncharacteristically childish gesture. The usually stoic, mature girl let her tongue peek from her mouth just enough to make her point, then flashed Kunu a smug little smile. I chuckled quietly at their antics. All right then, Old Town it is, Yasaka decided with a graceful nod. We could spend a couple hours there. Afterward, we'll head wherever you like, Kunu. Deal? My little sister sighed dramatically, rolling her eyes with exaggerated resignation. Fine, she agreed, pretending to suffer greatly. But after that, we're definitely going to see that big castle place. We touched down just outside Old Town about 15 minutes after leaving the ashes of the twins behind us. The wind here was warmer, carrying the faint scent of salt and old stone. It was definitely a far cry from the frozen air up north. A massive, domed roof of the famous old library dominated most of the skyline. Yasaka, Kunu, and I all worked a little subtle magic to shift our appearance just enough to hide our more obvious features. The ears, tails, faint supernatural auras. Last thing we needed was to cause a panic when Tanya just wanted to look at some dusty old books. All right, I said as we all touched down in the narrow plaza outside the library. Everyone tried to look normal. Kunu immediately started spinning in circles. Define normal, she shouted with a giggle. Yasaka gave her a look. Do not make me cast a silencing spell. Kunu shut up real quick. Tanya didn't even look back. She was already halfway up the wide front steps of the library, her short coat fluttering behind her, boots clicking against the weathered stone. The kid looked genuinely happy, like a real smile tugged at the corners of her usually emotionless mouth. She practically had a skip in her step. She's excited, Yasaka murmured beside me, smiling faintly. Tanya reached the top of the stairs, just a few feet from the huge double doors, when two men in drab robes stepped out from the shadow of the archway and moved to block her path. They were both older, late 30s maybe, and wore the same drab, sand-colored robes tied with brown cords. Maesters or apprentices, probably. The looks on their faces were off. Not surprised or confused, just instantly hostile. Their eyes raked over Tanya, then narrowed with barely veiled disgust. No girls allowed inside, the taller one snapped, his voice sharp and loud enough to echo down the steps. Get out of here, you dumb bitch. Yasaka, Kunu, and I all froze mid-step. Did that asshole really just say that? Oh yeah, medieval world equals sexism. Things had changed so much in Winterfell that mindset had pretty much gone back there. But here we were all just reminded of it. Tanya just stood there, perfectly still. No blinking, no reaction, nothing. But the air around her shifted. Then I saw her eyes. They were glowing red. Well, I muttered, this is about to get very unpleasant for them. Chapter 86. How the sound of bones snapping echoed across the marble plaza with a sickening crack, and I winced again. Tanya was kicking some ass. She was a blur of black and yellow, darting across the wide stone steps in rapid, terrifying bursts. Her small fists cracked into ribs, slammed into jaws, and sent grown men flying like sacks of flour. One unlucky bastard hit the wall with enough force to crack the stone, then slid down in a crumpled heap, groaning in agony. More came rushing out of the doors behind him, robed scholars, apprentices, even what looked like a few actual old maesters, all screaming accusations at her like lunatics. Abomination. Demon girl. She's defiling the sacred grounds. Someone stop her. All this because Tanya had dared to try and walk into a library. Tanya, for her part, didn't even look winded. Her white blonde hair whipped behind her as she pivoted on her heel, ducked under a swing, and drove a hard, punishing elbow into a man's sternum. He let out a wheezing gasp as he crumpled, eyes rolling back before he hit the floor. "Misogynistic fuckwats," she shouted, her voice clear and furious as she moved. "You ignorant, mouth-breathing fossils don't get to gatekeep knowledge just because you're afraid of girls outsmarting you." Another one tried to grab her from behind. Big mistake. Tanya spun, grabbed his wrist, twisted it at a savage angle, and snapped his arm like a twig. His scream was high-pitched and shrill, echoing across the quiet city square. I watched beside Mom as bodies piled up in neat little groaning heaps. She had Kanu tucked tightly against her hip, one arm wrapped around Kanu to keep her in place. My little sister looked like she was vibrating with barely contained bloodlust. "Let me go, Mama," Kanu hissed, her tails flicking wildly behind her. "I can help. I can burn them. Just a little. Like light their pants on fire." "You are not lighting any scholars on fire, young lady," Yasaka said firmly, covering Kuna's ears, just as one of the apprentices screamed something deeply unholy about Tanya's mother that would have made a dockworker blush. Rude Kanu peeked up at me next. "Can I at least kick one in the balls if they say something mean about my sister again?" Eventually, there was no one left conscious or at least able to move between Tanya and the library's wide double doors. The marble steps were littered with groaning men, some clutching broken limbs, others completely knocked out cold. A few were still twitching like they were trying to crawl away from the tiny terror hood just steamrolled through their entire staff without so much as scuffing her boots. Tanya stood at the top of the stairs, her back straight, hands on her hips, breathing slow and even like she had just finished a casual jog. Blood stained her knuckles. A few smears dotted her collar. She was completely unharmed, though. Even if someone had gotten a lucky punch in, she had so much magical power flowing through her that her skin might as well be steel. Also, she usually kept a magical barrier around her body as well. She was a very paranoid teenager. Down below, a crowd of townsfolk had started to gather at the base of the plaza. Most of them kept their distance, peeking around corners and behind carts like they expected a lightning bolt to come down any second. A few were openly gawking, wide-eyed and whispering. My ears twitched beneath the glamour spell ID used to make myself look human, catching stray words that filtered through the ambient murmurs. "Did you see that? She's the incarnation of the warrior. She has to be." No, it was the maiden. "Look how young she is. She destroyed them with her bare hands. She's not human." I tell you, that was ironic considering she was the only one of us that was human regardless. I rolled my eyes. "Oh, right, the faith of the seven. That made-up, hocus-pocus religion people down here are always ranting about." I muttered, glancing sideways at my mother. Yasaka chuckled softly beside me. Her golden eyes gleamed with mischief. "I wouldn't be so sure it's completely made up, my darling son." I raised a brow at her. "I don't sense any divine beings nearby." She just smiled, that mysterious little smile of hers, the one that always made me nervous, and tilted her head toward the sky. "That's because they're terrified and hiding from us." I blinked. Huh, that was not the answer I was expecting. Yasaka just grinned wider and didn't elaborate. Of course she didn't. Meanwhile, Tanya casually wiped the blood from her hands onto the sleeve of an unconscious apprentice slumped against the doorframe. Then, with the air of someone finally getting to do what she actually came here for, she strolled right into the library like she owned the place. I exchanged a glance with my mother. She shrugged. I shrugged back. Then we followed her inside, with Kunu trailing behind us and muttering complaints under her breath. "Books are boring," she grumbled. "Smells like old people in here." She wasn't wrong. The moment I stepped through the doorway, I was hit with a wave of stale air. It reeked of mold, dust, and something like wet parchment mixed with old sweat. The kind of scent that made you instinctively breathe through your mouth. Oh no, that made it worse. I almost gagged. I cast a spell in front of my face to filter the smell and did the same for the girls. The inside of the library was a maze of crumbling wooden shelves and sagging scroll racks. The place looked ancient and kind of sad. Half the shelves and books were rotting from age. Tanya, however, looked like a kid in a candy store. Her eyes gleamed as she stalked from shelf to shelf. "Where's the magic section?" she muttered under her breath. "There's got to be something worthwhile here." Kunu sighed dramatically and dragged her feet across the stone floor behind her. The sound of Tanya's rage echoed through the ancient stone halls like thunder. We all froze at the furious shout from somewhere deep inside the library, the walls practically vibrating with the sheer volume in her voice. I exchanged a glance with Yasaka, who raised one elegant eyebrow. Then Tanya came storming out of some doors in the back, her boots slamming hard against the marble. Her eyes were practically glowing again, her face twisted in pure fury. Behind her, Kunu followed like a smug little shadow, giggling quietly like this was the best show shed scene all day. "What happened?" I asked, already bracing for bad news. "The entire fucking magic section is gone," Tanya shouted, spinning on her heel and jabbing a finger back toward the crumbling entrance behind her. "Burned. Destroyed. Thousands of years of research, records, all of it gone." I blinked, my brain stalling for a second. "Wait, what?" She didn't answer. Instead, she marched straight over to a half-conscious old man in gray robes lying at the foot of the stairs. His nose was broken, and one eye was already swelling shut. Tanya's earlier work, no doubt. She crouched beside him, grabbed the front of his robe, and slapped him hard across the face. "Wake up, you decrepit fossil," she growled. The man stirred with a groan, his eyes fluttering open just in time to catch Tanya's glare. She didn't wait for him to speak. "Why?" she demanded, her voice low and venomous. "Why would you destroy the magic section of the library?" The old maester spat at her, but the saliva hit a thin veil of magical energy just before it reached her cheek, sizzling against the barrier and vanishing into nothing. "Because magic is an abomination," he rasped. "It poisons the mind and body. It corrupts. It's the duty of the Order to protect the world from its filth and from its bloodlines." I stared at the man, stunned, not because of what he said, but because of how proud he sounded, like it was some sacred crusade to stamp out magic in Westeros. "You people are idiots," I muttered. Magic was life. Magic was strength. It was power. Denying it didn't make them wise or noble, it just made them weak. Vulnerable. Arrogant, without a single ounce of ability to back it up. Yasaka sighed beside me. "Humans never stop surprising me with how far they'll go to sabotage themselves," she said lightly. "It's almost impressive." Tanya let go of the maester's robe and stood, her gaze sweeping across the cracked stone courtyard and back toward the decrepit building. "There's nothing even worth saving in there," she snapped. "A few crusty tomes full of probably doctored history and propaganda. If they were so eager to wipe out magical knowledge, how can we trust anything they wrote down?" She turned to Kunu with a sharp look. "Burn it." Kunu's golden eyes sparkled with joy, her mouth stretching into a wicked grin that showed off her sharp little canines. "Yes, ma'am." With a flick of her wrists, blue fireballs appeared in both palms. She let out a dramatic cackle, one shed definitely stolen from some anime, and hurled the first ball straight through the doors. Flames erupted inside instantly. "Justice shall be served," Kunu declared, lobbing another fireball as she twirled in place like some kind of magical girl superhero now. The maester's eyes went wide in horror. "No, please, stop this madness. Those are sacred texts. This is vengeance for Tanyane," Kunu roared gleefully. I couldn't help but snore at the absurdity of it. I glanced over at her, half expecting her to shut it down, but she just gave a casual shrug. Let her get out of her system. She'll be less hyper by the time we reach King's Landing. Kunu continued to rain fireballs into the structure with unrelenting enthusiasm. "Vacation," I muttered. "This is what vacation looks like for us. I guess I've had worse," she said next to me. Caitlin Stark was so incredibly happy she could barely breathe. Her arms were wrapped tight around Arya's shoulders, holding her as if letting go would cause her to vanish all over again. Her baby, her fierce, wild, impossible little girl, was alive. Arya squirmed uncomfortably in her grip, face squashed into Caitlyn's chest, but Caitlyn wasn't letting go. Not yet. And Mother, Arya muttered, her voice muffled and slightly strained. You're crushing me. I don't care, Caitlyn whispered, voice thick with tears. You're not going anywhere ever again. When the guard had run into the Winterfell hall, what passed for their throne room, now breathless and red-faced, saying a girl claiming to be Arya Stark had arrived at the gates, Caitlyn and Sansa had both assumed the worst. Again, another imposter, they'd thought. Another cruel, pathetic pretender trying to take advantage of their grief. It had happened before more than once. Some claiming to be Bran, some Arya, others even her dead son Robb. The last one had paid for it with that claim with his head, but when she laid eyes on the girl at the gates, when those stormy gray eyes met hers, defiant and guarded but unmistakably Stark, everything inside her just stopped. It was her Arya had looked stunned for a moment, like she hadn't expected such a visceral reaction, but then she was being dragged into her mother's arms. And now Sansa was there too, wrapping her arms around them both, pressing her face into Arya's hair, whispering Arya's name like it was a prayer she never thought she'd say again. Arya whined softly, clearly mortified by the attention. Gods, you're both worse than puppies, let me go already. Not a chance, Sansa said, tears trailing down her cheeks. Not for at least 5 more minutes. So they didn't let go. Not until Arya finally stopped struggling and just stood there awkwardly in their grip, stiff but not pulling away. Caitlyn sniffled as she slowly stepped back, cupping her daughter's face in both hands, her thumbs brushing over her cheeks. Arya was older now, her face sharper, her skin tanned from sun and wind, a thin scar running from her brow to her temple. But her eyes were exactly the same. That stormy gray that always seemed ready to strike at someone who dared call her a lady. The same fire that had once turned Sansa's fancy dolls into kindling. My little girl, Caitlyn whispered. Arya wrinkled her nose. I'm not little anymore. No, Caitlyn agreed, brushing a stray strand of dark hair back from her face. No, you're not. When Arya started talking, really talking, it was like listening to someone recount an entire lifetime in the space of a few heartbeats. She had sailed across the narrow sea, lived in Bravos, trained with the faceless men. That last part made Caitlyn's blood run cold, though she didn't show it. Arya didn't go into detail, but she didn't have to. The name alone spoke volumes. And then she had returned. I made the trip from King's Landing to here on foot, Arya said proudly, her voice tinged with satisfaction. Alone. Caitlyn's eyes widened. Alone. All that way across half the realm? Arya just smirked. It wasn't that bad. Had to dodge a few patrols, scare off a few Sellswords, but nothing I couldn't handle. Gods. And then there's the phrase. Arya added, chest puffing slightly. They're dead. All of them. I did it. For Robb. For our house. Sansa gasped, covering her mouth. Caitlyn felt her knees go weak again. You killed them all? Arya nodded. Caitlyn didn't know what to say to that. Gratitude? Horror? Pride. And then something strange happened. Arya tilted her head slightly and looked over both of them, a small crease forming between her brows. So does someone want to explain why the guard at the gate told me my mother and sister are both engaged to the same man? Caitlyn went still. Sansa's entire face turned scarlet. Arya blinked slowly, staring at them like they'd both grown tails. Wait, they weren't kidding? Caitlyn opened her mouth, closed it again, then let out a long breath. It's complicated. Arya's eyebrow rose so high it nearly disappeared into her hairline. Oh, I bet it is. Caitlyn let out a slow breath as she finished speaking, her voice finally trailing off beneath the steady crackle of the hearth fire. Her hands rested in her lap, fingers laced tightly together, her knuckles pale from the pressure. She wasn't sure when she had started wringing them. Across the solar, Arya stared at her like she'd grown a second head. So let me get this straight, Arya said, leaning forward with her elbows on her knees, brows drawn tight over storm-gray eyes. You and Sansa are both going to marry the same man? Caitlyn nodded, smoothing the front of her dress with a deliberate calm she did not entirely feel. Yes, we've agreed to share him. Haru, he's not like the men we knew, Arya. Not like Ned. Not like Robb. He's more than she stopped, searching for the word. Mortal, in some ways, and still more human than most I've ever known. He's the one I have chosen to spend the rest of my life with. And mine as well. Sansa nodded proudly. Arya blinked once, then twice, and then she barked out a laugh, so loud it startled one of the nearby servants. Gods, just please keep me out of your weird magical harem. Sansa choked on her wine, giggling uncontrollably as she dabbed at her lips with a silk napkin. Don't worry, she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she turned toward her sister. You're far too horse-faced for Haru's tastes. Arya let out a dramatic growl. Oh, you bitch. She lunged playfully at Sansa, who shrieked and scrambled across the cushions to avoid her. Their legs tangled, limbs flailing, and for a few moments the solar echoed with childish laughter and muffled curses as the girls tussled like they had in summers past. Catelyn smiled, heart aching with something warm and bittersweet as she watched them. She could barely remember the last time they'd acted like this, untethered by grief or war. Arya had changed, certainly. She was older, harder, her posture more guarded, her expression sharper. But there, in that moment, she was still her daughter, still a Stark girl. When the chaos finally died down and the girls returned to their seats, flushed, laughing, Hair Must Arya had something else to say. Oh, and as something you should probably know. She rubbed at the back of her neck, glancing toward the window. The Frybridge? Their old castle? Catelyn looked up sharply. What about it? Arya raised both brows. It's gone. Sansa frowned. Gone? Blown to shit, Arya said bluntly, making a sweeping explosion gesture with both hands. Big plume of blue fire fell from the fucking sky. Tower went up like a torch. Bridge cracked in half. Scared the life out of me. I thought the gods had come down themselves to seek justice because the phrase violated guest rights. Catelyn stared at her for a long moment, mouth slightly parted. Blue fire. She didn't need to guess. That had been Haru. Her betrothed had heard what the phrase did to her. To Rob, and he had gotten payback for her. That was so sweet. She felt a shiver ripple through her belly, slow and hot, and swallowed hard at the rush of emotion that surged through her. The mere thought of him exacting revenge on her behalf sent a flush of warmth straight through her spine. The last time they'd been together, the intensity had nearly overwhelmed her, and she had struggled to keep up with him. Tonight, she thought, licking her lips slowly tonight, he'll go further. You won't forget it, Mother? Arya tilted her head. Are you well? You just kind of look like your mind went somewhere else. Catelyn cleared her throat delicately and sat up straighter. Fine. Just grateful. That justice was done. Arya gave her a look, but didn't press. Instead, she leaned back against the cushions, exhaling slowly. So, what the fuck is going on with Jon? I heard rumors. Something about the Night's Watch being disbanded, and him marching south with an army of wildlings? Sansa's smile dimmed. She nodded, brushing a few stray hairs from her face as her voice turned quiet. He left the wall, so there was no point anymore, especially since the Night King is real and coming eventually. Although we're not worried with Haru here. She smiled. Catelyn nodded at that. The White Walkers? She wasn't worried, honestly. What were a couple scary bedtime stories against the power of her future husband, who could slap around gods with ease? Although Jon still didn't seem to believe that we would love for Jon to come home, Catelyn said softly, surprising even herself with the sincerity of the statement. He's still family. Even now, Arya's eyes widened slightly. Wow, you really have changed. Catelyn gave her a look. Losing almost every one of your children does that to a woman. There was a moment of silence, heavy but not unwelcome. But Sansa continued, her tone cautious. He won't give up his command of the wildlings. And neither I, nor Mother, nor Lady Ysaka fully trust them. Arya frowned. You think they'll turn on him? Sansa hesitated, then nodded slowly. They follow him now because he helped them, because they needed a leader to fight against the undead, but once that is done, with the wildlings will return to be wildlings. They will start to pillage and terrorize across these lands, just as they always have, Catelyn finished grimly. They're not civilized, Arya. Not in the way the North needs. They'll always see us as separate, as other. And John's too loyal, too kind for his own good to notice that. Arya stared into the fire for a long moment, her fingers curling into the fabric of her tunic. Yeah, she said finally. That does sound like him. It's not an issue right now, though. Caitlin added. For now, I'm just glad my daughter is home. We will throw a feast, and I can't wait for you to meet your future stepfather. And brother-in-law Sansa added, causing Arya to groan. Haru, I don't think this is King's Landing, I said dryly, squinting down at the rugged chain of gray islands below us. Kunu gasped in exaggerated horror. You mean we're lost? Looks that way, I muttered. I guess we had veered off course after leaving Old Town. Now we were overing in the sky over the open ocean, the salty wind whipping past our faces. Hundreds of wooden human warships clustered in the bays of the islands. Smoke rose from several forges along the shorelines. Someone was preparing for war. A big war Yasaka floated beside me and comforted my sister who was pouting still. It happens sometimes, sweetie, she told Kanu. If we don't make it to the capital before sunset, we can always go tomorrow instead. Kanu puffed up her cheeks. But I wanted to see a real princess today. I snorted. You say that like you don't already have like 5 back at the restaurant you see all the time, before Kunu could shoot back with something equally dramatic. Something below us shifted. A sudden pressure hit my ears. Like the atmosphere changed. Tanya stopped mid-hover, her eyes narrowing. Yasaka's tails twitched sharply. I felt it too, like something massive and ancient had stirred in the black depths far beneath us. Interesting, then the sea churned. The water below swirled and churned. And then the water exploded upward in a towering geyser, and out of it rose a massive, slimy monstrosity. Tentacles thick as buses snaked into the air, dripping with seawater. A grotesque, barnacle-covered head pushed into view. A voice, if you could call that booming gurgle, a voice rippled across the sea and sky alike. Trespassers, you shall pay for entering the domain of the drowned god. Seriously? I asked out loud. The drowned god is real? Maybe I could have believed the 7 were real and simply hiding like Yasaka had said, but the freaking drowned god too? The Kraken thing 20. Maybe 30 stories tall rose to its full height. He was a big monster, that's for sure. I will devour you all for your insolence, foul magical beasts. It shrieked, every word vibrating through the very air. Kunu floated forward slightly, cocked her head, and stuck her tongue out. Blee. Tanya let out a long, slow whistle beside me. Her hand reached for her rifle on her back. So are we doing this, or? I blinked. My brain was still playing catch-up. A giant kraken god just yelled at us, in the voice of a vengeful eldritch storm demon, and wanted to devour us. I looked down at the massive, wriggling tentacles reaching toward us, and my stomach rumbled. Oh yes, I grinned, licking my lips. Now, this is a proper vacation. Kuna's eyes lit up. Takoyaki? She asked hopefully. Hell yeah, we're making godly takoyaki. This chapter has our 18 in the second half, chapter 87. Haru, the evening sun dipped lazily toward the horizon. The sea was now much calmer. It was almost hard to believe this was the same place where we'd been challenged by and subsequently killed and were now eating a literal god of this world. I smiled contentedly, popping another steaming piece of freshly cooked takoyaki into my mouth. The crispy exterior gave way to a warm, savory burst of perfectly tender kraken meat, flavored impeccably with my special sauce. My tails waved lazily behind me, each bite practically melting on my tongue. Damn, I really outdid myself this time. MH, Kunu exclaimed, her golden eyes bright with absolute delight as she shoved another sauce-slathered piece into her mouth. Sauce smudged adorably on her cheek as she chewed eagerly, her little legs kicking happily over the edge of the fallen tree we'd claimed as our makeshift bench. Oni-chan, you're the best cook in all the worlds. Seriously, the best ever. I chuckled softly, reaching out to gently wipe the sauce off her cheek with my thumb. Glad you approve, little sis. Kuna's fluffy ears flicked happily, and her tails curled affectionately around mine as she leaned into me. You know, I'm not even mad anymore about missing King's Landing today. This adventure turned out way better. She paused, frowning slightly before adding with sudden determination, "But we're definitely going tomorrow, right, Mama?" Yasaka, seated gracefully on a large piece of driftwood beside Tanya, nodded indulgently. Her golden eyes softened as she gazed fondly at Kunu. "Of course, sweetheart. First thing in the morning, we'll go see that big city and its princesses." "Yes." Kunu cheered, fist pumping the air dramatically, tails wagging in triumph. Tanya, beside Yasaka, rolled her eyes dramatically but couldn't hide the faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. She was still pouting slightly about the disaster at the library, though watching her munch quietly on my food with that tiny, begrudging expression of satisfaction made it clear I'd at least salvage the day for her taste buds. "You doing all right there, Tanya?" I asked gently, knowing Shed had a rougher day emotionally than the rest of us. She swallowed and sighed, staring at the horizon. "It's just frustrating. Thousands of years of knowledge wasted by a bunch of fanatics." I reached over to squeeze her shoulder reassuringly. "I get it. Trust me, it pisses me off too. But hey, we've got a whole vacation ahead of us still. You'll find something better, something that isn't full of self-sabotaging idiots. I promise." She glanced up at me, her expression softening slightly, her shoulders visibly relaxing. "I suppose you're right," she admitted quietly. "At least today wasn't entirely wasted. Your food helps. A lot." Warmth filled my chest at that subtle praise from Tanya, who was notoriously stingy with compliments, and I grinned broadly, popping another takoyaki ball into my mouth. Glad to be of service. The sun continued its slow descent. Content. I finally stood and began packing away the remaining food into airtight containers that I said neatly into my personal storage space. Yasaka rose smoothly, brushing sand off the edges of her elegant kimono, her gaze drifting thoughtfully toward the enormous, tentacled corpse sprawled across half the tiny island we were on. It truly was massive and had a few limbs missing, well, most of the tastiest-looking limbs at least. She tilted her head toward it with mild amusement in her eyes. "So, dear son, what exactly do we plan to do about that?" I glanced casually at the Kraken god's remains, shrugged nonchalantly, and smirked. "Honestly, not a problem. The idiot fucked around and found out. Plus, I patted my full stomach appreciatively. He was absolutely delicious." Kunu threw both hands up triumphantly, bouncing in place. "Yeah, he fucked around and found out." Instantly, Yasaka shot me a sharp, stern glare, her tails flaring slightly in parental annoyance as Kunu grinned obliviously at us. I grimaced sheepishly, scratching the back of my head. "On my bad. He'll watch my mouth." Yasaka sighed softly, her irritation dissolving as quickly as it had appeared, replaced again with gentle affection. "Please do. The last thing we need is Kunu shouting obscenities all the time because she wants to be cool like her Oni-ai-chan." Tanya snorted quietly in amusement, clearly envisioning exactly that. It was time to head back to Winterfell. I'd get to see Sansa and Caitlin, and maybe they'd even give me a reward. My tails kept twitching excitedly behind me, as if reading my thoughts, which, knowing my mother leaned closer with a teasing grin playing on her lips. "So, Haru," she purred innocently, a mischievous glint in her eyes, "should I expect you to start making me some adorable little fox grandbabies tonight?" I choked, sputtering helplessly as I turned bright red. "And Mom, seriously?" She laughed lightly, clearly pleased with herself, golden eyes dancing. "Just asking, dear. It's a mother's prerogative to want grandchildren to spoil." Kunu tilted her head curiously. "Wait, how exactly do you make grandbabies?" Tanya, beside her, choked violently on her last bite of takoyaki, coughing and thumping her chest as Yasaka smoothly scooped Kunu into her arms, pointedly ignoring the question. "Perhaps I'll tell you when you're older, dear." "Oh, okay." Kunu chirped brightly, oblivious. Our flight back over Westeros, towards the north, was peaceful. Kunu, wrapped tightly in Yasaka's gentle embrace, kept chattering excitedly about princesses and knights shed meat tomorrow in King's Landing. Tanya soared alongside, still brooding but noticeably calmer after her meal. Everybody always feels better after eating. Winterfell's towers soon emerged from the darkening horizon, their sturdy silhouettes welcoming. Our feet touching down softly in the castle courtyard. Immediately, the sounds of laughter and music greeted us. Fires blazed merrily in braziers, casting dancing shadows across the sturdy stone walls. Guards raised tankards, laughing boisterously beside yokai who cheerfully passed around plates of food. Hyuna's golden ears perked instantly. Oh, a party. Oni-chan, did you plan this? I shook my head slowly, eyebrows raised in surprise. Wasn't me. No clue what's going on. Excuse me, Yasaka gently called, stepping gracefully toward a nearby guard whose face was flushed bright red with ale and good cheer. He spun toward her, eyes widening when he recognized us. Quickly bowing sloppily. Lady Yasaka, Lord Haru, he blurted excitedly. You missed the news? It's Lady Arya. She's finally returned. Queen Caitlin and Queen Sansa ordered an immediate celebration. My heart skipped to the news. Ah, Yashtak? Sansa and Caitlin must be ecstatic right now. Tanya tilted her head slightly, raising a curious eyebrow. So this Arya person is important? Extremely, I answered firmly, tail swishing thoughtfully behind me. She's Sansa's sister and Caitlyn's youngest daughter. They thought they'd lost her forever. This must mean everything to them. Then we have even more reason to celebrate. Yasaka said gently, a soft smile playing on her lips. Come, let's congratulate them. With Kunu eagerly bounding ahead, we headed into the castle's great hall. The noise inside was jubilant. Stark soldiers and more yokai mingled freely, toasting and laughing together as musicians played lively northern ballads. I caught sight of Sansa and Caitlin sitting atop their elevated thrones, radiant smiles lighting their faces as they oversaw the celebrations. They looked beautiful. Then, abruptly, someone stepped firmly into my path, forcing me to halt mid-step. My gaze dropped and found myself locked in the piercing, gray-eyed stare of Arya Stark herself. I recognized her immediately from Sansa's descriptions of her more wild and free sister. Arya stood shorter than I expected, dressed plainly in worn leather, her brown hair tied back roughly. Her stare was intense and unapologetically curious, roaming freely over my ears. Golden eyes, and tails as if assessing some bizarre creature Shed never before encountered. My tails twitched nervously behind me under her sharp scrutiny. It felt oddly uncomfortable. So, you're the man who's going to marry Sansa and my mother? Arya asked bluntly, arching an eyebrow skeptically. I didn't expect you to look so strange. I blinked in surprise, momentarily speechless. Kunu giggled softly behind me at Arya's bluntness. Clearing my throat, I offered Arya a playful smirk. And I didn't expect you to be so short. She rolled her eyes dramatically, but a faint smirk tugged at the corners of her lips. At least I have some backbone. Gods know they need someone around who won't just roll over when trouble arrives. Her gaze softened subtly, eyes flickering briefly towards her mother and sister seated atop their thrones. I'm glad to see them again. Trust me, Arya, I understand exactly how important they are. I promise to look after them both. They deserve that and more. For a long moment, Arya continued staring into my eyes, measuring my sincerity. Finally, her posture relaxed slightly, guarded suspicion softening into quiet approval. You better, or you'll answer to me, fox boy. I chuckled warmly, extending my arms and pulling her into a spontaneous hug before she could resist. Fair enough. Guess that makes you family now, little sister. She sputtered indignantly in my embrace, squirming half-heartedly, but I held firm, my tails instinctively wrapping loosely around her. Then Kunu leapt forward, giggling, her smaller arms wrapping tightly around Arya from behind. Welcome home, big sister Arya. Kunu exclaimed happily, her golden tails wrapping around Arya alongside mine, forming a cozy, fluffy cocoon around the now flustered Stark girl. Arya grumbled softly in resignation, ears turning adorably pink, finally surrendering to the fluffy fox hug. Fine, I get already. You two are suffocating me with fur. Better get used to it. I teased playfully, grinning at Arya's embarrassed scowl. Kitsune hugs are notoriously unavoidable. The moment we released her, Arya stepped back, flushing deeper but allowing a tiny, grudging smile to appear. Her eyes softened warmly when she glanced back towards her new family. I then raised my voice loudly and cheered. Good news, everybody. I brought takoyaki. The part went on for some time after that. Until Caitlin and Sansa decided to drag me off somewhere more private, I lay comfortably stretched across the broad, luxurious bed in the master bedroom of the castle. The sheets were imported from Kyoto and soft against my bare back. On either side of me, the warmth of two women pressed close Caitlin and Sansa. My hands rested lightly on their shoulders as we stood together in their elegant gowns. Caitlin's presence was warm and maternal, a steadying comfort in the moment. She moved closer to me, and Sansa rested quietly against my shoulder as I placed a steadying arm around her. They both leaned into me for comfort. Both their soft lips brushed lightly against both sides of my neck, igniting trails of warmth that made my pulse quicken. Caitlin lifted her head slightly, her rich red hair cascading down her shoulders. Her vivid eyes held mine warmly. You have no idea how grateful we are to have you here, Haru, she murmured softly, her voice sultry and sincere. Sansa smiled against my skin, a playful gleam in her bright eyes as she added, Indeed. A lord who demolishes the castles of our enemies for us surely deserves an equally magnificent reward. Both women rose smoothly, sitting upright beside me on the bed. My breath caught slightly in anticipation as they exchanged a lingering, playful glance with each other, before nodding and hopping off the bed so they could properly undress for me. My pulse quickened as they began slipping out of their dresses. Inch by tantalizing inch, they revealed bodies that stole my breath away. My eyes lingered appreciatively, savoring every curve, every delicious detail. Caitlin stood proud and confident in her mature beauty, with voluptuous curves and generous hips. Her full figure drew attention as she moved with quiet grace. Beside her, Sansa presented an equally captivating sight, slimmer and youthful, yet undeniably stunning. Her slender frame and youthful beauty were striking, her gentle curves and graceful posture giving her a quietly radiant presence. The soft red hair matching the fiery cascade of red hair framing her lovely face. Gorgeous, I breathed huskily, unable to hide my awe at the beautiful vision before me. Both women smiled warmly, eyes glowing with affectionate delight at my obvious appreciation. My body stirred restlessly beneath the sheet, longing for attention. Deciding it was time, I pushed the sheet away. Both pairs of vibrant eyes widened. Sansa's cheeks colored a lovely shade of pink. Oh my, she murmured softly, eyes wide with undisguised fascination. Caitlin chuckled gently, clearly amused and delighted by Sansa's open astonishment. She scooted closer to the younger woman, wrapping an affectionate arm around her slender waist. Come now, dear, she teased softly, voice dripping with mischievousness. I think it's about time you learn how to properly please our dear future lord husband. Sansa's gaze flickered shyly up at Caitlin, excitement clearly overriding any remaining nervousness. Teach me then, she breathed softly. I want to know exactly how to please him. Caitlin led Sansa back to the bed, both women kneeling gracefully between my parted thighs. My heart raced with anticipation as I watched these two stunning redheads gaze up at me with love in their eyes. Pay close attention, Caitlin instructed, voice tender yet authoritative. She reached out and took my hand, holding it carefully. First, you want to tease him just enough to make him desperate. Sansa nodded quickly, eyes wide with eager concentration. Her cheeks flushed as she watched Caitlin lean in closer. My breath caught sharply as Caitlin whispered something soft and earnest. Caitlin hummed softly, eyes sparkling playfully as she leaned in closer. Sansa bit her lip gently, visibly mesmerized. Wow, she whispered breathlessly, shifting restlessly in excitement. After a few slow, intensely pleasurable moments, Caitlin lifted her head, smiling wickedly as the moment passed, and a soft pop echoed in the quiet room. Her hand remained close, resting gently as she nodded to Sansa encouragingly. Your turn, love. Remember to be gentle at first. Watch your teeth. Sansa leaned forward hesitantly, her pretty blue eyes shining with determination and curiosity. My heart pounded harder, anticipation racing through me. The moment Sansa's inexperienced but eager lips met mine in a trembling first kiss, I sighed softly in appreciation, encouraging her. Caitlyn's hand settled comfortingly on Sansa's back, softly whispering words of advice and reassurance, gently urging the younger woman to ease her nerves and speak with more confidence. I settled more comfortably into the soft bedding, allowing myself to fully enjoy the calm, soothing moment. There was no place I'd rather be right now than here. Sansa's lips felt soft and wonderfully eager against mine, her bright eyes glancing upward nervously for approval. Her cheeks glowed pink with embarrassment and excitement. She moved closer to me, her red hair brushing against my skin. Caitlin remained at her side, gently stroking Sansa's bare back and whispering encouragement into her ear. Yes, darling, exactly like that, Caitlin said warmly. Relax a little and ease yourself gently. Perfect. Sansa followed my instructions carefully, her expression earnest and focused as she concentrated. The enthusiasm in her eyes was unmistakable. Gods, she was a quick learner. My body sank deeper into the mattress, and I let out a contented sigh, toes curling involuntarily as pleasure raced through my veins. My fox ears flicked happily atop my head, and I could feel all 10 of my fluffy tails fanning gently beneath me in delight, each one twitching lazily as my pleasure steadily built. Sansa finally pulled back, gasping softly as she finished. It was polished and standing tall. She smiled shyly at Caitlin. Caitlin's gaze softened as her gentle fingers traced over it slowly as she leaned into Sansa. Let's show him how fortunate he truly is to have us in his life, she whispered warmly. Sansa's eyes widened at first. Then she shyly nodded. Together, they leaned in, their beautiful faces inches from mine. My breath caught sharply in my throat as 2 pairs of warm lips brushed lightly over me from either side, working in unison. Oh, I breathed out, my back arching slightly from the sheer bliss of the sensations flooding me. Caitlin chuckled softly against my skin, clearly delighted at my reaction. You see, Sansa, she murmured warmly, our Lord Husband loves this. Sansa eagerly followed Caitlin's lead, smiling. Exploratory kisses alongside Caitlin's more experienced techniques. The sight alone was mesmerizing. 2 gorgeous redheads, showing such genuine desire and affection. Oh gods, yes, I whisper hoarsely. Sansa's confidence grew quickly, her lips joining Caitlin's in the tender moment. Playful teasing and flirtation sent waves of warmth through me, driving the excitement higher and higher. Each gentle touch, each soft murmur filled me with electric thrill racing through my limbs. My tails trembled in delight, softly brushing against the sheets beneath me, every nerve alive with pleasure. Sansa, try swirling your tongue right here, Caitlin instructed tenderly, pointing to the sensitive spot. Sansa obediently leaned forward, her warm tongue tracing slow, deliberate circles around it. I shuddered deeply, gripping the sheets beneath me tightly as the sensation overwhelmed my senses. I whispered in awe as they continued, their beautiful red hair cascading around their porcelain shoulders, faces close together in a tender moment of connection. The tension built relentlessly, a deep pressure burning in my core, yearning for release. They seemed to sense my impending moment, intensifying their efforts, working together with great energy. Finally, I reached my limit, unable to hold back anymore. Fuck! I'm coming. I groaned urgently, hips bucking upward as waves of pleasure surged through my body. A powerful shudder ran through me, and I gasped as the intense sensation overwhelmed my senses. Sansa startled in surprise, eyes wide at the sudden reaction. Caitlin, meanwhile, smiled wickedly, clearly delighted, her expression turning warm and intimate. "Oh my," Sansa whispered breathlessly, eyes wide and fascinated. Perfect," Caitlin purred. Her pink tongue slipped from between full lips in a slow, deliberate motion. Then, with an unmistakably sultry smirk, she leaned towards Sansa. Sansa's breath hitched as Caitlin moved closer, gently wiping the substance from Sansa's youthful cheeks and lips. Sansa shivered visibly, a soft sigh escaping her lips, her body trembling beneath Caitlin's gentle touch. I sank back into the sheets, breathing calmly, basking in the quiet warmth as my two lovely companions shared this tender moment together, my ears and tails flicking lazily in contented bliss. But just as I thought this paradise couldn't possibly improve, Caitlin's eyes glittered mischievously, her lips curving into a wicked, inviting smile. "You look pleased, my dear Haru," she purred warmly, her voice soft and teasing. Her fingertips traced lazy circles on my thigh, sending pleasant shivers down my spine. "But your true gift still awaits." I raised an eyebrow. "A true gift?" I echoed. Caitlin turned to Sansa, gently cupping the younger woman's flushed cheek, her thumb stroking affectionately along her jaw. Sansa blushed deeply, her vivid eyes wide and sparkling with anticipation and nervousness. "Yes," Caitlin murmured softly, directing Sansa's gaze toward me. "Our sweet Sansa. She is yours tonight, my lord." My throat tightened, my heart racing with excitement. Sansa's cheeks flushed an even deeper pink, yet she nodded shyly, clearly eager despite her nerves. Caitlin encouraged her gently. "Go on, my dear. He's waiting." Sansa gave a small, nervous smile and shifted forward slowly. She looked breathtaking above mine, her chest rising and falling gently with each shallow breath she took. He stood close, still flushed from the earlier moments together. Sansa eyed him cautiously, biting her lower lip in adorable uncertainty before stepping nearer and reaching out gently. Her hands trembled slightly, her breathing hitching as she moved closer to him. Her slender thighs trembled faintly as she positioned herself directly above him. "You've got this, Sansa," Caitlin encouraged warmly, pressing a reassuring hand against her lower back. "Take it slowly." Sansa nodded, exhaling slowly as she lowered herself toward him. My breath froze in my chest as I felt the soft. A wave of warmth spread as Sansa lowered herself slowly. She whimpered softly, her eyes widening. Inch by slow, deliberate inch, she pressed down, a visible tension in her posture as she adjusted. The sensation was intense, and I hissed softly, gripping the sheets beneath me. It's so full," Sansa gasped breathlessly, eyes fluttering closed, lips parting in astonishment as she sank further down. I groaned low, fighting the urge to move upward into her impossibly snug form. Instead, I forced myself to remain perfectly still, allowing her to proceed at her own careful pace. "You're doing beautifully," Caitlin praised softly, trailing soothing fingers down Sansa's spine. "Just a little more, my sweet." Sansa nodded shakily, lowering herself again. She paused, looking uncertain. Caitlin leaned forward, placing gentle hands on Sansa's shoulders, her voice lovingly firm. "Let me help you." Before Sansa could hesitate further, Caitlin guided her with care and resolve, easing her into the moment with steady reassurance. Slick warmth engulfed me fully. Sansa's weight pressed firmly onto my lap, her beautiful features a mask of surprise and mild discomfort. Her chest rose and fell with rapid breaths. "Oh gods," she whimpered softly, tears glistening in her wide eyes. "It feels so real." Caitlin smiled warmly, gently brushing Sansa's hair back from her flushed face. "That's it, Sansa. You're growing up now. How will you work together with Haru?" I could barely speak, overwhelmed with emotion, but I managed a strained whisper. Sansa, you're amazing. Sansa smiled and took a breath. Slowly, hesitantly, she began to move, rising slightly before settling back down again. Each gentle motion of her hips sent a warm feeling coursing through my body, making my tails tremble eagerly against the bedding. Catelyn watched us with affectionate amusement, her hand resting gently at Sansa's side, whispering quiet encouragement. Relax, darling. You'll find your footing soon. Gradually, Sansa grew bolder, her movements becoming smoother, more confident. Comfort overcame hesitation as her breathing steadied, her posture settling more easily against mine. Soon, her body was fully relaxed, her hips moving with instinctive desire rather than uncertainty. Each motion was exquisite torture, drawing ragged gasps from me. She held on tightly to me, and I reached up, gently holding her close, soothing her until she smiled softly. That feels nice, Haru. Beside us, Catelyn smiled warmly, clearly delighted. There we go, my dears, she whispered, eyes filled with approval. Just like that. Sansa Spacek weakened. Overwhelmed by the moment, she clung to him with a breathless intensity she had clearly never felt before. Haru pulled her close as the intense emotion reached its peak, and Sansa gasped his name, her voice trembling with wonder. Her entire body trembling atop me. She moved against me with urgent, rhythmic intensity, her breath quickening as the moment peaked. Unable to resist, I grasped her hips firmly, moving in sync with her desperate rhythm. Pleasure surged between us, Sansa's voice crying out sweetly, shuddering as waves of pleasure seized her body. A powerful release erupted through me as Sansa groaned softly, trembling gently as she slumped atop me, her flushed skin glistening faintly with sweat as the moment gradually faded. My chest rose and fell deeply beneath her weight, a lazy smile crossing my lips at the blissful afterglow warming every nerve in my body. My fox ears flicked contentedly atop my head, and my fluffy tails lay splayed across the sheets, twitching gently in satisfaction. We traded a few gentle kisses. Catelyn leaned forward, murmuring tenderly to Sansa as she carefully helped the younger redhead rise from my chest. Sansa whimpered softly as I pulled away from her, her thighs still trembling as she settled beside me on the bed. Her legs trembled slightly, eyes hazy and half-closed from exhaustion and pleasure. Easy now, Catelyn cooed gently, guiding Sansa to recline comfortably against the plush pillows at the head of the bed. Rest for a while, sweetheart. You've earned it. Sansa nodded sleepily, offering us both a soft, affectionate smile as she settled back, eyes fluttering closed as she relaxed into the luxurious bedding, still breathing deeply, the gentle rise and fall of her lovely breasts calming gradually. I sat up slowly, stretching lazily as the haze of pleasure cleared slightly. Despite feeling somewhat spent, my body stirred again as my gaze shifted toward Catelyn. Catelyn smiled knowingly, the corners of her lips curling into an inviting grin as she gracefully shifted her position. She lowered her upper body slightly, arching her back, her full figure moving gracefully against the silky sheets as she leaned forward. I watched the sight her voluptuous hips, shapely thighs, and perfectly rounded backside catching the soft light in an intimate moment. Slowly, she glanced back over one elegant shoulder, rich auburn hair cascading beautifully down her pale skin. Haru, she murmured softly, hips swaying gently as she offered herself to him. I belong completely to you now, my lord. My heart is yours wholly and forever. Marking me as yours. I growled deeply, excitement and possessiveness flaring powerfully within me at her bold invitation. Without any hesitation, I drew close behind her, grasping her hips firmly with my eager hands, the heat between us undeniable as we came together in that charged, breathless moment. My fingers tightened possessively around her soft flesh as I drew her close, pausing just long enough to savor the moment. And then, in one fierce, determined motion, I pulled her into my arms and held her tight. Caitlin gasped loudly, throwing her head back, auburn hair tumbling across her shoulders as her spine arched beautifully, pressing her hips firmly back into my lap. "Oh, gods, yes!" She cried out heatedly, her body pressing close against me, fitting perfectly despite her maturity. Her voice trembled with longing, her voice rich and intense as she urged me urgently to not hold back. The fire within me burned even hotter at her desperate plea. My hands gripped her hips firmly as I responded with a powerful, demanding rhythm. Caitlin cried out in passionate approval beneath me. She moved against me as I held her close. Beside us, Sansa stirred softly, eyes opening again to watch in sleepy fascination as I held Caitlin in an intimate embrace, the room filling with quiet murmurs. My tails fanned out behind me, bristling with excitement, ears flattened slightly as I lost myself completely in the joy of being with this gorgeous, mature woman. A rush of emotion surged fiercely through me with each passing moment, bringing both of us rapidly toward another dizzying high. "Gods, Haru!" Caitlin gasped breathlessly, gripping the sheets tightly in her fists. Close, please. Make me truly yours." Her words drove me over the edge, and with a ragged groan, I held her close as the moment swept over us both, filling her deeply as we reached the peak of our passion together. Caitlin cried out in blissful release beneath me, her entire body trembling and shuddering as overwhelming waves of pleasure crashed over her, her body clenching powerfully around me, savoring every moment of our shared climax. Panting heavily, I finally slowed my movements. I held her close, savoring the peaceful quiet between us as I rested my hands on her hips. "You're mine now, Caitlin," I whispered hoarsely, leaning down to gently kiss the curve of her shoulder. She sighed contentedly, pressing back against me affectionately, voice warm with happiness and contentment. "Yes, Haru," she agreed softly, eyes shining lovingly as she turned her head to meet my gaze. "Yours, completely and forever." Beside us, Sansa smiled warmly, relaxing further into the pillows with a satisfied sigh. I gently pulled away from Caitlin, holding her close. I ended up finishing with her even more than Sansa as I saw a mark running down her trembling thighs. I gently grabbed Caitlin and pulled her towards Sansa. I was once again lying between both of them as they happily snuggled into me. We weren't done for tonight, not by a long shot. We were just taking a quick break. Chapter 88. Cersei Lannister sat upon the Iron Throne, the harsh, jagged blades digging uncomfortably in her back and thighs. She shifted slightly, annoyed at the constant pinch and discomfort. It was a damned ugly chair, truly awful to sit upon, but it was hers now, entirely and undeniably hers, even if she had to bleed a little to keep it. From the towering windows of the Red Keep's throne room, Cersei could still see thick pillars of black smoke rising from King's Landing, blotting out parts of the pale sky. The air outside smelled like burnt flesh and ashes, drifting and even here, settling bitterly on her tongue. Let burn, she thought with cold satisfaction. Let them all burn. The Tyrells were dead, their pitiful rose banners reduced to ash and rubble. Those pompous, arrogant fucking roses should have known better. Should have known not to challenge her Cersei Lannister, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She felt a thin smile curl her lips. Her plan with the wildfire beneath the September of Baelor had worked beautifully, perfectly, even better than Shed imagined. The entire sept had gone up in emerald flames, swallowing Marjorie, her pathetic brother Loras, their father, and all those smug fools who stood with them. And yet there was always something else that had to go wrong to steal her triumph from her. Poor Tommen. Poor, sweet, gentle Tommen. Her youngest son, her little boy, who she had only tried to protect. She never imagined he'd do something so desperate, so foolish. When she had been told, it had felt like a cold knife twisting inside her gut, ripping her apart. Tommen had simply stepped out from his window, quiet, without any fuss. He hadn't even cried out. just stepped silently into empty air, like it was the most natural thing in the world. The guards who witnessed it said had barely seemed to blink. Cersei clenched her jaw tightly, pushing away the memory. She couldn't bear thinking of him, broken and bloodied, lying dead in the courtyard beneath his chamber window. She had always done everything to keep him safe. Now he was gone, just like Joffrey. Both her sons dead, stolen away by fate or betrayal or stupidity. Now, only her daughter Myrcella remained. Beautiful, gentle Myrcella, her last surviving child, now more precious to her than anything left in this wretched world. She too had almost been ripped away, poisoned by those damned Dornish snakes. Those sand bastards had tried to take her sweet girl. Luckily, Jaime had managed not to be completely useless for once, bringing a full collection of poisons and remedies on his little rescue mission. Had saved Myrcella's life, though only just. Now Myrcella was alive, though forever marked by the attempt, wary and a little colder than before. But at least she was alive. Cersei clung desperately to that thin silver lining. A scuffling sound snapped Cersei from her dark thoughts. Varys shuffled nervously into the throne room, his usually calm face tense and pale, eyes darting around as though looking for a place to hide. Cersei scowled, her patience instantly evaporating. "What is it now, Varys?" She snapped harshly. Her voice echoed sharply off the cold stone walls. "Can I not enjoy my new throne for at least one fucking hour before receiving more terrible news?" Varys bowed awkwardly, apologetic, eyes lowered nervously. "My sincere apologies, Your Grace," he began hesitantly, hands clasped tightly before him. "But ravens arrived late last night. The news they brought is alarming." Cersei rolled her eyes impatiently, waving her hand dismissively. "Out with it, Varys. What fresh misery have you brought me?" "The twins, Your Grace. The Frey stronghold has been utterly destroyed, completely burned, everyone inside slaughtered. There is nothing left of the Freys." Cersei's brows raised slightly. That one didn't upset her so much. She had always despised the Freys and their smug arrogance. Walder Frey was an old fool anyway, treacherous and repulsive. His death hardly moved her. "Good riddance," she replied flatly, "one less thorn in my side." She had no doubt he would have turned on her family at some point after what he did to the Starks. "There's more," Varys continued nervously, shifting from foot to foot. "The Citadel in Old Town, it was burned to the ground as well. Completely destroyed. They say thousands of priceless books and artifacts were lost." Cersei paused at this, slightly surprised. "The Citadel?" She felt an odd satisfaction, tinged with curiosity. Who would destroy those old fools and their dusty nonsense? "No matter, it hardly affects me." "Is that all, Varys? Can you leave me in peace now?" "No, Your Grace," Varys said, visibly uncomfortable. "There was a massive battle off the shores of the Iron Islands, according to reports. And now, it seems the Ironborn themselves are in open religious revolt. They claim he hesitated nervously, swallowing hard. They claim the drowned god himself was slain in battle, and his corpse left openly on some remote island for all to see. They claim his killers cooked and ate portions of it, some type of fox deities." Cersei stared at him blankly, incredulous silence hanging thickly in the air. Then she burst out laughing, a harsh, mocking sound that echoed sharply through the throne room. "That's the stupidest fucking lie I've ever heard." She spat scornfully. "Killed and eaten a god. Varys, have you finally lost your fucking mind?" Varys opened his mouth, flustered. "Your Grace, the reports shut up." She snapped viciously. "I don't want to hear any more ridiculous tales about god-killers eating cooked god flesh. Tell me something real, Varys. What other news from MY Kingdoms? Something actually believable." Varys hesitated, clearly dreading what came next. His voice trembled slightly. "The North and the Riverlands, it's confirmed. Sansa Stark and her mother, Catelyn Stark, now rule them openly. They've declared independence from your throne, Your Grace." Cersei's fists clenched the throne's edges so tightly her knuckles whitened painfully. Rage boiled violently inside her. "They've declared independence? The North and Riverlands ceded for me?" The queen of the fucking 5 kingdoms, is that it now? She hissed dangerously. I won't have it. They'll burn their lands to ash before I accept it. Varys nodded meekly, visibly shaking. There is one more thing, Your Grace. It seems Lady Sansa and Lady Catelyn have openly announced their betrothal to the fox deity that killed the drowned god, a being said to possess immense, impossible power. Cersei's fury exploded. Get out! She screamed, voice cracking in violent rage. Get out of my sight. I'm tired of your ridiculous stories. Go tell someone else your idiotic fantasies. Varys bowed quickly, visibly relieved at his dismissal, and hurriedly exited the throne room, leaving Cersei alone upon the cold, iron throne, breathing heavily with anger. She stared at the great doors head exited through, teeth gritted, hatred and frustration burning through her veins. They were mocking her, all of them. Her own advisors, the remaining kingdoms, even the very gods themselves, making her throne seem small and weak. But they were wrong. She was Cersei Lannister, Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, and she would see every last person who mocked her turn to dust, starting with those damned Starks and their northern allies, and finishing with anyone else foolish enough to doubt her. She settled back harshly against the uncomfortable throne, ignoring the sharp blades digging painfully into her skin. Let them laugh. Let them whisper nonsense. She was queen, and she'd make every last one of them pay dearly for their insolence. They would learn to fear her one way or another. Haru, I groaned deeply, my head sinking further back into the pillows as Catelyn moved above me, her hips rolling steadily. The warmth of her body pressed against me completely, her body moving up and down slowly against mine in a slow, rhythmic rhythm. Gods, she felt so incredibly good. I'd never get enough of her. My 10 golden tails spread lazily around me, draping over the tangled sheets. Each of them trembled slightly at her warmth beside me. The early morning light was just beginning to creep through the windows, casting everything in soft, gentle illumination. Catelyn's red hair was loose and messy, wild strands framing her flushed face. She had long since stopped worrying about how she looked. Her cheeks were flushed pink from hours of pleasure, her eyes hazy with lust and exhaustion. To me, she had never looked more beautiful. Her breasts bounced enticingly with every movement, soft and heavy, their perfect curves captivating me completely. My eyes followed them hungrily, drinking in the way her nipples stood out proudly, pink and swollen from my eager attention. "Oh gods, Haru," she whispered, panting softly, her voice hoarse with exhaustion and desire. "You feel incredible. Please don't hold back, my love." I growled softly, the sound vibrating through my chest as my hands held her close. Her skin was warm beneath my fingers, slippery with sweat from our long night together. The sounds of our closeness filled the room, each movement sending another thrill racing down my spine. Her hips moved more urgently now, pressing down harder, faster, her eyes squeezing shut as she held me close. Her nails dug gently into my chest as she caught her breath coming in short, soft gasps. "Full Gott!" I groaned, my body tense with feeling. "You feel so good, I can't take much more." "Don't," she urged softly, leaning down to kiss me deeply. Her tongue slid into my mouth eagerly, tangling hungrily with mine as her body pressed closer against mine. "Let go, Haru. I need you." That was all I needed to hear. With a deep, shuddering groan, I pulled her tightly to me, holding her close as the world seemed to fall away. White-hot pleasure shot through every nerve in my body as Catelyn's eyes widened, her mouth falling open in a silent cry as the two of them reached a powerful shared release together, drawing out every last bit of energy from me. Her hips jerked erratically, body trembling as the overwhelming moment tore through her. Finally spent, she collapsed against my chest, her warmth pressing into my skin, her heart hammering against mine. A quiet stillness settled over us both, filling the space between us in a tender, lingering way. I held her close, savoring the quiet intimacy of the moment. My lips brushed tender kisses along her forehead, cheeks, and finally her softly parted lips. Iure almazinv. Kat y murmured affectionately, stroking her sweat-dampened hair. Love you, she mumbled sleepily against my chest, voice heavy with exhaustion. But God's my love, I need sleep now. You've worn me out completely, and Sansa, she didn't even wake up. Caitlin sighed lazily. I chuckled softly, still breathing heavily as my heart slowly calmed. You've earned it, Cat. Sleep as long as you need. Caitlin shifted slowly, reluctantly sliding off me, a soft sigh escaping her lips at the sensation. She sank down onto the bed beside Sansa, who was still deeply asleep, her lovely face relaxed and peaceful, red hair spilled across the pillow. The two women curled up almost instinctively together. I sat up slowly, stretching my limbs and tails languidly, enjoying the dull ache of satisfied muscles and the lingering warmth of their bodies. A quiet, satisfied smirk spread across my lips at the sight of the two beautiful redheads sleeping tangled together. Slipping silently from the bed, I made my way to the adjoining bathroom. A long, hot bath was needed for sure. I finally made my way down to Winterfell's dining hall almost half an hour later, feeling significantly more refreshed. It took longer than expected to thoroughly scrub all 10 of my tails. They'd gotten quite messy last night, and it took some serious effort to make sure I looked and smelled decent enough for company, especially family with strong noses. Yawning quietly, I stepped into the dining hall. The large stone room was filled with the comforting aroma of fresh bread, sizzling bacon, and strong coffee. Winterfell's serving staff bustled efficiently around the long table, carefully laying out trays of hot food, fresh fruit, and steaming drinks. Nothing of the quality I could make, but this was vacation after all, and I wasn't expected to cook every meal. Across the table sat my family, already comfortably settled in for breakfast or breaking their fast, as everyone called it here. Kunu glanced up immediately, her bright golden eyes locking onto mine as a mischievous smile spread across her face. Oni-chan, she called loudly, bouncing excitedly in her chair and waving me over. Her tail swayed happily behind her as she tilted her head curiously. You sure took forever waking up today. What happened last night? There's a whole bunch of noises. I felt heat rise to my cheeks as I took my seat, coughing awkwardly. Damn, the kid had fox ears sharper than mine sometimes. Yasaka, my dear mother, was no help at all. Her own golden eyes sparkled knowingly as she shot me a teasing, foxy grin over the rim of her teacup. Indeed, dear son, you must learn to keep it down when surrounded by other people. Did you get any sleep at all? Yasaka purred smoothly, clearly enjoying my embarrassment. I sighed heavily, knowing I couldn't escape their teasing. No, I didn't sleep. But I'm perfectly fine. I was pretty tired actually, but I wasn't going to ruin Kina's day. Mom arched one elegant eyebrow, skeptically. If you say so. You do look rather tired though, dear. Perhaps pacing yourself a bit more might help in the future. Coffee should fix me right up. Speaking of, I glanced down the table toward Tanya, sitting quietly beside Kunu. Tanya already had 3 empty mugs sitting neatly stacked beside her, with a fourth one pressed firmly between her fingers. She looked deeply focused, sipping methodically from a steaming cup. Tanya wasn't much of a morning person, so it wasn't exactly unusual, but the shadows under her eyes seemed even darker than normal today. Hey, Tanya, I called out gently. Rough night for you too, huh? She raised her eyes slowly, regarding me flatly over the rim of her coffee mug. Am not the one who kept half the castle awake with those loud noises, Haru. I'd appreciate it if you could keep it down next time. She paused deliberately, taking another slow sip. Some of us actually want to sleep. Kuna giggled again, hiding her mouth behind both hands. Yasaka just smiled serenely, clearly amused. Fair enough, I muttered sheepishly, quickly pouring myself a generous mug of coffee. I took a deep, savoring gulp, feeling the warmth flow through me, melting away some of my lingering tiredness. We'll keep that in mind. Tanya rolled her eyes slightly, but a faint smirk tugged at the corner of her lips, softening her grumpy morning demeanor. See that you do. Kunu bounced restlessly in her seat, her impatience obvious. Hurry up and eat. Oni-chan, it's finally my turn to pick where we're going today. Remember? Her tail swayed excitedly, almost knocking into Yasaka beside her. I couldn't help smiling warmly at her enthusiasm, nodding quickly as I reached for some toast and bacon. I remember, Kunu-chan, it's all up to you today. Yes. She nearly vibrated in her seat, ears twitching happily. I want to go to King's Landing. I want to see the Red Keep and the city and all the princesses and knights. Her expression became suddenly serious, eyes narrowing suspiciously. Myrcella Lannister sat alone in her lavish chamber within the Red Keep, quietly staring at her own reflection in the ornate silver mirror across from her. Her golden blonde hair spilled loosely over her shoulders, carefully brushed but otherwise left undone. So much had changed, and in so short a time. She was still trying to grasp the reality of it all. Her brothers were both dead. Joffrey, well, good riddance to him, honestly. Myrcella had always despised her eldest brother's cruelty and his vile temperament. But Tommen's sweet, gentle Tommen, he had deserved far better than what fate handed him. Tears stung briefly at her eyes as she swallowed hard, pushing down the grief. Crying never helped anything. Her mother had taught her that. And then there was Dorn. Those sand snakes, those treacherous Dornish bastards, had murdered Prince Doran, her beloved Tristan's uncle. And Tristan himself, her heart squeezed painfully, fresh grief clenching tight. He had been so gentle, so sweet with her. They had loved each other genuinely. She had even dared to dream of happiness with him, only for that happiness to be poisoned, quite literally. Those snakes had tried to kill her too. She was supposed to be dead alongside Tristan, but by some miracle or sheer luck her Uncle Jamie had brought antidotes. Had saved her life, but not her heart. Tristan was gone forever, stolen cruelly from her by his own cousins. Kinslayer's monsters, all of them. Her room was silent, except for the occasional distant, muffled voice of a guard outside her door. Her mother had ordered 6 Lannister men to stand watch at all times, making sure nobody but trusted family disturbed Myrcella's grieving solitude. She hadn't asked for the guards, but there they stood, armor clanking softly whenever they shifted. She had considered ordering them away, but hadn't the energy. It hardly mattered. No one could ease her pain. She had no friends high there. Imkunu, who are you? Myrcella jumped sharply at the sudden, high-pitched voice echoing cheerfully through her quiet chamber. Her gaze snapped up instantly, eyes wide with startled confusion. Sitting cross-legged atop her neatly made bed was a young girl she had never seen before. A child, perhaps 10 years old, with vibrant golden hair and striking, clearly inhuman features. Her eyes gleamed brightly, golden and slitted like a fox's, and atop her head perched 2 fluffy fox ears. Behind her swayed 9 incredibly soft-looking tails, golden fur shimmering gently in the daylight, streaming through the windows. Myrcella froze completely, blinking rapidly, utterly speechless at the unexpected sight. Had she finally gone mad from grief? Was this some kind of strange hallucination? The fox girl tilted her head slightly, smiling in friendly curiosity. Hello, did you hear me? Who are you? Myrcella swallowed, forcing herself to regain her voice. Her reply came out hesitantly, carefully neutral. Hello. Who exactly are you? I just told you. The girl bounced off the bed easily, landing gracefully on bare feet. She stood smiling brightly, tail swishing lazily behind her. My name is Kunu. Who are you? Myrcella cleared her throat awkwardly, still staring openly. I'm Princess Myrcella. Meet Saulan Bazaton. She corrected herself, although she knew it wasn't really true. Kunis' eyes immediately widened, excitement radiating from her small body. She let out a delighted squeal. A real fairy tale princess. I've always wanted to meet another princess. She darted forward, halting only inches away, peering up at Myrcella eagerly. Will you be my friend? You can hang out with me and Tanya-chan, and we'll all have so much fun. The innocent joy in Kunis' voice was so genuine, so earnest, that Marcella felt herself softening despite her initial confusion and wariness. Perhaps this was a dream after all? A strange, vivid dream, but maybe not an unpleasant one. "You're also a princess?" Marcella asked gently, unable to keep curiosity from creeping into her voice. Kunu nodded enthusiastically, golden ears flicking cutely. "MHM, my mom's the queen of the yokai, so that means I'm definitely a princess." She said it proudly, puffing up slightly with adorable pride. "The yokai?" Marcella repeated uncertainly, tasting the strange word. "Yes, that's us. We're yokai kitsune, to be exact." Kunu lifted her fluffy tails as evidence, giggling. "We're on vacation right now, visiting Westeros. This is our second castle already. Well, technically our third. But Mai and Ai-chan destroyed the twins, so that castle doesn't count anymore." "What? Second castle? Did destroyer?" Marcella echoed faintly, trying to keep up. Kunu nodded eagerly, frowning briefly as she sniffed the air. Her small nose wrinkled slightly. "Yes, we were in Winterfell yesterday. It's super cold there. This place." She paused, sniffing delicately again. "Your city smells really bad, Princess Marcella. Does it always smell like burning poop?" "Burning poop? No." "Does it always smell like poop though?" "Sadly, yes." Marcella felt a rush of embarrassment. "Oh no. Well, not usually this bad," she admitted awkwardly, suddenly feeling the need to apologize. "It's been rough lately." Kunu looked at her, expression suddenly sympathetic. "You seem really sad, Marcella-chan," she said softly, her voice gentle. "Did something bad happen?" Marcella's throat tightened unexpectedly. "Lots of bad things," Marcella admitted quietly, sinking onto the edge of her bed beside Kunu. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. "My brothers died, and the man I loved, he died too. People keep dying around me. Everything's changed." Suddenly, Kunu's small hand shot out and grabbed hers firmly. "Enough sadness," Kunu declared enthusiastically, squeezing Marcella's hand in both of her tiny palms. "You need to cheer up, Marcella-chan. And nothing cheers someone up like going out and having fun." Marcella blinked in surprise, taken aback by the sudden energy radiating from the strange fox girl. "Wait, Kunu. Slow down," she protested weakly, her voice hardly above a murmur. "I can't. My mother won't allow nonsense." Kunu interrupted cheerfully, already pulling her effortlessly toward the door. "We're princesses, remember? We can do whatever we want. Now let's go." Marcella stumbled forward, astonished by the incredible strength the small girl possessed. For a moment, she tried digging her heels into the rich carpet, but Kunu didn't even slow down. It was as if Marcella weighed nothing at all. The massive wooden door to her chamber was bolted shut, barred securely from the outside. Her mother had made sure of it, determined to keep her safe or imprisoned, depending on perspective. But Kunu seemed oblivious to the heavy iron bolt holding the door firmly shut. "Wait, it's locked." Marcella gasped desperately, expecting Kunu to stop. Kunu didn't stop. She simply placed one small palm casually against the solid oak and shoved. With a thunderous crack, the thick wooden door exploded outward, the iron bolts and hinges snapping like brittle twigs. Marcella stared in mute disbelief as splinters and pieces of iron scattered loudly across the stone hallway floor. Standing directly on the other side, a towering figure clad in dark armor slowly turned, his massive bulk almost filling the hallway completely. Marcella instantly recognized him, Ser Gregor Clegane, the Mountain himself. Her stomach twisted unpleasantly. He had always frightened her deeply, his dead, soulless gaze making her skin crawl. He loomed menacingly, his enormous hand instinctively reaching toward the hilt of his sword. The massive blade was larger than most full-grown men, and easily capable of slicing anyone clean in half. "Intruder," the Mountain growled darkly, the sound guttural and disturbing, echoing off the stone walls. Marcella's blood ran cold. Panic rose swiftly in her chest. "Kunu, wait, he's dangerous." She began desperately, but Kunu paid no attention at all. She simply stared up at the massive armored man with innocent curiosity, completely unfazed. "I'm kidnapping the princess," she announced cheerfully, pointing proudly at Marcella beside her. "We're going to have fun, and you're not invited." The mountain made a low sound of irritation, his gauntlet hand gripping tightly around the handle of his enormous sword as he took one menacing step forward, clearly intending violence. But before he could fully draw the blade, Kanu stepped calmly forward herself and placed a single tiny hand squarely against the mountain's chest plate. She smiled sweetly, innocent and untroubled. "You should probably move out of the way," she advised politely. Then, with a casual, effortless shove, Kanu pushed him. Marcella's eyes went wide, her mouth falling open in shocked amazement. Gregor Clegane, one of the strongest, largest men she had ever seen, was lifted clean off his feet by the petite fox girl's gentle push. The mountain flew backward through the air, slamming heavily into the thick stone wall of the hallway with a massive crash. Stone cracked loudly beneath him, fragments raining down around his enormous, prone body. He lay still, unmoving and silent, clearly knocked completely unconscious from the single push. The guards standing at their posts along the hallway stared in stunned disbelief, jaws hanging open, swords halfway drawn. No one dared move a muscle, every pair of eyes wide and staring directly at Kanu. The little fox princess didn't seem to notice their astonishment, or perhaps didn't care. "There, that's better," Kanu said cheerfully, brushing off her small palms casually, as if she had merely dusted off her hands. She immediately grabbed Marcella's trembling hand again, gently pulling her along once more. "Now let's hurry up and have fun." Marcella's heart hammered wildly inside her chest, adrenaline flooding through her veins. Her mind was a chaotic mess of confusion, disbelief, and a strange exhilaration she had never experienced before. Who was this little girl exactly? How was any of this possible? Was she dreaming? None of this felt real, and yet somehow it very much was. "Wait, Kanu. Hold on. Where are we even going?" Marcella protested faintly, though her voice sounded weak even to her own ears. The seven hidden deep within a dimension unseen by mortal eyes. The seven proud, divine beings who had guided and meddled in Westerosi lives for countless centuries stood gathered in a tight circle. Their celestial forms glowed brightly, each deity crackling with barely contained rage. The Father stood imposingly at the head of their gathering, his ethereal white beard bristling angrily. "She blew up our fucking sept. Our sept. Do you know how long it took mortals to build that place up? And she killed every single priest we had down there. Thousands of years of worship, destroyed by a single arrogant mortal," the mother snapped irritably, golden robes fluttering dramatically around her ethereal form. "We can't just let that stand. We must punish this Lannister woman immediately." "I agree completely," the warrior roared, slamming a ghostly fist into his open palm. "It's been ages since I personally cursed a mortal. Cersei Lannister has it coming. The absolute nerve. Who does she think she is?" The stranger hovered silently nearby, hooded face dark and unreadable, clearly indifferent to the outrage. Meanwhile, the smith shook his glowing head tiredly, already exhausted by his siblings' bickering. "Please, can we just hurry it up?" The smith muttered wearily. "I have more important things to do than listen to endless complaining." "Quiet, brother," the crone hissed, holding a long, spectral finger to her cracked, withered lips. Her eyes narrowed in concentration as she scanned the mortal plane. Her aged, gnarled face twisted suddenly in startled fear. "Wait, hold on. Shit, something else is down there right there in King's Landing." The father's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "What are you talking about?" The crone shuddered visibly. "Them, the anomalies. Those horrifying fox beings. The ones who murdered the drowned god, who ate him. They're there. Right fucking now." The maiden squeaked loudly, her usually serene, glowing face blanching pale. Wait, what? Those fox creatures are actually in King's Landing? Our primary seat of worship?" The warrior's shoulders slumped suddenly, his previously furious bravado instantly deflating. "Oh fuck. Those monsters ate an entire deity without even blinking. What the hell are they doing in our city?" Didn't they already fuck up the Iron Islands enough? It doesn't matter, the mother snapped anxiously, visibly trembling in alarm. They're here now, and if they discover us, we'll end up just like that poor wet fool. Fuck Westeros. Honestly, the father declared suddenly, lifting his shimmering chin stubbornly. Seriously, we've given these idiots centuries of guidance, and they still blow up our churches and murder each other constantly. What's the point? The smith nodded rapidly in instant agreement. Westeros sucks. Uman's shuk. I've been saying it for millennia. Let's cut our losses and just go. The maiden's voice rose nervously. But where will we go? Westeros has always been our place of worship. The warrior scoffed loudly. Oh, please. That ship has clearly sailed. These Westerosi assholes clearly don't appreciate us anyway. If they'd rather worship drunken idiots and incestuous tyrants, let them. Agreed, the crone said dryly, a hint of dark humor creeping into her ancient voice. It's time we move somewhere more appreciative. Perhaps Essos the Red God seems to be doing pretty damn well over there. We could share space. The mother's expression soured instantly. Ugh, the Red God? You mean Lawler? He's so obnoxiously dramatic. Always burning things and screaming about fire. Honestly, yes, the father said irritably. But I'd rather deal with Lawler's theatrics than end up as some fox demon's lunch. Fuck that entirely. We're leaving. Now. Fine. The maiden sighed sadly. We'll miss our Sept, though. It really was pretty. Was being the key word. The warrior grumbled sourly. Now it's just a smoldering crater. Let's get the hell out of here. Without further hesitation, the seven raised their glowing hands in hurried agreement, shimmering divine energies swirling around them as they hastily prepared their escape. Farewell, Westeros, the father muttered bitterly. And fuck you very much, Cersei Lannister. Enjoy your empty throne. Chapter 89. Naruko stood across from Tsunade's large desk, her 9 rich, crimson tails swaying lazily behind her. Occasionally, one would flick absently, brushing the floor with a soft rustle. Tsunade looked exceptionally irritated today, scowling down at a thick folder overflowing with paperwork. Okay, listen up, Naruko, Tsunade began wearily, rubbing her temples in a clear sign of frustration. Your brother Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura left yesterday to track down Makade, a rogue shinobi from Suna. The Sand Village has specifically asked for our help catching this guy. He's slippery as hell, always escaping by using some puppet decoy or decoy. They've got a reputation for making skilled ninjas look like absolute idiots. Naruko raised an eyebrow slightly. She knew exactly why she was being sent. Tsunade didn't need to say it out loud. Naruto was incredibly powerful these days, sure, but nobody was exactly calling him a genius either. He fell for obvious tricks way too easily. Naruko loved her brother dearly, but subtlety wasn't his strong suit. So, you want me there because Naruto's going to get fooled by this guy's puppet shit, right? She asked bluntly, smirking openly at the Hokage's uncomfortable grimace. Come on, Tsunade-sama. You can just say it. I promise it won't hurt my feelings. Tsunade sighed heavily, giving Naruko a flat, unamused stare. Fine, yes. Naruto's gotten strong enough to handle most threats head-on, but Mukade specializes in deception and distraction, exactly Naruto's biggest weakness. Kakashi and Sakura are experienced, but having you there to keep Naruto focused and handle any unexpected tricks will be a big help. Naruko grinned broadly, nodding in cheerful acceptance. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama. I'm on it. Mukade won't know what hit him. And I promise I won't let Naruto make too much of an ass out of himself or blow up something important with his new fox powers. That only happened okay. Maybe 3 or 4 times so far, just as Tsunade rolled her eyes and opened her mouth to reply. The window behind her slid open quietly. She turned quickly, a delighted smile spreading across her face as Haru gracefully hopped onto the windowsill. Her tails wagged joyfully as she jumped across the room. Haru, you're back from your vacation already? Before he could answer, she threw herself into his arms, pressing eagerly against his solid chest. Haru chuckled softly, wrapping his arms warmly around her waist. "Hey, Naruko," he murmured affectionately, leaning down and pressing a soft, lingering kiss onto the top of her head, right between her sensitive fox ears, that sent a happy little shiver down her spine, her tails flicking excitedly behind her. She tilted her head back slightly to look into his eyes. "It really sucks. I just got assigned a mission by Tsunade-sama. I can't believe I have to leave right when you're finally back." He smiled gently down at her, brushing his thumb across her cheek affectionately. "Don't worry. We ended up cutting the vacation short anyway things got complicated." He glanced over at Tsunade with a slightly more serious expression. "Actually, I came here to speak with you." Tsunade Haru, as soon as Naruko left, Tsunade blatantly leaned forward across her desk, smiling at me with a look I knew all too well. I raised an eyebrow, my gaze drawn briefly downward. She wasn't even trying to hide it. The woman knew exactly what she was doing, deliberately giving me a generous view of her cleavage. "You know," she drawled slowly, her lips curving into a playful smirk, "you showed up at the perfect time. Haru, I could really use a nice distraction right about now." I sighed quietly, shaking my head. "Come on, Tsunade. We don't have that kind of relationship." She gave a dramatic little pout, leaning back into her chair with an exaggerated sigh. "Well, not yet anyway," she muttered quietly, before shooting me a teasing grin. "But as Rias Rook, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future, right?" She chuckled softly at my dry expression, clearly enjoying herself. Then, sitting up straight again, she adjusted her tone. Fine. What do you need, Haru?" I rubbed the back of my neck awkwardly, trying to find the best way to explain it. This was going to sound kind of bad. "Well, you see, my little sister Kunu kind of gave her new friend's mother a stroke. Accidentally, I mean." Tsunade stared at me blankly, her expression perfectly deadpan. "I'm definitely going to need more details than that." I sighed and glanced away, scratching my cheek. Damn it, this was embarrassing. All right, so it was the last day of our family's vacation in Westeros. Kunu really wanted to meet a fairy tale princess, so she snuck into the Red Keep and found Princess Myrcella. Then she proceeded to drag her everywhere around the castle so they could play together. Tsunade's lips twitched, clearly trying not to laugh, and she motioned impatiently for me to continue. I sighed again, deeper this time. Well, obviously, Gar tried to stop her. Kunu, being Kunu, took that as a challenge and beat them all up. And then she ended up beating up basically the entire guard force as well. Things kind of spiraled from there. Princess Myrcella's mother, Queen Cersei, ended up having a stroke from stress. Now Kunu and Myrcella are both upset about it. I paused, quickly adding, that's the short version. In leaving out a lot of messy details, Tsunade stared at me for a long moment, clearly processing everything ID just dumped on her. Then, slowly, she broke into a laugh. Reaching casually into her cleavage, she pulled out a bottle of sake and gave me a wink before taking a long sip directly from the bottle. Had she really been keeping a bottle there that whole time? Or was that ninja sleight of hand? I suppose I could take a look, she said lightly, sitting back and stretching comfortably. Though honestly, Asia Argento could probably heal this just as easily. I nodded thoughtfully, handing the bottle back to her. Yeah, but Cersei is kind of an evil bitch. I'd rather not expose Rias, kind bishop, to someone like that. Tsunade smirked playfully, raising an eyebrow at me. But you have no problem exposing me to her? Nope, I replied shamelessly. She laughed again, shaking her head as she drank another sip. Fair enough. All right, after you then. Kunu and Myrcella sat quietly side by side in one of the restaurant booths, their faces gloomy as they watched Tsunade work. Kuna's tails drooped around her small body, a clear sign of how miserable she felt. Seeing her this down made me feel bad, even if she had caused the whole mess herself. Tsunade leaned over Cersei Lannister, carefully moving her glowing green palm slowly over the queen's forehead. I stood nearby, arms crossed, watching closely. My gaze moved over the queen's face. Even pale and unconscious, I had to admit she was strikingly beautiful. It was really a shame she was so fucking crazy. According to Sansa and Catelyn, Cersei had done some seriously insane shit in her time as royalty. Probably better to keep her contained here, at least until we knew exactly what to do with her. Technically, ID kidnapped her after she collapsed, though the alternative was leaving her with Kunu and Myrcella both crying their eyes out. So here we were. Tsunade pulled her hand back with a satisfied nod, the green glow fading. All right, she's good now, she announced casually. It was just a small stroke. Not really a big deal for an awesome medic like me. I rolled my eyes, but gave her a grateful nod. Thanks, Tsunade. I really appreciate you coming out here to help. She smirked, raising an eyebrow suggestively at me. You know, Haru, I can think of a few much more satisfying ways you could thank me. I gave her a flat stare, not rising to the bait. Maybe in the future, Tsunade, but right now I've got enough trouble as it is. She pouted dramatically, shoulders sagging as she sighed. Fine, back to boring paperwork for now then. She gave me a lazy grin. I can't wait for the day I finally get to fuck off permanently to your world. ID make a fantastic lazy rich devil, you know? Especially since my king, Rhys, has so much money. She'll never care how much I lose gambling. I'm sure you would enjoy that. I chuckled dryly, shaking my head. Tsunade turned, making sure I got a good long look as she deliberately swayed her hips while walking slowly toward the exit. I couldn't help myself. I watched her ass the entire time until she finally disappeared through the door. My mom's waking up, Myrcella suddenly called out, sounding excited and nervous at the same time. I turned my attention back immediately, walking quickly over to the booth. Cersei's eyelashes fluttered open slowly, revealing dazed green eyes. She stared blankly up at the ceiling for a moment, clearly disoriented. Myrcella grabbed her mother's hand tightly, leaning forward with worry clear on her face. Mother? Can you hear me? It's me, Myrcella. Cersei blinked again, seeming to slowly regain her focus. Finally, her eyes settled on her daughter's face. Her brow furrowed in confusion, then shifted to something darker and angrier as she noticed me standing nearby. You, she hissed weakly, trying to sit up and failing. What have you done to me? Where the hell am I? Myrcella gently squeezed her mother's hand, trying her best to comfort her. Mother, please stay calm. You had a stroke. Cersei's eyes widened sharply at that. She immediately looked herself over in panic, touching her forehead and neck frantically. A stroke? Why am I still alive? Why am I fine now? Myrcella smiled softly, trying to ease her mother's obvious fear. A beautiful older woman with healing magic came and fixed you. She said you'd be okay. Cersei immediately scoffed, practically spitting the words out. Magic? What utter nonsense. But as she spoke, her eyes slowly settled on me, and then Kunu, sitting anxiously nearby. Her gaze lingered on our tails, her expression shifting into horrified disbelief. She whispered harshly under her breath, Was that fucking eunuch right all along? Her frantic eyes flicked around the interior of the foxhole, taking in the polished wooden tables, neatly arranged chairs, and the warm, cozy glow of lanterns hanging along the walls. The restaurant was quiet, empty except for a small group, but I could tell she was starting to spiral. Cersei's voice suddenly rose to an angry shout. Why the fuck have I been kidnapped? Kidnapping a queen is punishable by death. Her voice turned shrill and hysterical as she continued. You'll be hanged, then drawn and quartered, your filthy body parts paraded through the streets. I sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of my nose. Wow, Sansa wasn't kidding. This woman really was completely out of her mind. I almost had to admire that Shed managed to claw her way onto a throne in the first place. It must have been exhausting living with that much paranoia. Myrcella gently stroked her mother's hand, clearly alarmed but still trying to soothe her. Mother, please relax. They're not here to hurt you. I promise, but before she could finish, Cersei lunged forward, snatching a fork off the nearby table and slashing wildly at Myrcella's throat. You little demon! Cersei shrieked hysterically, eyes blazing in madness. You're an imposter. My children are all dead, every one of them. Reacting purely on instinct, I shot forward. My hand darted out, grabbing Cersei's wrist mere inches before the sharp prongs of the fork reached Myrcella's skin. With a sharp twist, I force her hand down safely to the table, the metal fork clattering harmlessly against the wooden surface. Myrcella gasped loudly, eyes wide with shock and betrayal. Tears immediately sprang to her eyes. She looked utterly heartbroken at her mother's violent outburst. Kunu moved closer to her friend, wrapping her tails protectively around the princess. Cersei continued thrashing and screaming, eyes wild and unfocused. Demons and trickery traitors everywhere. I won't be fooled. You'll all burn for this. Fuck this. I lifted my hand, quickly murmuring a simple sleeping spell. Soft purple light danced across my fingertips and washed gently over Cersei's face. Instantly, her struggling ceased, and she slumped backward, eyes fluttering shut. Within seconds, she was peacefully unconscious again, her breathing steady and even. Myrcella stared numbly at her mother's sleeping form, face pale. She spoke in a small, shaky voice. She tried to stab me. My own mother to try to kill me. Kunu hugged Myrcella tightly, whispering softly, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for any of this to happen." Myrcella recovered quickly enough, telling Kunu it wasn't her fault. She always knew her mother was one bad day from truly going off the deep end. She was honestly surprised it hadn't happened sooner. Or maybe it happened after she blew up half the capital Myrcella's side. Ysaka came in a bit later and gently took charge of Myrcella. It was quickly decided she'd stay at the palace with Kunu and my mother, at least until everything settled. Kunu hugged Myrcella tightly, refusing to let go for even a second. The girl had really bonded quickly, even if it was through some insane circumstances. I think Kunu just wanted another big sister after Tanya. Cersei was another matter. Ysaka suggested we let the yokai mind healers try to work their magic on her. They were the same ones who helped Harry and Hermione several months back after their own run-ins with mindfuckery and betrayal. Could they completely erase years, maybe decades of paranoia, manipulation, and general insanity from someone like Cersei Lannister? Probably not, but hopefully they'd at least get her functioning enough to at least talk normally with her daughter again. After that, maybe ID suggests she attend some sort of Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. According to Myrcella, she'd literally never seen her mother without a wine glass. Either way, for the moment, at least that mess was sorted. Cersei was off the throne and no longer a threat to the North and Riverlands. I knew Sansa and Catelyn would breathe a sigh of relief hearing that. What it meant for the rest of the Seven Kingdoms, I had no idea. Honestly, it wasn't my problem. And it wasn't Sansa's or Catelyn's either, since they'd already declared their independence. Let Westeros figure out its own bullshit from here. With that settled, I returned my attention to the familiar comfort of my kitchen. The grills were turned on, and several pans were heating steadily. The soft sizzle of oil beginning to warm filled the silence of the restaurant. The place was empty for now, giving me a chance to catch my breath. I pulled open the large fridge and slid in the extra drowned god meat ID wrapped up. There was still a ton of the stuff left, and it tasted incredible, so I wasn't about to let it go to waste. As I straightened up and closed the fridge, my eyes drifted over the quiet dining area. The tables were empty and neatly arranged, chairs tucked in perfectly beneath polished wooden surfaces. Warm lanterns hanging on the walls gave the place a cozy, inviting feel. I wondered absently who would be the first to stop by today. Usually, it didn't take long before familiar faces came trickling in. The thought made me smile slightly as I turned back to the bar counter, wiping it down with a fresh rag. We were back in business. Jaime Lannister woke up with the mother of all headaches. His head pounded sharply, making him grimace as he slowly sat upright. Every muscle in his body felt stiff and bruised, like he'd gone a few rounds against a fucking mountain. Groaning, he rubbed his temples roughly and opened his eyes, slowly taking in his surroundings. He was sprawled awkwardly on the cold marble floor, right in the middle of the throne room. Around him, other soldiers and Kingsguard knights stirred, groaning and muttering curses. He noticed immediately their dented armor. Their bruised faces hell. Everyone looked as bad as he felt. What the fuck happened? Jamie muttered aloud, squinting painfully under the glare of sunlight streaming through the shattered windows. The throne room was trashed, furniture overturned, tapestries torn from the walls. Shards of glass scattered across the floor. Clearly, there had been a brutal fight, and just as clearly, they'd all lost. Sir Jamie, thank the gods you're awake. Vera's familiar voice chimed out anxiously, echoing slightly off the stone walls. The eunuch hurried toward him, his usual composure gone, replaced with worry and agitation. Jamie slowly stood up, wavering slightly before catching his balance. Varys, he acknowledged gruffly, blinking away lingering dizziness. What happened here? Varys let out a heavy sigh, his pale face drawn. Exactly what I warned your sister about. She refused to believe me, insisted my words were nonsense, mere fantasy. And now look. He gestured dramatically around the ruined throne room. The terrors of the north have descended upon us, Jamie. Demons, they've attacked the palace, taken Queen Cersei, kidnapped Princess Myrcella. Our kingdom is without a ruler. Chaos will erupt if we don't act swiftly. Jamie stared at him blankly, trying desperately to process what the hell Varys was babbling about. He remembered bits and pieces now: the strange little girl with animal-like features holding Myrcella's hand, the sudden alarm, Cersei screaming at them to seize the intruder. He had rushed forward like the others, weapons drawn, and after that nothing. Just darkness and pain. You're saying some little animal girl and a handful of invaders did all this? Jamie asked slowly, disbelief heavy in his voice. This entire palace was guarded by hundreds of the finest soldiers in Westeros. Varys nodded gravely. Yes, these are no ordinary invaders, Jamie. They're the same monsters that destroyed the twins, razed the citadel in Old Town, and reportedly killed the drowned god itself. I tried to warn your sister, but she dismissed it as nonsense. Now she's gone, along with Myrcella. Jamie shook his head in disbelief, bitterness rising in his throat. Gone where? Unknown, Varys admitted reluctantly. But I'll do everything I can to gather information. We must locate them quickly. However, in the meantime, the city needs stability, a ruler, or at least someone acting as one, immediately. Without that, King's Landing will fall into panic and chaos. Jamie stared hard at Varys, realization sinking in slowly. You wanted to take the throne. Varys inclined his head cautiously, his expression neutral but determined. Right now, Jamie, you're the only one who can. If you don't step up immediately, the people will riot, the city will burn. You know how quickly panic spreads. Jamie ran his good hand through his tangled hair, frustration growing inside him. This was madness. Had never wanted the throne, never wanted to rule. That had always been Cersei's obsession, not his. What about my sister and daughter, my niece, Myrcella? He corrected himself quickly, silently cursing his slip. You honestly expect me to sit here and wear a crown while they're missing? Varys shook his head sympathetically, not even mentioning Jamie's slip-up. I'm not asking you to abandon them, Jamie. I'll do my best to locate Cersei and Myrcella and find out exactly who or what we're dealing with. But that will take time. Fuck. Jamie glanced at the throne. He was probably the only one in his family that never coveted the damn thing. Regardless, he slumped down on top of it. He hoped his daughter was safe. And he really wanted to know what the hell was with that crazy little fox girl that was with her Chapter 90. Haru, I stood behind the bar counter, absently drumming my fingers on the wooden surface. Slow days weren't usually my style, especially not at the foxhole, but they happened sometimes. My mom and Kunu probably wouldn't show today, busy as they were with our new royal house guest, Princess Myrcella Baratheon, or whatever her real last name actually was. None of us were really eager to actually find out. The sound of the restaurant door slowly creaking open grabbed my attention. I glanced up to see a teenage boy standing hesitantly in the doorway. Japanese, probably around high school age, with bright red hair and a uniform I'd never seen before, at least not from any school here in Kyoto. Something about him was unusual. I narrowed my eyes slightly, peering deeper at him. There was something powerful hidden beneath the surface, locked deep inside his soul. A sheath? Holy magic? The boy scanned the restaurant curiously, eyes widening slightly at the cozy, empty interior, and then his gaze landed directly on me. His jaw dropped, visibly shocked as he stared openly. "W, what are you?" he asked bluntly, voice slightly shaky with disbelief. I rolled my eyes and leaned casually against the counter, my 10 tails flicking lazily behind me. "Ima kitsune, I answer draidi." "What the hell are you?" "I'm a human," he stuttered uncertainly, as if that wasn't painfully obvious. I snorted, not bothering to hide my amusement. "No shit, Sherlock," I drawled sarcastically, gesturing to the empty tables around us. "Well, welcome anyway. This is my restaurant, the Foxhole. It's usually busier than this, but I guess it's a slow day. Most of my friends and regulars haven't heard I'm back from vacation yet." His eyes went wide again, surprise quickly turning into skepticism as he stepped cautiously closer. "Wait, this place is a restaurant? Yokai can cook? Yokai are real?" I straightened up slightly, my pride immediately bristling. I gave him a pointed stare with arms crossing over my chest challengingly. "Damn right I can cook. In fact, I guarantee you I can cook better than any human." My words seemed to strike a nerve with him. "Is that so?" he asked slowly, challengingly. I tilted my head slightly. Now, wasn't this interesting? Oh, do I suddenly sense the presence of another chef in my midst? A new challenger? He smirked slightly, a confident look crossing his face. "Maybe you did." I let out a low chuckle, stepping forward from behind the bar and sizing him up. He seemed young, sure, but there was clear experience behind his confident stance. He felt focused, disciplined, even just like someone who spent countless hours perfecting their craft. Cooking was serious business to this kid. "That was good. Why don't you show me what you've got?" I told him. He grinned sharply. His initial shyness vanished completely now, replaced by a focused, fiery enthusiasm. "You're on." Shiro Amiya stared skeptically at the 10-tailed fox standing casually in front of him. Didn't the legends always say Kitsune had 9 tails? He frowned slightly, but quickly decided that he didn't give a damn about mythical accuracy right now. He had bigger issues. The fox who called himself Haru looked completely relaxed, leaning back with his arms crossed, those golden eyes calmly watching Shiro's every move. Shiro took a deep breath, irritated. Yokai being real was one thing, but implying that a fox yokai was a better cook than he was, that really pissed him off. Shiro might not have been a professional chef, but he took serious pride in his cooking. He'd be damned if he let some arrogant fox talk down to him. "So," Haru said with a faint smirk, his voice casually taunting, "how do you want to do this, Shiro Amiya? I've got plenty of free time right now, so I'll let you pick. We can do it right here in my restaurant, or we can do this cook-off somewhere else. You can even pick somewhere you think gives you an advantage." Shiro grit his teeth, a spike of irritation going through him. The smugness of this fox really got under his skin. "Well, fine then. He'd show this yokai exactly who he was messing with. Then we can cook at my house," Shiro declared fiercely, pointing a finger aggressively at the fox's chest. "I'm familiar with all the equipment there." It was only a second after the words came out of his mouth that he realized had literally just invited a potentially dangerous supernatural creature right into his home. Well, too late to back down now. Besides, pride wouldn't let him. Haru tilted his head, that same confident smirk fixed on his face. "You're on, kid." Shiro snorted dismissively. "You're calling me kid? You don't look much older than me. Unless you're secretly some ancient being who's thousands of years old or something." Haru chuckled, amused. "Nope, I'm almost Ninitin. Nothing more exciting than that." "Then your cooking skills can't be that much better than mine," Shiro said boldly. "You've only got 2 years on me." Haru's golden, slitted eyes narrowed slightly, the challenge clear in his expression. "Guess we're going to find out." "Yeah," Shiro agreed heatedly. "We definitely will." Without waiting another second, Shiro turned sharply and marched towards the restaurant's door. He felt Haru follow behind him at a leisurely pace, completely relaxed, as if he had nothing to worry about at all. Shiro pushed open the restaurant door and froze. They stepped right out onto the familiar streets of Fuyuki. He blinked in surprise, glancing quickly around. It wasn't even that far from his house or his school. Wait a second, how had he never noticed this foxhole place before? Did you just move into town or something? Shiro asked warily, eyeing Haru suspiciously. Haru laughed softly, shaking his head. Not exactly. My restaurant has a habit of popping up in random places. I told you, I'm from Kyoto, remember? Shiro's mouth fell open. Hold on, are you saying I was just in Kyoto? Did I just get spirited away or something? Haru laughed again. Yep, though, probably not the Kyoto you're thinking of exactly. Before Shiro could demand a proper explanation of what the hell that meant, they reached the familiar gates of the Amiya compound. Shiro shook his head, annoyed. He didn't have time to deal with whatever yokai nonsense this was. Right now, he had something far more important to worry about, defending his pride as a chef. Kitchen's this way, he said shortly, opening the gate and leading Haru inside. I glanced around Shiro's cramped little kitchen and frowned slightly. It definitely wasn't going to work. The place was barely big enough for one person to cook, let alone two of us trying to compete. Shiro seemed to realize this at the same time I did, rubbing the back of his neck and muttering awkwardly about figuring something else out. No worries, I said, casually lifting my hand. Before Shiro could finish his sentence, I cast a quick teleportation spell. All of his cooking equipment, pans, stove, oven, cutting boards, smoothly appeared out in his yard. The tables and appliances settled neatly onto the grass, perfectly ready for us to use. Well, wait, how? Shiro stared dumbly out the open door, his eyes wide. He took a hesitant step outside, scratching his head as he looked over the arrangement. I mean, how the hell are gas and electrical appliances going to work out here? I grinned lazily, shrugging. Yokai secret, I answered smoothly, enjoying the annoyed way his eyebrows twitched. He rolled his eyes, letting out a sigh. Fine, whatever. You're really enjoying messing with me, aren't you? More than I expected, I admitted openly. Anyway, go pick out ingredients from your fridge. I want this to be fair, after all. Shiro grimaced a little and gave me an apologetic look. That's the thing, I don't really have any fancy ingredients. Just basics. No worries, I repeated, snapping my fingers this time. The outdoor table suddenly filled up with a wide variety of fresh, exotic ingredients. There was perfectly marbled beef, fresh seafood that shimmered slightly with magical preservation, tender pork cuts, and even a large wrapped bundle labeled Kraken meat. Everything was arranged neatly, ready to be cooked. Shiro's jaw dropped open in astonishment, eyes wide as he examined the impressive spread. Did you just keep all that on you at all times? Yep, I replied casually, jealous of my awesome ability to have fresh ingredients ready wherever I go. No, Shiro mumbled stubbornly, quickly looking away from me. I could tell he was totally lying. How do you want to do this? I asked. Shiro straightened immediately, eyes narrowing with determination. Best out of 3. We'll start with beef dishes. 45 minutes to cook the best tasting thing we can make. I agreed to his terms. Would make 3 different meat dishes, starting with beef. Just as we were about to move toward our respective cooking stations, the sliding door to the house opened behind us, catching our attention. Shiro, I'll come a play, came an enthusiastic voice from the house. A young woman stepped out onto the porch. Her eyes widened comically when she noticed me standing there with all my tails swaying behind me. Behind her, a quiet girl with soft purple hair stepped out as well. She smiled warmly at Shiro, clearly familiar with him. However, the second her eyes fell on me, she froze completely, her gentle smile slipping into shock. Interesting, this girl had magic too. More power than Shiro did for sure, but still no threat to me. The first woman immediately pointed directly at me, her eyes growing huge as she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Holy shit, why is there a yokai in your yard? Yokai are real. Is he going to eat us?" I sighed deeply, rubbing my temples in annoyance. Shiro flushed bright red in embarrassment. Taiga, calm down. He's not dangerous. He's just here for a cooking contest. A cooking contest? She shrieked, stepping closer with wide eyes. With a yokai? Am I dreaming? Did I get drunk and pass out again? No, Shiro said, voice strained. This is Haru. Haru, this is my guardian, Taiga Fujimura, and my friend Sakura Matu. We headed towards our outdoor stations. Shiro had headed toward his oven, leaving me plenty of room at the outdoor grill. 45 minutes wasn't much time to prepare anything extravagant, so I kept things straightforward. I went for some filet steaks, planning to top them with sautéed onions and greens. I glanced over at the two girls. They'd taken seats off to the side, still looking bewildered by the scene in front of them. Taiga, who was apparently Shiro's teacher, was just staring at me, eyes wide and jaw slack, as if she still hadn't quite convinced herself she wasn't dreaming. It was honestly kind of hilarious. I usually didn't mess with normal humans like this, but sometimes it was pretty fun. Sakura, on the other hand, was subtly glaring at me with suspicion. Girlfriend, classmate, childhood friend. Whatever she was to Shiro, she clearly didn't like my presence here. I could feel the faint hostility rolling off her, though it was too adorable to take seriously. Still, it amused me as I spread butter and spices generously across my pan, making sure everything melted smoothly together. The flame under the grill was exactly where I wanted it, a perfect medium-high heat that I'd effortlessly set with a subtle wave of my finger. I grabbed another pan, quickly adding a bit of oil before tossing in the freshly sliced vegetables and mushrooms. Their quiet sizzle blended pleasantly with the scent of searing beef. It glanced over at Shiro's setup. He was definitely taking a different approach, starting his steak in the oven. That was popular among some chefs lately, I supposed. They claimed it locked in juices or something like that. But honestly, with my complete mastery over fire and heat, I didn't need tricks like that to keep the meat juicy and tender. As Shiro pulled his steak from the oven, I caught him subtly touching it, eyes narrowed in concentration. My gaze sharpened slightly. He wasn't just seasoning, he was definitely using some kind of magic, probably enhancing the flavor or tenderness with each careful touch. Sneaky bastard. He thought he could subtly cheat and defeat me in my own game. Kid, you're 10,000 years too early to pull off something like that. Grinning slightly to myself, I gently laid my fillets into the hot pan. They hissed and crackled beautifully, instantly filling the backyard with a mouth-watering aroma that finally seemed to snap Taiga out of her daze. She jolted upright, pumping her fist enthusiastically into the air. You got this, Shiro. Kick that smug fox's butt. Shiro's cheeks reddened slightly, embarrassed but still smiling appreciatively. Thanks, Fujine. Sakura quickly chimed in, though her voice was quieter and noticeably more reserved. You could do it too, senpai. I believe in you. I chuckled softly under my breath. It was cute, honestly. I watched Shiro carefully slice garlic and herbs, quickly preparing some kind of seasoned rub to put on his steak before finishing it on the stove. He moved confidently and efficiently, clearly used to working in a kitchen. Not bad at all for a human his age. Still, there was a stiffness in his movements. Experience, yes, but not total mastery. He still had plenty of room for growth, despite his clever magic cheats. Meanwhile, I casually flipped my steaks, quickly adding the sautéed mushrooms and onions beside them in the pan. With another little flick of my wrist, I sprinkled in some salt, pepper, and fresh herbs. Immediately, another burst of incredible aroma filled the air, making Taiga's stomach audibly rumble from where she sat. The woman blushed bright red, clutching her stomach sheepishly. I am not siding with the evil yokai, she called out hastily. It just smells really good, okay? Shiro shot her an exasperated glance. Seriously, Fujine. I chuckled again, keeping my gaze on the steaks. Don't worry about it. Hunger is always honest. Her stomach already knows that you're going to lose this competition. Sakura's eyes narrowed further at me, her hostility increasing slightly. Protective, wasn't she? She was an interesting one. But those things inside of her, I didn't like them. They were disgusting and revolting. I should do something about them. Mata Sakura, was very confused. A yokai. A real, honest-to-goodness yokai, standing casually in her beloved senpai's backyard. Cooking steaks like everything was perfectly ordinary. This wasn't right at all. Yokai belonged on the reverse side of the world, hidden away from normal people. Not here, not cooking dinner and smirking arrogantly at Senpai. She felt a rush of irritation, her fingers gripping her skirt tightly. The audacity of that smug creature claiming it was a better chef than Shiro Amiya, of all people. Although Sakura's brow furrowed slightly, she couldn't deny the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the yokai's grill. Taiga's stomach had already betrayed her loudly. But Sakura absolutely refused to believe that Shiro could lose to this creature. It wasn't even possible. Yet, her thoughts quickly darkened. What was a yokai doing in Fuyuki, anyway? Could be connected somehow to the upcoming Holy Grail War? Her heartbeat quickened, anxiety and hostility rising. If this creature was here to interfere with Senpai's life, or worse harm him, she glared harder at the fox. Suddenly, he turned around, and their eyes locked. Sakura froze completely, her breath catching in her throat. Those golden, slitted eyes seemed to pierce straight into her soul. His sharp-toothed smirk casually telling her head felt her hostility clearly and found it amusing. She knew immediately, with chilling certainty, that she posed absolutely no threat to this yokai. He was powerful, ridiculously powerful. Her instincts as a mage were screaming at her. Zokenmatu her disgusting. Ball Tormentor would be utterly insignificant against a creature like this. Her thoughts spiraled dangerously. Could he kill Zoken? Her heart quickened at the forbidden thought. Immediately, her body convulsed, agony lancing sharply through her muscles as the worms squirmed violently within her. They always reacted violently when she thought about defying Zoken. She clenched her jaw hard, willing the pain away, refusing to let Senpai or Taiga see her suffering. Thankfully, they were both focused entirely on steaks. Shiro was plating his dish now, and the yokai finished moments earlier, both placing their steaks in front of Sakura and Taiga on the table. It seemed they were the unofficial judges of this bizarre cooking competition. Taiga eagerly snatched up her fork, eyes sparkling greedily as she jabbed a piece of the fox's steak and shoved it unceremoniously into her mouth. Instantly, the older woman's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing, an embarrassingly loud moan slipping free. "Oh my God, this is incredible!" Taiga gasped, already reaching eagerly for a second bite. Sakura rolled her eyes at Taiga's predictable antics, but inside, her curiosity was burning. Her loyalty already decided her vote. Of course, Shiro would always win in her heart, but she supposed it wouldn't hurt to try the yokai's dish first, just to be fair. She ran a few quick spell formulas across the plate, carefully checking for poisons or harmful enchantments. Nothing. It was simply a perfectly prepared piece of meat. With cautious hesitation, she took a small bite. Her eyes instantly flew wide open. Flavor erupted spectacularly in her mouth, rich and savory and somehow indescribably perfect. It surged through her entire body, warmth blossoming from her chest outward in rippling waves. Without any warning and intense, overwhelming sensation jolted through her, accompanied by a chorus of countless tiny shrieks echoing deep within her body. Her mind reeled in shock. The worms Zoken forced inside of her, they were being obliterated. She could feel them disintegrating, destroyed completely in the span of a heartbeat. She gasped out a tiny, startled moan, pleasure and disbelief colliding violently in her mind. A single bite had just annihilated Zoken's monstrous parasites? Sakura murmured weakly. Chapter 91. Zoken writhed and twisted in mindless fury on the grimy stone floor of his secret basement. His shapeless, worm-infested form shifting and squirming endlessly. At this point, his body was nothing but a seething mass of worms barely held together in a humanoid shape, wriggling ceaselessly across the dank stones. But his mind remained perfectly sharp, razor-focused even after hundreds of miserable, blood-soaked years. He didn't care what those pathetic, talentless fools and his family thought of him. Their pitiful whispering, calling him mad and insane they had paid dearly for their arrogance. Zokin had devoured every single useless worm of his lineage who had dared question his vision, feeding their miserable bodies and mana to sustain himself. They were nothing. Worthless trash without talent or purpose. There was only one mage in the Matu family who mattered. Himself. Only he had the skill, the foresight, the ruthless dedication necessary for true magecraft. Well, there was that adopted girl as well, Sakura. The Tosaka child had taken in so many years ago. Her potential had been undeniable, her form molded by the cruel magic he forced upon her, shaping her into an obedient vessel for his purposes. But now something was wrong. Very fucking wrong. With a sudden, violent twist, Zukin's worm-infested body spasmed uncontrollably, an explosion of rage and confusion surging through him. He could no longer sense her. Sakura's presence had vanished completely from his perception, along with every single worm head implanted inside her. It was as if they'd all suddenly disappeared from existence itself. Impossible. What the fuck happened? Zokin hissed, his voice thick and distorted, a grotesque, rasping noise echoing off the basement walls. Had Sakura been killed and her body annihilated instantly? Had another powerful Magus family discovered and removed his parasites, erasing all traces of his precious work? Or had that pathetic, spineless little girl dared to betray him after everything had done for her, after all his generous training, the incredible honor had bestowed upon her? Zukin's paranoia surged uncontrollably, twisting his thoughts into darker, uglier possibilities. He felt sickening rage swell inside him, worms crawling in agitation beneath his sagging, rotten flesh. Shinji, he bellowed suddenly, his twisted voice echoing violently through the estate. Shinji, get down here immediately, you pathetic, useless maggot. Almost instantly, he heard the rapid, panicked clatter of footsteps hurrying down the stone staircase. Moments later, Shinji Matu burst into the dim, musty basement, face pale and sweating, eyes wide with terror. Good. The boy should be afraid. He was an utter disgrace, unable to even use basic magecraft, a pathetic failure with no redeeming qualities. He disgusted Zokin completely. What is it? Grandfather? Shinji stammered, voice trembling, refusing to look directly at Zukin's writhing form. Sakura, Zokin rasped viciously, a dozen worms squirming violently beneath the translucent surface of his distorted face. Where the hell is she, Shinji? Shinji flinched violently, cowering back against the wall. I don't know. I swear. She just said she was on a visit, that idiot. Amiya? She always goes to that bastard's place. Amiya. Zukin's distorted, worm-infested face twisted horribly at the name, something like dark recognition dawning inside him. That fucking adopted brat of Kiritsugu Amiya's? A new surge of paranoia flared through him, bitter and violent. Kiritsugu Amiya, the so-called Magus killer. Zokin had long dismissed Shiro Amiya as harmless, a weak, idealistic fool without an ounce of his adopted father's ruthless ability. But had that been a mistake? Had the boy merely been pretending to be a harmless nobody, patiently biding his time, waiting silently for the perfect opportunity to strike? Had Shiro Amiya betrayed Sakura against him, somehow destroying his precious worms? You idiot! Zokin snarled at Shinji, worms falling grotesquely from his mouth onto the basement floor, squirming and scattering wildly. You pathetic waste of flesh. Why didn't you tell me she had been spending time with Amiya? I didn't think it mattered. Shinji squealed desperately, eyes wild with panic. He's just a useless nice guy, no magecraft. No threat. I swear, I shut up. Zokin screeched, his malformed worm body convulsing grotesquely, rage burning in every squirming cell. Find out what happened to Sakura immediately. Now, Shinji. Shinji stumbled backward, nodding frantically, sweat dripping from his pale face. Igrigajis. Grandfather. Right away. Without another word, he fled up the staircase, nearly tripping over himself in his blind terror. Zokin watched him go, eyes burning with fury and suspicion. He would not let this insult stand. He would never allow Amiya to interfere with his plans, no matter what it took. No matter how many he had to kill, he would erase Shiro Amiya completely. Prepare yourself. Amiya. Zoken hissed viciously into the darkness, worms writhing and snapping hungrily around him. I will rip your pathetic body apart and feed you to my worms. You will pay dearly for this, Haru. I may have slightly underestimated how the purple-haired girl would react to me annihilating those disgusting parasites inside her. As soon as Sakura swallowed that bite of steak, something clearly clicked inside her. Her eyes went wide, face going from shock to relief, and then instantly to disbelief. Then came the waterworks. Sakura completely broke down, crying right there at the table. Big, messy tears poured down her face, her shoulders shaking violently as she sobbed. Sakura, what's wrong? Shiro bolted to her side immediately, panic written all over his face. Are you okay, Sakura-chan? Taiga was equally alarmed, practically leaping over her chair to reach the girl. Are you hurt? Did you choke? Did that evil yokai poison you? How rude. Sakura shook her head frantically. I am so confused. She choked out. I'm so happy and scared, and I don't know what to do now. Her voice was trembling, thick with emotion. Shiro placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, gently patting her back and murmuring softly that everything would be fine. Of course, neither Shiro nor Taiga had any clue about what ID just done. How could they? As far as they knew, Sakura had simply taken a bite of my cooking and spontaneously burst into tears. I sighed deeply, my tails flicking slowly behind me. As heartwarming as it was to watch Shiro fussing protectively over Sakura, this wasn't really how ID pictured our cook-off ending. Her crying, while totally understandable, completely killed the competitive vibe. With Shiro completely distracted trying to comfort his kohai and Taiga loudly demanding answers that Sakura couldn't give, I quietly decided to slip away. I gave one last glance at the trio, figuring I'd probably see them around again later. I made my way unnoticed out of the Amiya compound. Outside, I took a moment to breathe deeply, inhaling the cool air as I started down the street. This was clearly a completely new world for me. ID already suspected it when I stepped into Shiro's city. Fuyuki wasn't a city that existed anywhere in DXDS version of Japan. I felt outwards with my senses, finding several dark, sinister powers lurking quietly in various corners of town. One power stood out clearly above the rest of strong. Twisted presence radiating from a church perched ominously on a hill at the outskirts of town. Part of me was tempted to check it out right away, but honestly, that wasn't my problem just yet. Not unless whatever dark creatures were hiding out there decided to mess with me or threaten the foxhole directly. Until then, I'd let it be. My restaurant and family were always my priorities after all. Fuyuki itself seemed like a peaceful, quiet town, ignoring the dark energies hidden around the edges. I calmly walked down the sidewalk, enjoying the sunlight and the quiet buzz of everyday city life. Locals openly stared at me, gawking as they spotted my 10 golden tails swaying casually behind me and the fox ears atop my head. I wasn't exactly concerned about exposing the supernatural here, though. Not in a modern Japanese city, at least. Wow, a student called out excitedly as he passed by. That's some awesome cosplay. Mun. I chuckled lightly and nodded back at him. Thanks. Yeah, that was exactly why. No one here would look at me and think, oh shit, real yokai. Instead, they just admire my incredibly realistic costume and keep walking. Humans were honestly great at rationalizing weird stuff they didn't understand. In hindsight, that made Taiga's reaction pretty interesting. Sakura and Shiro both had magic or this world's equivalent, so it was obvious they could tell I wasn't human. Taiga must have had really good instincts, because she didn't think I was a random cosplayer for a second. After a short, uneventful walk, I reached the familiar sight of the foxhole. I stepped back into the foxhole, stretching my arms lightly above my head as the comforting familiarity of the restaurant surrounded me. Immediately, though, I paused, tilting my head slightly as I glanced around. Wait a minute, did the inside seem bigger? I looked again, eyebrows rising slowly. No, scratch that, it definitely was bigger. The walls were a few feet further out than usual, the ceilings higher and more spacious. The whole place felt expanded, roomy. Hell, there was even a set of gigantic booths off in one corner, clearly meant for guests who were a hell of a lot bigger than the average human. And sitting comfortably inside one of those oversized booths were three familiar faces I hadn't expected to see again quite so soon. Navy tall, blue-skinned aliens from Pandora. Specifically, a certain glowing white Navy goddess accompanied by two others, one female, one male. I smiled, instantly recognizing them. Hello, I greeted casually, making my way toward their booth. It's been a while. Iwa returned my smile warmly, her luminous eyes shining gently. Hello, Haru. It is good to see you again. She inclined her head and gestured her hand at me. I see you. And I see you. I chuckled softly and returned the gesture as best as I could, touching my forehead and motioning outward toward her. Neytiri laughed softly beside her goddess. Even Iwa herself let out a quiet, melodic giggle. Apparently, my attempt hadn't been too terrible. My eyes moved to the third figure seated with them, Jake Sully. The Dreamwalker. Our last encounter had been a little tense. But now, studying him closely, I noticed something different. His soul no longer felt disconnected, floating loosely between bodies. Now it was firmly anchored inside his Navi form. Interesting. Jake met my gaze, looking a bit uncomfortable. He dipped his head slightly, clearly embarrassed but earnest. Hey, listen, I wanted to apologize for being such a jackass last time. I didn't know the circumstances and everything that went down. I waved my hand dismissively. It's all good. He visibly relaxed. His eyes wandered curiously around the restaurant interior. So what exactly is up with this place? It looks like a restaurant straight out of one of those old Earth movies. You know, before the core completely fucked everything up. I chuckled, leaning casually against the giant booth, my tail swishing lazily behind me. That's pretty much exactly what this is, honestly. A restaurant on another version of Earth. You guys aren't in your own universe anymore. You've hopped realities. Jake blinked rapidly, absorbing that casually delivered bombshell. Another Earth? He glanced sideways at Iwa. Did you know about this? Neytiri hissed and smacked Jake upside the head. Do not question the Great Mother. Iwa nodded at me. I have not shared any of your secrets with him or Neytiri until now. I appreciate that, but I wouldn't have minded too much, I said with a shrug and stepped back. Iwa smiled. We came here specifically to enjoy a meal. My grin widened immediately at that. Of course. Welcome to the foxhole. What'll you three be having? Jake perked up immediately, curiosity brightening his eyes. Man, I haven't eaten Earth food in ages. And you have actual real food here? Not the synthetic food paste they pump out in the factories? I cringed. As a chef, his world's future sounded genuinely awful. His large eyes practically lit up when I told him he could have any kind of real meat he wanted. He immediately ordered a real cheeseburger. I leaned casually against the counter, resting comfortably on my elbows as I watched Iwa sitting across from me at the bar. Her eyes studied the wine glass she held, swirling the rich red liquid slowly around inside it. On the other side of the restaurant, Jake Sully and Neytiri were still in a large booth. Both of them were enthusiastically devouring the oversized cheeseburgers I'd cooked up, and Neytiri had seemed pretty skeptical about Earth food at first, was clearly loving every bite. She even flashed a faintly embarrassed smile in my direction when she caught me looking. Turning my attention back to Iwa, I asked, so, how are things going on Pandora lately? Iwa brought the wine glass to her lips, taking a small sip before answering. It has been a long while since I have had alcohol. She murmured softly, not since before the time of great sorrow. Her eyes dimmed a bit, sadness passing across her alien features as she set the glass down. Her feline-like ears twitched slightly as she sighed, continuing quietly, the Sky people have become hesitant recently. They stopped mining operations after their failed attack on your restaurant. But their caution is temporary. Soon enough, their greed will outweigh their fear, and they will return. I nodded slowly, understanding exactly how stubborn humans could be when chasing profit. And what about Counselor Tevos? I asked. She's preparing to reveal herself openly to the humans. Iowa inclined her head slightly. Yes, that is true, but Tevos has been troubled, as you have said before. The deaths of the other Citadel counselors have left her overwhelmed. Yeah, things have been rough for her lately, I agreed quietly. But hopefully the new replacement counselors get elected soon enough, and she'll finally get some breathing room. I'd love to see her visiting here regularly again without so much stress weighing her down. I smiled softly. I hope for that as well. I sighed, glancing around the mostly empty foxhole. You know, sometimes it feels like wars and conflicts keep springing up around this place. I hope you and your people can find peace eventually, Iowa. You deserve it. But if things ever get bad, really bad, remember you've got friends here. ID help, or one of the foxhole regulars would step in. She tilted her head curiously at my offer. Friends here? I shrugged, not bothering to sugarcoat my meaning. Yeah, like, if you needed it, I literally know an entire ninja village that would happily assassinate every last one of the RDA bastards bothering Pandora. They'd probably even enjoy it. Iwa's expression softened, her golden eyes gentle yet serious. Your offer is kind, Haru, and I thank you for it. But I would never wish to bring violence like that upon anyone, even those who harm my children. My conversation with Iowa was suddenly interrupted by a new voice, one I definitely didn't recognize. You're a lot nicer than the aliens I usually have to deal with, the voice said casually, directed at Iowa. My tails immediately went stiff, ears perking sharply as my eyes narrowed on the newcomer who had just appeared out of nowhere on the bar stool next to her. He was an older gentleman with sharp features, silver hair, and a neatly trimmed beard. He wore an old-fashioned black suit, and his crimson eyes gleamed with amusement as he took in my reaction. Iowa blinked at him in surprise, her cat-like ears twitching slightly. Thank you, she replied hesitantly, clearly unsure what to make of the sudden arrival. I studied him carefully, immediately sensing a powerful aura around the old man. There was a vampire vibe radiating from him. Also, oddly enough, he kind of looked like Seabass, come to think of it. Definitely a vampire, though, not a yokai or devil. And who exactly are you supposed to be? I asked cautiously, not bothering to hide the suspicion in my voice. He smirked at me for asking that. Kischer Zelrich Schweinorg, at your service, he announced dramatically, sweeping one arm out theatrically. But you could just call me Zelrich, Haru of the yokai. I raised an eyebrow at the introduction. Damn, now that was a mouthful. Zelrich glanced around the interior of the foxhole with growing fascination, his eyes practically sparkling with curiosity and approval. You know, I never imagined anyone else would manage to master the same magic as me, he said excitedly, and to use it to create a restaurant of all things absolutely brilliant. He finished with a delighted, toothy grin, and for a brief second, his red eyes glowed brightly. Yep, definitely a vampire. I relaxed slightly, recognizing the genuine curiosity and admiration in his expression. He was probably from Shiro's universe. He didn't seem to be a threat, and he wasn't one of those dark presences ID sensed earlier either. You want some blood sausages? I asked him. Zelrich blinked at me, his expression shifting from surprise to sheer delight almost instantly. Huh, I would love some. I'd like some blood sausages too, Haru. A cheerful voice shouted suddenly from behind Zelrich, making both him and Iowa nearly jump out of their seats with startled yelps. Of course, I'd seen Malim coming the moment she stepped through the door. She had been tiptoeing dramatically, thinking she was sneaky and clever by trying to surprise everyone. It was cute, honestly. I couldn't bring myself to ruin her little game, so I hadn't said anything. Malim immediately burst into laughter, clutching her sides as she watched Zelrich and Iowa recover from their many heart attacks. Iowa regained her composure quickly, ears flicking as recognition flashed across her face. She definitely remembered Malim, considering she had beaten up a fair number of Na'vi. Zelrich, however, looked noticeably less composed. He was staring at Malim like he'd just seen a ghost, suddenly nervous and shifting uncomfortably in his seat. "What the hell are you doing here?" Zelrich asked her, eyes wide and clearly wary. Did he know her? Malim stopped laughing long enough to bravado her head curiously at him, bright eyes innocent and confused. "Huh? Have we met before or something?" "No, of course not," Zelrich quickly mumbled, averting his eyes and scratching his cheek awkwardly. His lie couldn't have been more obvious if Head tried, but Malim, in her typical fashion, didn't notice or didn't care. She ignored the tense old vampire entirely. Bounding onto the bar stool next to Iwa, she planted both elbows firmly on the bar, propping her chin up with her hands and shooting me a bright, toothy smile. "I miss you so much, Haru-kun," Malim announced cheerfully. I chuckled softly. "I miss you too, Malim," I said warmly, reaching out to ruffle her hair lightly. "But trust me, you really want like blood sausages. They're more for vampires like our nervous friend here. Let me make you something else, okay?" She thought about that for approximately half a second before bouncing happily in her seat. "Okay," she chirped brightly, clearly thrilled just to have me cooking for her again. Chapter 92. Haru Zelrich looked strangely nervous as he glanced cautiously toward Malim, who was busy chatting animatedly with Iwa. His crimson eyes flicked briefly to me before he cleared his throat and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "So, Haru, what's your relationship with Malim, the Destroyer, exactly?" He asked me carefully. That caught me by surprise. I raised an eyebrow, looking Zelrich over again with renewed interest. How did he know Malim? They were from completely different worlds, after all, him from Shiro Amiya's reality, and her from whatever her and Ramur's crazy world was called. "You know Malim?" I asked. "I've been around the multiversal block once or twice," he admitted lightly. "I've seen a lot of things and even more people. Malim is memorable." I studied him quietly for a second, processing that. It made sense, honestly. The foxhole had a goddess who looked after us, sure, but that didn't mean she was the only entity capable of traveling between universes. "Well," I said with a casual shrug, glancing affectionately toward Malim, who was still cheerfully chattering away to Iwa. "Malim is a good friend of mine. We've known each other for a couple of weeks now, I guess. We get along great, and my little sister absolutely adores her." As if hearing her name, Malim suddenly spun around, eyes sparkling as she grinned wide at me, flashing her tiny but sharp dragon-like teeth. "Yep," she shouted gleefully. "Haru's family is super awesome, and I'm definitely going to be his wife." Zelrich was just taking a casual sip of his wine at that moment, and Malim's bold declaration caught him so off guard that he promptly spat it all out. A fine mist of dark red wine sprayed dramatically across the bar, making Iwa flinch slightly and lean away with mildly amused disgust. "You're what?" Zelrich sputtered, wiping wine hurriedly from his lips. He whipped around, staring at me with an expression of complete shock, clearly questioning my sanity. I couldn't help myself. I chuckled softly, waving away his scandalized stare. "It's a bit complicated," I admitted lightly. "We're still figuring things out." That was all I could say at this point. Malim giggled happily. "Complicated?" he repeated slowly, shaking his head in disbelief. "You're a brave yokai, Haru." "I've been told," I said dryly with a shrug. It was only a few minutes after that the doors to the foxhole swung open again. Ela strode in with that confident hunter's gait of hers, head high and eyes scanning the restaurant intently. Sarana followed, just behind. I knew they were both pretty good friends and wondered if they were having a girls' day with just the two of them. I barely had time to greet them before Ela marched right up to the bar, grabbed me by the collar, and dramatically kissed me full on the mouth. Zelrich, still seated at the bar, damn near fell off his stool. He gawked openly as Ela finally pulled away and smirked at me like she had just claimed her prize in front of an audience. "Well, someone missed me," I said with a grin, licking my lips for dramatic effect. Zelrich sputtered, blinking rapidly as his gaze flicked between me, Ela, and Malim. "A what?" I chuckled and gave him a casual shrug. "Zelrich, meet Ela, my first girlfriend and a proud Nord huntress. She was the first woman to claim my heart." Ela grinned while placing a hand on her hip. "Damn right I was. First to stake her claim." and the first to share his bed. Zelrich looked completely baffled. Wait, Malim the Destroyer is okay with this? Another woman? Oh, it's certainly not just me, Ela snorted. There's a lot more women in Haru's life. I leaned on the bar, tail swaying lazily behind me. Yeah, I have a harem, I said proudly, watching as Zelrich's face contorted into something between awe and horror. The vampire slapped a hand to his chest in exaggerated dramatics. Truly, I am not worthy to be in the presence of such a gentleman, a master of the multiverse culinary arts, and the heart of women everywhere. Serana finally made her way over and took the stool next to Zelrich. Her glowing yellow eyes flicked to him with interest. So another vampire from another world? Huh? She asked. What kind of vampire are you exactly? Zelrich perked up a bit at the question. Well, vampires from my world are less cursed undead and more, let's say, part extraterrestrial parasite. Specifically, we descend from the true ancestors, beings crafted to maintain nature's balance, though most of them went insane or rogue. I'm a dead apostle, technically, still a vampire, just self-made. I altered my own body centuries ago for power and immortality. Serana raised an eyebrow. So, basically, blood-drinking alien hybrids? More or less, he said cheerfully, before pausing. Zelrich stared at Serana for a long moment, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly, as if he were trying to match her face with something from memory. Then his gaze flicked to Ela, back to Serana, then to me. Wait a minute, he said, his voice thick with disbelief. Are you two Serana and Ela from Skyrim? I blinked. Ela crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. Indeed we are. What's it to you? Serana nodded as well. Serana tilted her head. You know of us, despite being from another world? Zelrich didn't answer them immediately. He just kept blinking rapidly, eyes bouncing between the two of them, then swinging back to me like ID, just pulled off a magic trick in front of his face. I gave him a look. You know them too? This guy must get around. When it comes to the multiverse, he made a weird, strangled sound and rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Yeah. I mean, not personally, but let's just say they're kind of famous in certain gaming circles. He chuckled nervously and took a sip of wine like that would help smooth things over. This place is amazing, he added, gesturing around the restaurant. I've been here less than an hour, and am already meeting interdimensional waifu legends. Incredible. I blinked. Huh? Serana squinted at him. Waifu what? Ela leaned closer to me and whispered, should I stab him? Before I could respond or laugh, the front doors of the foxhole slammed open so hard they bounced against the walls. You asshole! A voice shouted. I turned to see Shiro Amiya standing in the doorway. He was glaring directly at me. Well, now what did I do? Right behind him was Sakura, eyes shimmering with tears. Senpai, please stop, it's not what you think. She pleaded, grabbing at his sleeve. Shiro didn't even glance back at her. He was locked onto me with a kind of righteous fury that usually came just before someone tried something stupid. I straightened up from the bar, more confused than annoyed. What the hell is this about? You did something to her. He snapped, storming through the room. Sakura suddenly started crying her eyes out. AMD, you suddenly disappeared. So I'll ask you once, what the hell did you do to her? He stormed right up to the counter, fists slamming down hard on the reinforced wood. If you hurt her, then I'm going to, and just like that, his world turned upside down. Literally. Ela moved so fast she was a blur. To half the people in the restaurant. 1 second she was casually leaning against the bar, and the next she had Shiro flipped over, slammed onto the floor with his arm twisted and a gleaming dagger pressed firmly to his throat. Her voice came out as a growl. Don't you ever threaten my beloved in front of me. Shiro choked on his breath, wide-eyed as the tip of the blade rested against his pulse. Senpai? No, stop. Get off him. Sakura screamed. Magic exploded out of her in all directions like a surge of pressure snapping loose. Sakura's hair was already shifting dark purple strands, turning pale, bleached white by the surge of raw energy around her. Let him go. Zelrich, who had been watching all of this unfold, turned toward me and gave a resigned look. You just don't give a fuck about canon, do you? He asked flatly. I stared at him. What? Never mind, he muttered, shaking his head with a grin like head, just given up on explaining anything. Sakura looked ready to start unleashing spells. Before she could actually cast anything, Sarana lifted a hand lazily from her seat. A solid wall of enchanted ice burst up from the floor, swallowing Sakura from the shoulders down in a pillar of frost. She was completely immobilized and frozen. "Calm down, girl," Sarana said simply. "If you're done acting like a fool, we'll let you up, boy," Ila said to Shiro. It took a couple minutes to calm everyone down. Ila didn't exactly apologize for putting Shiro on the floor, but she did eventually ease off and help him up after a stern look from me. Sarana, meanwhile, didn't even flinch as she maintained her ice spell on Sakura like it was just a minor inconvenience. Sakura eventually stopped thrashing inside the pillar, panting hard with her head bowed. Her magic had calmed, but her hair remained unnaturally white, almost glowing with residual energy. Iwa, Jake, and Neytiri had taken the hint and quietly excused themselves during the chaos. Iwa gave me a graceful nod on the way out. "Stop by Home Tree again soon, Haru. We have more to talk about." I smiled. "Of course." Jake gave me a thumbs up and said, "Save me another one of those burgers." "Two," Neytiri added without looking at me. "Got it." I smirked, but she didn't see it. They slipped out the door, and the foxhole returned to a shaky silence. Shiro still looked shaken. He kept staring at Sakura like he didn't recognize her. "Your hair, Sakura. What happened to you?" She looked away, shame heavy in her expression. "I didn't want you to see me like this." Sakura, her voice cracked as she finally spoke, softly at first, then stronger with every word. "I've been lying to you, senpai, for what feels like years now. Every time I smiled at you, every time I laughed at your dumb jokes, I was in pain. I was being eaten alive by the things the Matsu family did to me." Shiro's expression froze. His eyes widened a little, hands clenching at his sides. He opened his mouth to say something, but Sakura kept going. "I wanted to die," she whispered, "so many times. But I didn't because of you. Because I wanted to see you one more time. I wanted to feel safe, even if it was just for a moment when I was with you." The room went completely silent again. Shiro's face was bright red from the confession, but there was no mistaking the look in his eyes now. All that heat from earlier was gone. Now he looked scared. "Sakura, what do you mean? What did they do to you?" Ila and Sarana both turned their full attention to her now. They looked deadly serious, like they both stepped into big sister modes when they saw a younger girl in need. Sarana tilted her head slightly. She has so much potential, her magic aura is thick with raw power. What kind of monster could have hurt her? Sakura raised her head slowly. Her eyes met mine for just a second, and then flicked to Sarana. "A monster that refuses to die," she said. "Matuzokin." I glanced at Zelrich, curious if the nosy old vampire knew who Sakura meant when she said that name Zokin. But to my surprise, he was gone. What the hell? He was just here. Before I could even ask anyone, Malim popped into his now empty seat. She beamed at me and declared, "The scaredy cat old man ran away." I raised an eyebrow, but before I could say anything, she leaned closer. "Now that he's gone, I want to play with you, Haru. We should spend some T.I.E together," she chirped. "Maybe you can teach me how to cook?" Then she paused, fidgeted a little, and added in a quieter voice, "And maybe in private?" She stuttered. Malim stuttered, and she blushed. That actually stung me a little. I scratched the back of my head. My tail swayed awkwardly. Normally I'd be happy to teach you to cook, but I trailed off as my ears twitched. Sakura was still talking and trembling, pouring out years of trauma right here in the open. Her story wasn't just heartbreaking, it was fucking horrifying. I listened, and the more I heard, the more my blood boiled. I'd gotten rid of the worms inside her earlier, purged them completely, but now I knew where they came from. Her own goddamn grandfather. Zokin, that rotting freak, did unspeakable things to her, and the way she talked about it quiet, broken, like she didn't even think she deserved better in the first place, because apparently her original father had sold her away as literal property in the first place. How dare he? Shiro looked like he was ready to go to war with the old worm mage. But the teenager had never actually been in a real magical fight to the death. He had no clue what he'd be walking into. I nodded at Ela to stop him before he did. I'd be proud to slay such a beast. No creature that preys on the young deserves to breathe, she declared instead. Serana nodded. He sounded like a Deidre. One of the worst ones, too. ID loved to send him back to oblivion. Malim pouted and puffed out her cheeks in frustration. She didn't like everyone was currently focusing on Sakura. She's just a sad human girl, she grumbled. Why is Haru giving her all the attention, she muttered. Then she stood up suddenly and dramatically. Fine. He'll just go punch this Zokan guy in his space, so you'll stop being distracted. Haru. Wait, what? I started to respond, but she was already gone. Just straight up bolted out the front door like a pink missile. Threw open the door and had ran off into a new world with nothing to go on. Ela and Serana turned and looked at me at the same time. Does she even know where to go? Serana asked dryly. I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. Probably not. Ela smirked. She'll come back eventually. Yeah, I muttered. When she gets hungry. In the meantime, I want to go squish some more worms. So, when we all followed outside, after Malim, I was surprised to sense a dark presence nearby. But it wasn't coming from the direction of the Matu mansion that Sakura gave us. Instead, it felt like it was coming from Shiro's place. My sensitive fox ears were able to pick up angry Raspy screaming in the distance. He'll kill you, Yemiya. Chapter 93. Malim, Mwahaha. Malim laughed dramatically. She was totally going to find this Zokan or Zekran, or whatever his dumb name was, and punch him straight into oblivion. Then, that annoying teenage human girl would stop dumping all her baggage and sob stories on Haru, and he'd finally be free to spend all his time with Malim instead. Well, she meant she did actually kind of like how caring Haru was with his family and friends. It was sweet and all. Really sweet. Actually, she loved that about him. But still, at the end of the day, she was the one who named him. He should obviously spend more time with her. Priorities, right? Malim sped across the sky, the wind roaring in her ears and whipping through her hair, trying to zero in on this evil guy's presence. But then, after zipping around the clouds and spinning through the atmosphere for a little too long, she suddenly realized that she may or may not have been just a tiny bit lost. Darn it, with an annoyed grumble. She dropped out of clouds and landed right on top of some weird, crooked-looking tower. She tilted her head in confusion. It was leaning way over to one side for some reason, which seemed like a really dumb way to build something if you ask her. Peeking down from her spot at the top, she spotted a big group of humans below, all crowded together with these weird rectangular devices pointed at the tower. They were holding one hand out like they were trying to push it back up straight. What were they even doing? Whatever, humans are weird. She hopped casually off the edge of the tower, falling straight down with the wind rushing past her, the ground rapidly growing closer. The people below suddenly started screaming in panic as she hurtled toward the ground. She hit the pavement hard, but obviously she was fine. Hundreds of human eyes stared at her in complete shock, and suddenly it was really quiet. You there, she shouted, pointing her finger straight at some random human guy standing close by with his mouth hanging wide open. Tell me exactly where I am right now. He sputtered for a few seconds, blinking rapidly. This is the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Why, you're in Italy. Huh, Italy? Wasn't she supposed to be in Japan right now? Where is Italy supposed to be? Malim didn't really know the geography of Haru's world or the worlds like it. How did I end up all the way in another country? She mumbled aloud. She didn't want to admit it, cause obviously it was super embarrassing for a demon lord like her to get lost. But yeah, she was definitely lost. She launched straight up into the sky again, ignoring the shocked gasps and startled shouts echoing from below her as she blasted upwards, hovering there in midair. She tapped her head thoughtfully and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Instead of wasting more time being lost, she'd just find the strongest person nearby and make them give her directions. Strong people were usually pretty smart like her, right? That was genius. Of course it was. She thought of it after all. Malim took a deep breath, honing her senses, and launched herself forward, hurtling through the skies toward the strongest presence nearby. She streaked across the blue ocean below, wind howling past her ears, the cool air rushing against her skin as she sped onward. Soon, she was soaring above another island country, but she was pretty sure this definitely wasn't Japan. Darn, her luck was usually better than this. Far beneath her, a big, weird-looking building full of human mages appeared, hidden behind some utterly mediocre wards that she easily smashed straight through. Seriously, did they think those weak, magical barriers could stop someone like her? Pathetic. As she burst through, Malim watched with a delighted smirk as the magical humans below immediately began panicking, scurrying around in a frenzy like tiny ants disturbed from their nest. She giggled to herself at the sight as she dropped out of the sky, landing gracefully in front of their building and only created a small crater in the ground this time. Her long pink hair fluttered dramatically around her shoulders, and her crimson eyes glowed vibrantly as she struck an authoritative pose, planting her hands on her hips. "Umans, hear me and obey," she declared proudly, her voice ringing out loud and clear. "I am the great demon, Lord Malim Nava, and I have a question." To make sure they understood exactly who they were dealing with, she unleashed a bit of her overwhelming aura as she spoke, bathing the humans in a sudden tidal wave of raw, terrifying power. Immediately, the little humans started trembling uncontrollably, staring up at her with wide eyes full of shock and absolute panic. Good. Now they knew exactly how awesome she was. But then, a woman with a proud bearing and determined expression stepped boldly forward from among the trembling crowd, calling up toward her defiantly. "I am Lorelei Bartholomew. If you dare threaten the clock tower, then I will face you myself." Malim tilted her head, staring curiously down at this brave human woman. Her courage was impressive. She could feel that this woman definitely had some interesting magical tricks at her disposal, enough that a fight might at least be entertaining for a minute or two. But Malim had other plans, so this human would get lucky today. Malim grinned widely and shook her head dismissively. "Nah, no need for that. I just want my question answered." Lorelei hesitated slightly, obviously caught off guard. "And what is your question?" she finally asked. Malim thrust a finger into the air dramatically, looking deadly serious as she demanded at the top of her voice. "Where can I find the evil worm guy Zemu? I want to punch him." "Huh?" Lorelei's face went completely blank, confusion replacing her earlier defiance as she stared back at Malim in stunned silence. "Who the fuck is Zemu?" My ears suddenly twitched at the sound of distant, raspy, screaming sharp, furious, and definitely pissed off about something. Frowning, I glanced around at the others. Only Ela and Sarana seemed to pick up on it, their heightened vampire and werewolf senses clearly catching the same thing I did. I turned back to Shiro, giving him a sympathetic look. "Hey, Shiro, you got any enemies I should know about? Because someone out there sounds seriously mad at you." He blinked, startled, confusion painted across his face. What are you talking about?" Sakura immediately jumped in to defend her senpai. "No way. Everyone at school loves senpai. No one would ever want to hurt him." But before I could respond, boom, an explosion echoed loudly from the distance. My senses immediately picked up on a nasty, dark magical signature that accompanied it. Yeah, I was about 99% sure Shiro's house just got blown the fuck up. It took Shiro and Sakura a few more seconds to put two and two together and realize the explosion's direction. But once it clicked, their faces went pale, and they both bolted straight out the door, sprinting toward Shiro's place without a second's hesitation. "Damn it," I muttered under my breath, rubbing the back of my neck. I didn't exactly think it was the best idea in the world for a teenager like Shiro, who clearly had zero experience with real life-or-death magical battles, to run straight toward danger. But the kid was already gone, and Sakura was right on his heels. Ela chuckled softly beside me, watching the teenagers disappear into the distance. She crossed her arms, shaking her head with an amused smirk. Maybe I misjudged that kid. Recklessly charging headlong into danger like that, that's exactly what a good companion would do. Sarana smiled knowingly beside her, a hint of warmth in her usually cool expression. That reminds me of my husband, Agner. The second he hears there's a dangerous cave filled with Falmer, or who knows what else, he dives straight in with nothing but his armor, sword, and that ridiculous adventurous spirit of his. The two women shared a brief, fond glance before quickly turning serious. Without another word, they dashed out after Shiro and Sakura, intent on making sure those reckless kids didn't get themselves killed by whoever was attacking Shiro for some reason. Was that Zoken? But why was he going after Shiro and not me? I sighed, ready to follow, when suddenly the restaurant door behind me swung open. Irene Belsirian stepped gracefully out of my restaurant, looking as beautiful as ever. Today, she wore a tight purple dress that hugged every curve of her body and perfectly emphasized her ample breasts. Her beautiful braided long red hair swayed softly as she moved. Her gaze met mine, and she smiled lovingly. "There you are, my beloved. I came to visit and noticed that your restaurant was empty." She closed the distance between us, pressing her generous chest firmly against me as she leaned forward and captured my lips in a deep, lingering kiss. Ever since that night, my dragon MILF had grown a lot more outgoing when it came to showing exactly what she wanted. My tails twitched happily, swaying slightly behind me as we exchanged several more heated kisses before Irene finally pulled back. I smiled broadly, deciding to catch her up on my day. I explained everything I'd been dealing with, from the failed cooking competition against that teenager, Shiro Amiya, to saving Shiro's little Kohai girlfriend Sakura from disgusting magical parasites, and now to Shiro's house literally exploding courtesy of Sakura's deranged, evil mage grandfather. At the mention of Zokan, Irene's expression immediately darkened. Her elegant features twisted into a look of genuine disgust and anger. "Children should always be protected and cherished," she murmured. "There's nothing more vile than the older generation deliberately harming their own descendants." Her words trailed off, tinged with pain. Sensing her distress, I quickly leaned in, brushing another tender kiss against her lips, distracting her. Irene's relationship with her daughter Urza still wasn't perfect, but it was slowly improving, and I knew conversations about family struck deeply for her. "You want to go watch Ela and Surana kill that disgusting worm guy?" I smirked playfully, changing the subject to something more satisfying. A slow, pleased smile spread across her lips. "That sounds lovely, ah." She yelped cutely as I swiftly scooped her into my arms, carrying her princess style. Irene immediately snuggled closer, wrapping her arms securely around my neck as I began roof-hopping swiftly across the city to catch up with the others. As we bounded quickly from rooftop to rooftop, Irene tilted her head slightly, eyes curious. "By the way, you mentioned Malim ran off somewhere earlier. Did something happen to her?" she asked. Honestly, I wasn't sure about that one myself. Knowing Malim, she was probably off causing some sort of trouble. "Not sure exactly," I admitted with a small chuckle, tightening my grip comfortably around Irene's soft ass as she gave me a playful, knowing look. "But knowing Malim, I'm positive she's just fine." Zokan was pissed off. He stood there amidst the burning, smoldering rubble of the Amiya compound, his skin crawling irritably as the worms shifted beneath the surface. Had completely obliterated the place, but no one had been home. That damned, traitorous granddaughter of his and the annoying Amiya brat were nowhere to be found. Had just wasted his precious time and valuable magic energy. Utterly infuriating. Maybe he'd go slaughter a few dozen normal humans to quell his anger and feed his worms. Yes, that might improve his mood, but suddenly, Zokan sensed a familiar presence approaching. A slow, twisted grin spread across his aged, wrinkled face as he turned to face the source. In the distance, he clearly saw Sakura sprinting toward him, accompanied by a red-headed teenager Zokan assumed was the Amiya brat himself. "Sakura!" Zokan spat angrily as soon as they came close enough. His voice dripped venom. "Where are they? What the hell did you do with my precious worms?" Sakura visibly flinched back, terror clear in her wide eyes, but the Amiya brat stepped defiantly forward, placing himself protectively in front of her. Zoken wanted to gag at the sickeningly heroic display. Ugh, another annoying wannabe hero, just like the brat's murderous adopted father. Zoken always despised Kiritsugu Amiya, that damn Magus killer, and had been nothing short of thrilled when the bastard finally bit the dust. And no, Zoken wasn't afraid of Kiritsugu Amiya. Of course he wasn't afraid. Zoken Matu feared no one. He was the man who'd conquered death itself, after all. You'll never touch Sakura again. Amiya, Shiro shouted at him, standing rigid and resolute despite his obvious inexperience. If you even try, I'll stop you myself. Zoken openly scoffed at the naive teenager's words, feeling irritation rise within him again. The worms making up his body writhed hungrily beneath his false flesh, eager for a meal. This kid had absolutely no clue who or what he was truly dealing with. Oh yes, he would kill Amiya, Shiro right here, and he would make Sakura watch as he devoured the foolish boy. She would learn the steep price of her insolence and betrayal. Then, once her spirit was sufficiently broken, he'd drag her back to the Matu Manor and implant brand new worms into her tortured body. Zoken declared all of this out loud, of course, savoring every horrified look that twisted both teenagers' faces. And that's when an arrow came out of nowhere and struck him in his knee. Haru, I was getting close now, hopping swiftly over the rooftops. Irene was still snuggled close against me, securely held in my arms in a princess carry, my hands resting comfortably on her ass. She seemed to love being held like this despite her age, not that I was complaining. Irene was sexy as fuck, and I loved holding her like this. But suddenly, I sensed that one of the few ominous, dark presences in this town was now moving directly towards us. And it definitely wasn't Matu Zoken either. He was currently confronting Ila and Serena. My ears twitched sharply, and my 10 tails stiffened in alertness. Whoever this guy was approaching, he was pretty strong. Halt, Mongresh, a voice commanded sharply. A blonde figure dressed in ancient-looking clothes and quite a bit of gold appeared on the rooftop directly in front of us. His glowing red eyes practically radiated murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on us, his mouth curling into a dangerous grin. I had no clue who the hell this guy was. I tried the diplomatic approach first. Look, we're kind of in a hurry here, I told him calmly. Any chance you can just let us pass peacefully? Judging by his expression, the answer was obviously a hard no. I am the king of the world, Gilgamesh, the man declared out of nowhere. Like that was a perfectly normal thing to say. And then he was extra dramatic as he continued. I vowed to slay all foul gods and monsters who ever stood defiantly before me. Coming to this town, clearly here to interfere with the Grail War, you've both signed your death warrants. Irene pouted in my arms as I set her gently down. She clearly wasn't happy that this arrogant fool had interrupted her precious time with her beloved, Haru. Irene definitely did not look happy. Her eyes narrowed sharply, anger practically radiating off of her as she strutted forward along the rooftop. She glared at Gilgamesh haughtily, her chin tilted proudly upward as she addressed him. Who the hell do you think you are? She demanded coldly. To proclaim those things in front of Dragon? Are you tired of living? Gilgamesh's arrogant grin suddenly turned feral, his red eyes flashing dangerously. He seemed absolutely delighted the second he realized Irene really was a dragon. It has been a while since I've slain your kind, he declared smugly, his tone dripping with twisted excitement. I didn't think there were any left on this side of the world. This side of the world? I murmured to myself. What the hell did that even mean? Actually, now that I thought about it, Sakura had mentioned something like that earlier. Weird. I clenched my jaw, irritated and angry that this guy wanted to hurt my woman. But I also knew Irene well enough to know that she'd prefer to fight her own battles. She wouldn't appreciate me interfering, especially when she'd been insulted so openly. Right on cue, Irene's magic staff appeared dramatically in her hand, and that signature which had of hers settled elegantly atop her head. She looked powerful, confident, and utterly magnificent. My name is Irene Belsirian, she declared fiercely, and you are about to learn what happens when someone interrupts my time with my beloved. I couldn't help but snort quietly at her declaration, my cheeks immediately heating with a blush. I was happy to be called that openly, sure, but it was also pretty damn embarrassing to have it announced to an enemy like that. Gilgamesh looked genuinely taken aback for a brief second, apparently caught off guard by her reason for wanting to fight him. Then he rolled his eyes dismissively, waving a hand as if her threat meant absolutely nothing. It matters not, he sneered, clearly unimpressed by Irene's display of power. The glory of slaying a dragon will belong to me soon enough. I sighed inwardly, already knowing this wasn't going to end well for him. Had just poked the wrong dragon. Still, I was interested in seeing what someone who had claimed the name of humanity's first hero king could do. Was he some kind of spirit inheritor like the heroes that sometimes reincarnated in my world? I think a bunch of them ended up in the hero faction in canon, although they had yet to pop up in front of me yet. Irene swung her staff, and suddenly a magic barrier appeared all around us, creating a fake world where they could fight all they wanted without any nearby humans being affected. It spread out for multiple kilometers in all directions in an instant. It was a huge amount of magic to use so casually, and even Gilgamesh looked taken aback for a moment. But then he grinned in a way that was almost feral. Yes, this is the kind of fight I've been waiting over a decade for, he declared. Chapter 94. Haru, I stood silently on a nearby rooftop, watching closely as Irene and this self-proclaimed king Gilgamesh, he called himself, began sizing each other up. Honestly, it was a damn good thing Irene had set up that barrier earlier. They might have been throwing out probing attacks, but those were still strong enough to obliterate regular people with ease. Irene opened things up by hurling some straightforward yet extremely powerful fire spells at Gilgamesh. Searing hot flames burst from her fingertips and her staff, roaring through the air. Gilgamesh didn't look the slightest bit bothered. With a smug smirk plastered on his face, golden portals flickered to life behind him, and dozens of weapons shot forth. Swords, spears, axes. All sorts of weapons, each one distinctly unique, flew out in a rapid barrage, slamming violently into Irene's spells, shattering the flames into bright sparks and smoke. I narrowed my eyes, tried to identify any of those strange weapons. They all felt different from each other, like had pulled together a random assortment rather than a unified arsenal. My eyes strained slightly as I observed closely, but I couldn't recognize any of them. Irene didn't seem to mind that her probe failed or that attacks were coming her way. With practiced ease, she deflected and blocked incoming weapons using magical barriers and swift, precise movements of her staff. The weapons clashed loudly against her defenses, causing echoing metallic rings that reverberated in my sensitive ears. Oomph. Is this all you're capable of? Dragon? Pathetic. You and your lowly lover are nothing but insects to me. Gilgamesh mocked arrogantly, not letting up at all as his endless volley continued. Well, that was rude. Fuck him, it was obvious those insults just pissed Irene off even more. Her eyes flashed dangerously, her expression darkening as a surge of magical power erupted violently around her. I could practically feel it crackling against my skin from here, as her gorgeous red hair bristled fiercely, energy shimmering around her in visible waves. She seriously started ramping things up. Don't you dare insult Haru in my presence, you scum. She hurled every kind of powerful element imaginable toward Gilgamesh, searing flames, razor-sharp wind blades, crackling lightning arcs. Even curses and nasty hexes flew from staff. But, to my irritation and judging by the deepening scowl on Irene's lovely face, to hers as well, that smug bastard Gilgamesh seemed to have a damn counter ready for every single thing she threw. Weapons flew out from those glittering golden portals of his, each of them specially tailored somehow to negate her attacks. Fire fizzled, lightning got grounded, curses dissipated harmlessly into thin air. His so-called treasure collection really was a pain in the ass. As the fight continued, Gilgamesh didn't let up on his arrogant bullshit either. Is that really all you have, dragon? He sneered. A filthy beast like you and the worthless cur you call your lover are nothing compared to my treasures. Come now, amuse me properly." My tails bristled irritably. The asshole clearly thought he could frustrate Irene into slipping up, but he obviously forgot one crucial detail: she was a dragon. Provoking her wasn't making her reckless. It was just pissing her off more and more and making her more powerful. Her aura flared violently around her, her gorgeous crimson hair whipping around in waves of raw magical force. The sheer power radiating off her sent ripples of pressure throughout the air around us. Irene's eyes blazed dangerously as she channeled increasingly devastating attacks toward Gilgamesh. The surrounding buildings and roads were soon completely obliterated. Although it was a good thing they were all fake inside this barrier. Gilgamesh just stood there with a delighted look. "Yes," he declared, laughing loudly and without fear. This is the true combat I've longed for since the last Grail War. Don't you dare back down now, dragon." Irene clearly realized the same thing I did. This asshole, Gilgamesh, was incredibly dangerous and at a major advantage at long range. He wasn't ever going to run out of those bullshit weapons and treasures he kept throwing around. So I wasn't surprised at all when I saw Irene smirk darkly before suddenly launching herself off the rubble beneath her feet. Magic pulsed around her, enhancing her speed and strength to insane levels. She rocketed straight toward Gilgamesh, faster than he clearly anticipated. He barely had time to widen his eyes in shock before Irene's staff slammed right into his chest. The impact was brutal. Gilgamesh gasped loudly in pain and flew backwards violently, his body carving a deep, messy trench through the rubble as he skidded across the ground. An ear-shattering boom thundered a split second after, and my ears twitched reflexively on top of my head. Irene just hit him faster than the speed of sound. The rubble shifted roughly as Gilgamesh slowly dragged himself out. A trickle of blood dripped from his lips, but the bastard was still smiling. His flashy clothes had somehow changed, replaced by a full suit of shining golden armor. "Yes," he laughed, sounding downright thrilled despite the blood staining his mouth. "Now, this is a proper war. Let's keep going." Dragon. He extended one hand, and instantly another weapon emerged from a golden portal, dropping into his waiting grasp. It was a sword, and for some reason, my gut told me I should recognize it. It wasn't dangerous to me personally, but something about it felt off. I noticed Irene stiffen slightly, a brief shiver running through her body. Gilgamesh laughed arrogantly, his eyes glinting with vicious excitement. "Let's see how you fare against Ascalon." My eyes widened in shock as recognition finally hit me. This was this world's version of the sword Michael gave to Issei in canon. A blade specifically dangerous against dragons. I immediately opened my mouth to warn Irene, but stopped as she shot a quick look my way. She looked tense, sure, but still completely confident. I hesitated and decided to hold my tongue. Irene was prideful like any dragon, and she had made it clear she wanted to handle this herself unless she absolutely needed help. Gilgamesh continued taunting Irene, wearing that annoying smirk like he was having the time of his fucking life. "What's wrong, dragon? Scared to face me in close combat now that I have a weapon as well? I didn't realize your kind were so cowardly." He sneered, his voice dripping arrogance. "Ah, but then again, you are a female dragon. Only one woman has ever truly been worthy of properly facing me, and unfortunately for you, it isn't you." Irene's eyes flashed dangerously. She let out a loud, furious snarl, her temper finally reaching its boiling point. "You'll regret those words, you arrogant bastard," she yelled, magic erupting around her again in fierce waves as she blasted off. Dust and rubble scattered everywhere, clouds billowing up as Irene launched herself forward even faster than before, closing the distance in less than a heartbeat. Her staff swung down viciously like a club, aimed directly at Gilgamesh's smug face. I felt genuine surprise when he actually blocked her strike, his sword lifting swiftly to meet her staff. It almost seemed like his body reacted instinctively, moving with unnatural speed and precision. Wait, was that flashy golden armor of his doing more than just protecting him? It had to be enhancing his physical abilities too. Irene and Gilgamesh quickly fell into a violent rhythm, fiercely exchanging powerful blows and rapid slashes. Neither of them managed to connect any direct hits, but the sheer intensity of their strikes reverberated through the air around me. But what really shocked me more than their terrifying strength was how effortlessly they both started trading insults and banter right in the middle of their deadly duel. It was like they couldn't help themselves. I snorted and shook my head, chuckling despite myself. This genuinely felt like one of those ridiculous anime moments where two fighters beat the crap out of each other while trash-talking relentlessly. Then again, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. After all, I was literally reborn into an anime world. Unfortunately, the equal exchange didn't last very long. My heart hammered loudly in my chest as I watched Irene begin to slow down, her movements becoming increasingly sluggish and strained. She was powerful, damn powerful, but her specialty was ranged magic, not physical combat like Urzus. This close-range slugfest was seriously wearing her down, and Gilgamesh showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. "What's wrong, dragon?" Gilgamesh sneered arrogantly, twirling the dragon-slaying sword Ascalon casually in his grip. "Getting tired already? Pathetic. Perhaps all female dragons are just as cowardly and weak as you." I clenched my fists anxiously, tails flicking restlessly behind me as that damn dragon-slaying sword came closer and closer to landing a devastating strike. Irene was forced to stop attacking altogether, fully on the defensive now. Her beautiful face was strained with effort, beads of sweat rolling down her pale skin as she desperately blocked each ruthless slash from Gilgamesh's relentless assault. "Shut your filthy mouth," Irene growled fiercely, deflecting another blow. "It'll rip your tongue from your head." Then suddenly my blood ran cold. Another golden portal silently flickered open behind Irene. This one was sneaky. "Enkidu!" Gilgamesh shouted triumphantly. "Irene, behind you!" I yelled desperately, but it was already too late. In an instant, golden chains surged forward, wrapping themselves tightly around Irene's body, trapping her completely and stopping all movement cold. She gasped in surprise, her eyes wide and panicked, struggling helplessly against the binds. "Damn it!" she hissed furiously, pulling uselessly against the golden restraints. "Fuck! I moved." Magicules exploded through my body, and I launched myself forward, rocketing across the rooftop at blistering speed, but even still, I wasn't quite fast enough. My stomach twisted in horror as Gilgamesh plunged Ascalon directly into Irene's torso. The brutal sound of steel piercing flesh echoed sickeningly in my ears. Irene screamed a terrible, agonized wail as Gilgamesh laughed maniacally, clearly delighted by her pain. "Did you truly believe yourself invincible, dragon?" Gilgamesh cackled cruelly, twisting the blade inside her. "You will die at the hand of the king of heroes." Rage overtook me completely, my vision clouding red. Blue foxfire exploded to life around my fist as I closed the gap between us in a split second. "Get the fuck away from her!" I roared, slamming my burning fist into Gilgamesh's smug fucking face with a satisfying crunch. His skin blistered painfully as my flames scorched his cheek. And then he was blasted backward through the air for the second damn time. The golden chains vanished, Gilgamesh disappearing along with them, but he left behind that fucking sword lodged deep in Irene's stomach. She fell forward heavily, collapsing into my arms, writhing and wailing in excruciating pain. My gut churned horribly at the sight of her blood quickly soaking through her beautiful dress, staining my hands red. "Haru, it hurts," she gasped weakly, her voice ragged with pain. She was shaking violently against me, her breathing shallow and rapid. "Hang on, Irene," I murmured desperately, trying to keep my voice steady despite my own panic. "This is going to hurt like hell, but I need to get this thing out of you." She nodded shakily, gripping onto my shoulder with trembling hands. Do it quickly, please, taking a deep breath. I grasped the sword's handle tightly and yanked the blade free with a nauseating squelch. Thick, hot blood gushed from her wound, and Irene whimpered sharply, trembling violently in my arms. The wound was huge, raw, and ragged, and a nasty dragon-slaying curse from Ascalon stopped it from healing naturally. "Stay with me, Irene," I urged her urgently, quickly reaching into my storage to pull out the flask of crimson tears the goddess had gifted me. Still 13 uses left, more than enough for now. Uncorking the flask hurriedly, I pressed it gently but firmly to Irene's pale lips. "Drink this, trust me. ITLL help." She swallowed weakly, grimacing at first, then relaxing almost immediately as the crimson tears worked their magic. A vivid crimson glow enveloped her body. Irene let out a relieved sigh as the gaping hole in her stomach knitted itself closed rapidly, her torn flesh seamlessly stitching back together right before my eyes. Within seconds, she was restored entirely to perfect health. She sagged against me, still trembling slightly, and I pulled her tightly into my chest, burying my face in her silky red hair. "Haru," Irene whispered softly against my shoulder, her voice finally steady again. "Thank you. I've got you," I told her gently, holding her closer. "You're all right now." My eyes narrowed slightly as, for the second damn time, Gilgamesh dragged himself out of the rubble. This time, though, the smug look on his face was gone, replaced by pure fury. Probably had something to do with the huge, blistering burn across his cheek. Honestly, seeing him pissed off was pretty satisfying. "You pathetic mongrel," Gilgamesh snarled, his red eyes glaring at me venomously. "You dare land such a dirty sneak attack on me?" I shrugged nonchalantly, tails flicking lazily behind me. "Dirty or not, you deserved it, asshole. You stabbed my woman." Gilgamesh scoffed bitterly, his mouth twisting into an ugly sneer as his eyes flicked toward Irene, who now stood proudly by my side, fully healed. "Such arrogance," he growled lowly. "You dare to defy the King of Heroes? Very well, I'll quickly correct that mistake." I stepped forward calmly, positioning myself protectively in front of Irene. "You'll have to get through me first, asshole." Gilgamesh's sneer widened cruelly. "Oh, believe me, I fully intend to." Blue foxfire exploded around my body in a fierce blaze. My 10 tails bristled with power as I drew upon the vast magicules inside me, feeling the surge of my demonic strength pouring forth freely. The raw power radiating off me clearly startled Gilgamesh, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief. "Impossible," Gilgamesh muttered, clearly shaken. "How can a lowly mongrel possess such strength?" "Careful," I said dryly. "You wouldn't want people to think the King of Heroes is afraid, would you?" Gilgamesh's eyes flashed dangerously as his composure returned. "It matters not. They'll simply crush you with my trump card." Another golden portal shimmered into existence beside him, and from it emerged a black and red sword. Honestly, calling that thing a sword felt generous. It gave off a fucked-up aura, unbelievably dangerous. Every nerve in my body went on high alert, just sensing it. Irene stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand lightly on my shoulder. "Haru, we should fight together," she said softly. Before I could answer, though, a strange cracking noise echoed around us. My ears twitched sharply. What was that? Were those cracks in the sky? Wait, was the air breaking? Shit. No, it was Irene's barrier. Ah, damn it. I cursed, instinctively shielding Irene as the entire barrier suddenly shattered with a sound like breaking glass. In a flash, the three of us were violently thrust back into the real world, hovering in the open air above Fuyuki City. Thousands of people were down there. If we kept fighting here, the collateral damage would be unimaginable. Not that Gilgamesh looked like he gave even a single fuck. Gilgamesh just laughed, raising that monstrous sword as his mouth twisted cruelly. "Do you think I care about these worthless lives? It'll kill them all, along with you." Then suddenly, without warning, a pink blur exploded through the air in front of us, moving almost too fast for even my eyes to follow. "Malim Punch!" came a familiar, delighted shout. as an absolutely terrifying little fist slammed directly into Gilgamesh's golden armor. His chest plate crumpled instantly, and the arrogant bastard was blasted upward violently, flying through the sky so fast he disappeared completely through the clouds above. For the third time, he was gone this time, hopefully, blasted a hell of a lot farther away. Or dead would be fine too, although I doubted it. Guys like that tended to be cockroaches. He'd be back, and next time he was mine for daring to hurt MY Dragon MILF. Malim spun around proudly, planting her hands on her hips with a victorious grin. Mwahaha, take that whoever you were. She tilted her head at me. Was that Zeno? Did I get him? I tilted my head back at her. Who is Zeno? Irene bowed her head towards Malim. Malim, thank you for your timely arrival, she said. You saved us from a rather unpleasant situation, she admitted. I know it wrinkled Irene's pride to admit that to another dragon, although Malim was obviously far more powerful. Malim threw her shoulders back proudly, hands planted firmly on her hips as she grinned from ear to ear. Mwahaha, of course I did. Saving the day is part of my job as the mighty demon Lord Malim Nava. I raised an eyebrow slightly. Was it though? From what I'd seen so far, Malim mostly did whatever she wanted whenever she felt like it. Not that it bothered me. Honestly, her randomness was pretty fun, especially since she was my friend. Suddenly, Malim tilted her head, eyes narrowing thoughtfully as if Shed just remembered something. Wait, Haru, was that shiny golden guy I just punched named Zeno? Zeno? I paused for a moment, completely confused, before finally realizing what she meant. No, Malim. You mean Zokin. And no, that wasn't him. Ela and Sarana are already fighting Zokin nearby. I then explained that we had gone to watch, but were intercepted by that crazy golden guy she punched away. He was an asshole of the highest caliber. Definalty permanently banned from the foxhole that was reserved for only the highest offenders. Like Ron Weasley, Malim's confident grin vanished instantly, replaced by a deep, dramatic pout. Nanny? She wailed in exaggerated despair, hands clutching her head. You mean the werewolf and the vampire beat me to the beatdown? No, this isn't fair. Her dramatic anguish lasted all of 2 seconds before she brightened right back up, excitement replacing her brief sorrow. Oh, Haru, guess what? She zoomed over to me, hovering eagerly at my side, pink hair fluttering wildly in the wind. I just got back from an awesome adventure. An adventure? I asked curiously. Malim bounced excitedly mid-air, grinning widely as she started recounting her latest exploits. First, I landed on this weird, crooked tower. I think the humans called it the Tower of Pizza or something. Anyway, it was super weird, and not even made of food, so that was lame. Then I flew somewhere else, and ended up in this place full of funny human mages who seemed totally obsessed with clocks or something. I scared them real good, too. You should have seen their faces. Honestly, I had no clue what she was talking about, but Malim was adorable when she got excited like this, so I just smiled and nodded along. Sounds like you had a lot of fun, I said gently, reaching out and lightly patting her head. Malim froze for a second, eyes widening happily as she quickly melted under my touch. She let out an adorable little ee-hee-hee and leaned closer into my palm, eyes closed blissfully as she giggled. Well, I'm glad you're back safe, I said softly. It would have been a pain to have had to go and look for her, as well I could still sense another battle going on nearby, and suggested we all fly over to watch Ela and Serena finish off Zokin. Chapter 95. Haru Gilgamesh didn't come back. Not after a minute. Not after 3. I waited just in case he decided to fly back over the horizon that Malim punch him over, but nothing. I exhaled and rolled my neck. Guess even the self-proclaimed king of assholes knows when he's outclassed, I muttered to myself. Most people who survived Malim didn't stick around. Then again, most was a small number. I heard the sound of soft boots against the rooftop, and a moment later Irene was at my side, striding with that confident, sensual walk of hers like she hadn't just taken a cursed sword to the gut. I turned my head as she pressed close, her body warm against mine. Her arms slid around one of mine, and she leaned in, her breath brushing hot against my ear. You know, she whispered low enough that only I could hear, Malim saved us back there. Her lips brushed my ear as she grinned. She probably deserves a reward, don't you think? Did Malim save us? I wasn't sure. That sword Gilgamesh pulled out at the end did feel very dangerous, though. I sighed. My ears flicked once with all my tails twitching. I knew exactly what Irene was doing and what this was going to lead to. Giving Malim positive reinforcement was like throwing fuel on a bonfire. She'd cling to me for the rest of the day. Not that I really minded, it was just the chaos that usually followed. Irene pulled back with a knowing smirk, stepping aside just a bit. Malim, already bouncing in place nearby, like she was trying to contain excitement that physically couldn't be contained, perked up the moment I walked toward her. Her head tilted up, bright eyes wide. Did I do good there, Haru? I smiled. You did great, Malim. Then I reached down and scooped her up smoothly into a princess carry, pulling her snugly against my chest. Aka. Malim squeaked, cheeks turning bright pink as she stared up at me, completely stunned. Awa wawa wah. Her little arms flailed once before grabbing onto my shirt, like she wasn't sure what to do with herself. Her whole face lit up like a kettle on full boil. She stared up at me, completely flustered, her lips parting slightly in awe. I smirked down at her. Most of the women in my life seem to love being carried like this. Irene sure did a few moments ago. That was why she told me to use it as a reward for Malim. Her mouth opened and closed like she had about 50 different things she wanted to say, but couldn't get any of them out. Shameless. To pick up a proud demon lord like this. She finally blurted out, face still red but her voice squeaking a little as she puffed up proudly. But I approve. I chuckled. Of course you do. I launched upward from the rooftop with her still in my arms, the wind whipping around us as we moved. She clung tighter, and I felt her heartbeat pounding against my chest. Irene followed, right behind us. Where are we going? Malim asked, her voice still breathy. We're going to check in on Ila and Sarana, I explained, eyes scanning the city below as rooftops zip by beneath us. They're fighting that worm bastard. Zokin. Malim blinked, her brows furrowing. All right, that's the guy. The wormy freak who hurt the sad girl. I almost forgot already. Didn't she rush off to find him in the first place? Did she really already forget? Or maybe she never really cared much in the first place and just felt like playing Yep. That one guy I told her. I'm gonna punch him too, she declared, although she wouldn't get that chance in the end. We arrived just in time. There was a bounded field around Shiro's house, but it was so weak it may as well have been tissue paper. We passed through it without even trying. The place was absolutely trashed. I'd seen ruins in Skyrim that looked better than what used to be Shiro's home. The roof was half gone, the floor scorched and crawling with residual dark magic, and the air reeked of smoke and rot. This wasn't the result of pure spite and malice made tangible. And, in the middle of the wreckage, Matu Zokin. Gos. That was what he looked like. The thing facing off against Ila and Sarana didn't even resemble a human anymore. It was a writhing, twitching mound of worms loosely holding the shape of a person. Its voice was pure hatred, a constant stream of raspy, high-pitched shrieking that grated on my ears. You defilers. You bitches think you could deny me what is mine. That little slut belongs to me. You're disgusting, Ila growled. Her massive werewolf form towered over him, muscles rippling as she moved like a blur, slashing a deep gouge through his side with one clawed swipe. Zokin howled, parts of his body peeling off and reforming like wet meat trying to grow legs. You need to die already, Sarana said, floating above him with glowing red eyes and her bone-white wings fully spread. You cling to life like a maggot in filth. So that was her vampire lord form? I'd never seen it before. It was pretty damn intimidating, but not very appealing to the eye if I was being honest. Zokin screeched back at the two of them. You dare face a master of magecraft with your filthy monster forms. He was certainly one to talk. He looked more monstrous than either of them. Or maybe he really was so insane that he actually still believed himself to be a human. I've faced Deidre worse than you, Sarana answered coldly. And they died just the same. He screeched again and whipped a tendril of worms toward Shiro and Sakura, who were huddled behind a toppled wall. But Hila was faster. She tackled him before he could get close. "You don't touch them," she snarled, tearing another chunk from his body. "You lay another limb on her, and it'll rip every worm out of your twisted hide." Sarana landed just beside the wreckage and raised a hand calmly. "Hold still," she said as hot blue lightning crackled between her fingers. "You vermin think you've won." A blast of cursed lightning erupted from Sarana's hand, burning away part of his body. His shriek turned into a garbled mess of rage as he tried to shake free from the electricity, stunning him and killing all his worms before they could regenerate fast enough as it wreathed across his form. "You know," Sarana said, stepping closer, "for something that talks so much, you're surprisingly fragile." "I am immortal." "Then let's test that." Hila growled louder this time. Zokin screamed louder than before as Hila's next pounce tore into his center mass. Black ichor sprayed out. Sarana followed up with a blast of ice magic this time. He writhed. He twitched. He bled. Worms sizzled and died, disintegrating or freezing into piles of useless flesh. "You'll regret this," he wailed. "You'll all." "Oblivion can keep you," Sarana muttered, and with one last coordinated strike, she and Hila ended it. His body collapsed entirely, disintegrating into a smoldering mess of dead worms and corrupted magic. His core, whatever was left of his twisted soul, crumbled. And then silence. Hila shifted back into her human form, panting slightly, gore streaking her arms, chest, and face. "It's done." But damn, did she look like a true huntress. Sarana descended beside her, returning to her normal undead form. Sakura was crying. Shiro held her close, helping her stand. She stared at the pile of what used to be her tormentor, her expression a mix of grief, disbelief, and overwhelming relief. Hila walked over and placed a hand gently on Sakura's head. "You're free now, kid." "Thank you," Sakura whispered. Sarana gave her a soft pat on the back. "Monsters shouldn't go after children." "You're safe." As the dust settled, I stepped forward with Irene and Malim beside me. Malim pouted when she realized Shed missed the action, but she was also happy just to stay curled up in my arms. Hila gave Malim a curious look before shrugging. My werewolf, Viking girlfriend, turned her attention back to me. "I need to use your shower, lover," Hila declared. "I am covered in filth I wouldn't wish upon even the silver hand." Yeah, I would never say it out loud to my first girlfriend, but she reeked. Really, really badly. Mata Zukin's blood now smelled vile and disgusting. Hila looked like she was struggling not to gag herself for being covered in it. "I could use one as well," Sarana sniffed herself and groaned. "I'm pretty sure Sakura and I are both homeless now." Shiro added, "Oh, didn't think about that when Malim first ran off." The foxhole wasn't packed when I got back, but there were a couple of customers waiting for some service asseri and a few companions, none I recognized by name. I gave them all a warm nod and moved quickly to get their orders taken. Despite the long-ass day I just had, I still enjoyed slipping behind the counter and into the kitchen. Cooking was my passion, of course. I fired up the grills, tied my apron on, and got to work. The familiar sizzle of oil hitting the pans helped ease the tension that had been riding me since the Gilgamesh fight. In hindsight, it had been a bit closer than I would have preferred it to be. Malim, of course, was still glued to me. Even after I set her down, she refused to let go. Her arms wrapped tight around mine like a needy kitten, even as I moved around the kitchen. She just clung to me, head tucked against my shoulder or my side while I cooked. It was a little inconvenient, but I didn't have the heart to tell her off. Not when she gave me that pout of hers. Hila and Sarana had slipped into the back to clean up. Hila stopped by to give me a quick kiss on the cheek before they both left, saying something about needing to check back in at Whiterun. If they didn't bother telling me what that something was then, it meant either they or Agner could handle it without me. Shiro and Sakura were still in one of the booths. Neither of them had said much since the battle where Shiro literally became homeless. They looked exhausted, Sakura especially. Her head rested on Shiro's shoulder, and the kid kept glancing toward the door like he wasn't sure what to do next. Eventually, their teacher showed up. "Hello, Taiga," I greeted nodding toward her as she stepped cautiously inside my restaurant for the first time. She froze like a deer in headlights. Her eyes immediately scanned the room, flicked toward the other customers and the decorations, then settled on me. I noticed the cross necklace she wore and how she was gripping it tightly. It was obviously a new addition to her wardrobe. Was that supposed to do something for her? She didn't know I was a yokai, right, and not a devil. Not that she even knew those existed yet. She gave me a tight nod, probably trying to act brave, while clearly freaking out internally. "I'm here to pick up my students," she said quietly, almost more to herself than to me. "Yeah, they're over there." I gestured toward the booth. "Dire fine." Just tired. Her expression softened when she saw them. She walked over, mumbled a few reassuring things, then helped them gather their stuff. I overheard a mention of staying at her compound for a while. Apparently her family had Yakuza ties or something. Good, not my problem. Or more specifically, Yasaka would be thrilled it wasn't my problem. The palace already had its hands full with two other recent guests, Cersei Lannister and her daughter Myrcella. One of them was a sweet, well-mannered girl trying to figure out a new world, and the other was an angry bitch. It was not hard to guess who was which as the night dragged on. I started thinking about closing up. Most of the customers had filtered out. The remaining few were nursing their drinks or enjoying the last bites of their meals. Malim was still attached to me like a barnacle. I finally sighed and turned to her. "All right, I'm thinking of heading back to the palace tonight." Malim blinked up at me, her cheeks puffing slightly. "What, already?" "It's late," I said simply, "and no one else is around." She didn't argue, but she also didn't let go right away. Instead, she threw herself into one final dramatic glomp, wrapping her arms tightly around my waist and pressing her cheek into my chest. "Today was fun," she mumbled. "Even if I didn't get to punch the worm guy, you did launch that golden asshole into the clouds," I reminded her. Malim giggled. "Yeah, that was awesome. They'll come back and play with you later." "Okay." I ruffled her pink hair gently, looking forward to it. She stepped back, finally letting go, though her pout lingered. "I've got to go take care of my territory again," she added, sounding more annoyed than anything. "It's dumb, but I'm the demon lord. So I guess I have to." "You don't sound thrilled about that." "I'm not," she huffed, "but I'm not giving it up either. It's mine." I chuckled. All right. Go take care of your stuff. You know where to find me, Malim." I was the last one left inside the foxhole for the night. The soft hum of the refrigerator was the only sound nearby as I wiped down the counters and prepared to lock up. With a satisfied sigh, I flipped the little sign on the door to closed and turned the key in the lock. That's exactly when the door pushed open. I blinked in surprise as Naruko strolled inside casually, looking a bit worse for wear. Her ninja outfit was unusually disheveled. Some fresh blood spattered across her sleeve, blood that clearly wasn't hers. Her beautiful 9 red foxtails, normally so silky and fluffy, now looked a bit scruffy and tangled. Even her ears had a faintly ruffled look to them. Still, she carried herself with her usual confidence, even if something about her mood seemed slightly off. "Naruko," I smiled warmly, stepping toward her. "Rough mission? You were going after some puppet-controlling criminal, right?" She shifted awkwardly in place, her pretty purple eyes glancing away nervously for a brief moment. Well, rough might not exactly be the right word for it," she murmured hesitantly. "He's been taken care of, but that definitely caught my attention." Naruko was hardly ever nervous, especially after missions. I tilted my head, a little concerned, and raised an eyebrow at her. "You all right?" I asked gently. Naruko glanced around the empty restaurant as if checking for eavesdroppers. Then, in a softer voice, she asked, "Haru, can you come with me back to my apartment? There's something I need you to see." I smirked playfully, trying to lighten the mood. "Oh, did you miss me that much? Are you asking me to spend the night?" Her pale cheeks immediately flushed bright pink, her eyes widening adorably as she stammered, What? And no, Haru, that's not what this is about." Seeing her so genuinely flustered instantly told me this wasn't the time for jokes. My smirk faded into a more serious expression as I reached out, placing my hand gently on her shoulder. "All right," I said sincerely, voice softening. "Sorry, I didn't mean to tease." What's going on? She took a slow breath, visibly calming herself. It's complicated. I'd rather show you than try to explain it here. I nodded, understanding immediately. Of course. Let me lock up properly, then we'll go. As soon as ID finished securing the foxhole for the night, I followed Naruko out. The streets of Konoha were quiet. It was late here too, and the village was mostly asleep. Only the occasional ninja leaped quietly across rooftops, patrolling in the dark. We walked side by side in comfortable silence at first. I noticed she kept nervously glancing at me, obviously worried about whatever awaited us at her apartment. I've never actually been to your apartment, I mentioned casually, trying to ease the tension. Weren't you living with your brother? Naruko blushed slightly, her ears flattening a little as she responded softly. Oh, well, yeah. We recently got separate places. And no, since you and I started dating. Her voice trailed off shyly, purple eyes darting to mine, then back to the street ahead. I chuckled gently, nudging her shoulder playfully. Well, aren't I lucky? She relaxed slightly at that, a small smile breaking through her nerves. Finally, we arrived at a modest apartment building. Naruko paused at the door to her apartment, looking at me nervously once more. Haru, she murmured quietly, almost pleading. Please just promise me you won't judge me for what I did. I immediately softened at her worry, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and pulling her close to me. Hey, come on. I assured her warmly, my voice sincere and gentle. I'd never judge you for anything. Ever. She exhaled a shaky breath and looked up at me gratefully, her cheeks pink again. Her tail swished slowly behind her, clearly pleased with my reassurance. Thanks, she whispered softly. Anytime, I smiled back, gently squeezing her shoulder. Now let's see what's got you so worried. Naruko hesitated one more heartbeat before finally opening the door. We stepped inside quietly. Immediately, I froze. There was already someone inside, another woman, standing uncertainly in the middle of Naruko's small living room. Her hair was strikingly familiar long, vibrant red waves cascading gently down her back. She was around Naruko's height and looked only slightly older than Naruko herself, maybe by just a couple of years. Her figure was just as full and curvy, with the same beautiful purple eyes that blinked curiously at us as we entered. My confusion was immediate, my mind briefly blanking at the uncanny resemblance between the two. Naruko? The red-haired woman spoke up hesitantly, eyes shifting from Naruko to me. Is this the friend you mentioned? Naruko coughed awkwardly, clearing her throat and stepping forward. Her voice sounded oddly shy and uncertain, completely unlike her usual bold confidence. Haru, this is my mother, Kushina. Silence settled heavily into the room. I blinked at her dumbly, my mouth hanging open slightly in utter disbelief. Huh. Naruko's cheeks turned even brighter, clearly mortified at having to repeat it. I said this is my mom, Kushina Uzumaki. Huh. Chapter 96. Haru. I sat across from Naruko and her mother, Kushina, in Naruko's apartment, trying really hard to act like this was normal. It was one thing to meet your girlfriend, Mom. It was another thing entirely when said mom looked like a slightly older, equally gorgeous version of your girlfriend. Sitting side by side like that, same red hair, same violet eyes, nearly identical curves, yeah, it was a little disorienting. Honestly, if Naruko didn't have her red fox ears and fluffy tails twitching behind her, I might thought she'd used a shadow clone just to mess with me. I glanced between them once. Then again, maybe lingered on Kushina a second too long. Naruko coughed loudly. I blinked and looked back at her. She was pouting. Are you seriously checking out my mom? I wasn't checking her out. I said quickly. I was comparing family resemblance. Kushina burst into laughter. He's got wandering eyes, this one. You better keep a tight leash on him. Naruko huffed and folded her arms across her chest. It's too late for that. He already has a harem. Kushina's eyes widened. Excuse me? I held up my hands. Okay, before you go full kunoichi mama bear on me, let me explain. I'm not some two-timing bastard. I love all of them. Genuinely. They're one of the best parts of my life. Kushina's expression shifted just slightly, her sharp stare softening a bit. You better not make my daughter cry. I said sincerely, meeting her eyes. I swear, I love Naruko. She's amazing. Naruko's pout shifted into something more flustered. Her tails twitched behind her, and she looked away, cheeks lightly pink. Damn, right, amazing. I clear my throat, trying to push past the weird tension hanging heavy in the air. So, could someone please explain how exactly this happened? Naruko sighed and leaned back, fluffing her tails irritably behind her. It started on that damn mission I was assigned with my brother and his team. You know, tracking down that rogue ninja, Makade. Anyway, we ended up chasing his ass into the ruins of some ancient city in a nation I honestly can't even remember the name of. She paused, eyes narrowing slightly at the memory. When we finally cornered him, the bastard triggered some kind of ritual. There was this crazy burst of chakra, and the next thing I knew, I was thrown straight back into the past. Ich blinkte her. Wasn't that supposed to happen to Naruto? Well, that's something. Naruko gave a sheepish nod. Things got complicated after that. She glanced at Kushina, whose smirk had turned into an amused smile. Naruko rubbed the back of her neck, ears flattening a little. I ended up meeting Mom there too, obviously. Kushina huffed indignantly, pouting at her daughter. My darling daughter from the future just conveniently skipped over quite a few details, such as the part where, after ID finally managed to figure out how to reverse Makade's damn ritual and was literally moments away from sending her back safely, this brat decided to grab onto me at the last second and drag me straight into the future with her. My jaw fell open in disbelief, and I openly gaped at Naruko. Wait, you kidnapped your mom through time? Naruko looked even more uncomfortable, ears pressing flat against her vibrant red hair. It wasn't kidnapping. She protested defensively. I had just finally met her, okay? My entire life had only been stories and memories that didn't even belong to me. Do you know how hard it is to meet your mom for the first time? Knowing what's waiting for her? I didn't want to lose her. Not like that. My chest tightened at the emotion in her voice, and I softened my expression. Before I could say anything else, Kushina shifted slightly in her seat, looking awkwardly away. Well, Kushina murmured with a soft laugh. I'm pretty sure my own timeline got completely fucked because of her reckless decision, but I suppose I can't really be upset. At least this way, I won't be dying horribly to the irritating fox sealed inside me. She paused abruptly, shoulders twitching as though something inside her was kicking angrily. With a grin, she lightly touched her toned stomach. Oh, speak of the demon fox. Kurama really doesn't like either of you right now. I leaned back smugly, folding my arms behind my head. That's probably because I'm stronger than him, I quipped, winking at Naruko. Oh, and because Naruko ate our timeline's Kurama and became the nine-tailed fox herself, as you can clearly see. Kushina's head whipped around instantly, eyes wide with shock. Wait, hold on. Is that seriously what happened? Her gaze darted between Naruko's fox ears and the fluffy crimson tails twitching restlessly behind her. I honestly just assumed your seal was faulty or something, and you ended up looking foxy. Naruko scowled at the pun, ears twitching irritably as her cheeks colored a bright pink. I didn't eat him on purpose. The voice of another world forced me to. I have no idea what that means. Kushina snorted softly, glancing downward again as she lightly rubbed her belly. Oh, the fox is really, really mad right now. She even lifted up her shirt a bit to show the seal on toned stomach was visible. I couldn't help but glance over, stop checking out my mom, damn it. Naruko pouted at me again. I raised my hands defensively, feeling the heat creep up my neck. Hey, come on. I was just admiring the family resemblance again. I chuckled sheepishly under the weight of both Naruko's and Kushina's suspicious stares. Well, so much for my admittedly fleeting hopes of getting some alone time with the legendary female ninjas. My ears flattened atop my head in exaggerated mock depression. Clearly, Sansa and Caitlyn had been something of an exception when it came to that sort of thing. Maybe lightning didn't strike twice, after all? Shaking off that admittedly questionable thought, I stood up, letting my 10 golden tails sway lightly behind me. My gaze shifted gently toward Kushina, sincerity filling my voice as I spoke. Look, Kushina-san, it really was good to finally meet you. I started carefully, tone softening. But I'm truly sorry things turned out like this. That you got ripped away from your old life, with probably no way back. My voice trailed off. Uncertainly, there really wasn't a gentle way to deliver that particular truth, was there? Kushina waved me off casually with a small, surprisingly indifferent shrug. Honestly, Haru, it's fine. Minato and I had been going through kind of a rough patch anyway. She smiled faintly, a wistful look in her eyes. I mean, sure, it's comforting to know that in another timeline we somehow ended up together, but clearly that isn't what I was meant for. No use crying over spilled ramen. I cracked a slight grin, appreciating her resilience. Fair enough, I suppose. Glancing at the clock, I realized just how late it had gotten. Well past midnight, already. Damn. Time flew when your girlfriend unexpectedly kidnapped her mom through time. Anyway, I said, stretching lazily, I should probably head back to the foxhole. Gotta head back to my own world before I end up crashing on your floor. Before I could even reach the door, Naruko practically sprang from her seat and grabbed my arm, her fluffy red tails twitching nervously behind her. Wait. Haru, she turned those big, impossibly violet eyes on me, hitting me square in the chest with that unfairly adorable puppy dog stare. Umina, tin favor. Sure. What do you need? Naruko chewed her lower lip, glancing uncertainly at her mother and back to me. Look, I want to break the news about Mom, gently to Naruto and Kakashi-sensei. Okay, they're going to freak out, and it's already late enough as it is. So, she can't exactly stay here tonight. My gaze flicked quickly toward Kushina, who was quietly observing with a raised eyebrow, a mixture of curiosity and amusement on her face. So, you're asking, could she maybe stay with you tonight? Naruko finished hurriedly, tightening her grip on my arm. Just for tonight. I promise. I looked back at Kushina uncertainly, half expecting her to immediately shut down the awkward proposal, but instead, she merely shrugged again, clearly not opposed to the idea. Fine by me, Kushina said casually, a small smirk tugging at her lips. It beats sleeping on my new daughter's cramped couch. Naruko shot me another pleading look. Please, Haru, you're literally the only person I can trust right now. I sighed heavily, dramatically defeated by her unrelenting cuteness. Sure, fine, I guess. I shrugged, forcing a casual tone. As long as Kushina-san doesn't mind crossing dimensions with me? Kushina rose smoothly, her smile turning slyly mischievous as she gave me a playful wink. I suppose it's not going to be the weirdest thing that's happened to me today, is it? I calmly stepped out into the cool Kyoto night air, Kushina trailing close behind me. Kushina, it seemed, wasn't nearly as calm about the whole situation. Her wide violet eyes darted around at every modern building, every parked car, and glowing streetlight, as if she had just stepped into some futuristic fantasy. Holy shit, she breathed softly, openly gawking. When you said you had to go back to your own world, I figured you were being poetic or something. Not like a literal netherworld database. Nope, I chuckled, stuffing my hands into my pockets and casually swishing my golden tails behind me. Literal interdimensional travel. Sorry if I wasn't clear about that part. She quickly caught up, shaking her head in disbelief. And here I thought being hurled decades into the future was already peak crazy. You're telling me your restaurant, the Fox Hole, connects you to entirely different worlds? Exactly. I nodded. Naruko and Naruto literally walked right into my place one day. The rest is history. Kushina let out a small, amazed whistle. Damn, that's actually incredible, Haru. Then suddenly, her odd expression morphed into a sly, mischievous grin. Leaning in towards me, she dropped her voice to a teasing whisper. So tell me, are you and Naruko an item yet? I nearly stumbled over my own feet, tails frantically flicking out to steady my balance. What? I spluttered, ears flattening sharply atop my head. Did you seriously just ask that? Kushina burst into bright laughter as she clutched at her stomach. Relax, relax. I'm only messing with you. I groaned softly, rolling my eyes skyward. Uzumaki women, I muttered under my breath, though it came out more fond than annoyed. She slapped my back heartily, smirking as we continued down the street. A few passing yokai stopped, bowing respectfully in my direction and murmuring polite greetings of, "Good evening, Prince." Kushina arched an eyebrow at that, leaning closer. "Wow, Prince, you never mentioned you were kind of a big deal here. My future daughter is dating a genuine prince?" I shrugged lightly, trying to look unaffected despite the faint blush warming my face. "I guess so," I admitted softly as we drew closer to my mother Yasaka's lavish palace. Kushina laughed again. "You're blushing, Haru. Goo." She nudged my side playfully, her voice dropping to a mischievous whisper again. "But seriously, how far have you and my daughter really gone in the bedroom?" This time I managed not to stumble, but the heat still crept rapidly up my neck and across my cheeks. I shot Kushina an exasperated glare. "You really enjoy making things awkward, don't you?" She just laughed again, more gently this time. Beneath the teasing, I could see it clearly. Kushina was overwhelmed and trying to mask it all with humor and pranks. I softened my irritation into an understanding smile. Being ripped from your entire reality wasn't something easily processed. It helps take my mind off everything else, you know? She admitted quietly, nudging my shoulder softly. "Yeah," I said gently, giving her a reassuring glance. "I get it. Keep teasing away if it helps." Her smirk returned instantly, and she leaned in with exaggerated eagerness. "Oh, good, because I have about 1,000 more awkward questions to ask you, future son-in-law." Was that a pun? I sighed dramatically, throwing my head back as she giggled gleefully beside me. Something told me Kushina was going to fit right in at Yasaka's palace and with my family. And as it turned out, my instincts about Kushina fitting right in were dead on. The moment Yasaka and Kushina met, they hit it off like two old friends reunited rather than strangers from entirely different worlds. Within minutes, they were already sitting together at one of the palace's elegant low tables, exchanging laughter and animated stories as they shared a bottle of sake. I found it oddly comforting seeing them interact so effortlessly. My hyperactive little sister, Kunu, came sprinting across the room in a blur of golden hair and fluffy tails. She practically skidded to a halt in front of Kushina, eyes wide with excitement, clutching a manga and a pen. "Kushina-sama," Kunu squealed, her voice a few octaves higher than usual. "See, can I please get your autograph and a picture with you?" Kushina blinked in bewilderment, glancing from Kunu to me with confusion etched clearly on her face. I just smiled apologetically, shrugging helplessly as if to say, "He'll explain later." Or, well, someone else would. Probably Naruko. A sure kid. Kushina recovered quickly, returning Kuna's smile with genuine warmth as she accepted the manga. "Never been asked for an autograph before, though. Are you sure you have the right Uzumaki?" "Oh, yes." Kunu practically sparkled with joy, nodding vigorously as Kushina scribbled down her name in looping characters. "You're amazing." Kushina laughed, posing cheerfully as Kunu snapped the picture. The second the photo was done, Kunu dashed off again, clutching her signed treasure to her chest. Kushina turned toward me, one eyebrow arched suspiciously. "So should I be worried about that?" I chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of my neck. Probably not. Let's just say you're kind of famous in this world." "Famous?" Kushina repeated skeptically, clearly unconvinced. "For what exactly?" "Oh, I waved my hand vaguely, desperately avoiding eye contact. "It's complicated. I'll let Naruko explain. How exactly do you go explaining to someone that their entire existence is possibly fictional, but also not? And not my problem." Right, Kushina sighed, shaking her head slightly and turning back to Yasaka. Thankfully, my mother smoothly changed the subject, pouring Kushina another cup of sake and continuing their earlier chat as if nothing strange had happened. I glanced across the room, spotting Kunu excitedly showing off her prize to Marcella, Tanya-chan, and her puppy for some reason. Kuna's small puppy wagged his tail happily beside her, barking enthusiastically even though he clearly had zero clue why the little fox princess was practically vibrating with excitement. A soft scowl drew my gaze further across the room, where I noticed Cersei Lannister quietly sipping wine and observing her daughter Myrcella with a look that managed to simultaneously radiate protectiveness and icy disdain. I sighed softly. Clearly, those therapy sessions hadn't exactly worked wonders yet. Shocker. At least she wasn't completely crazy, trying to kill her daughter anymore. Yasaka Haru had left with Kunu and the girls to put them all to bed. It was way past the three girls' bedtimes at this point anyway. Yasaka had to admit her son certainly brought the most intriguing people into her life. Kushina, in particular, had proven to be an absolute delight. Loud, irreverent, and thoroughly entertaining. She seemed like exactly the kind of person Yasaka might have gravitated toward in her younger, wilder days. And considering Kushina's endless barrage of ninja adventure stories, which grew steadily more outrageous as their cups emptied, Yasaka couldn't help but laugh herself breathless. So there I am, Kushina concluded dramatically, gesturing with her sake cup, cheeks flushed pink, completely butt-ass naked, right in front of the entire enemy ninja squad. Do you know how hard it is to intimidate bad guys when your tits are out? Actually, I do. Yasaka giggled helplessly into her hand. Oh, Kushina-chan, you truly are too much. Kushina smirked proudly, tipping back her cup and downing the sake in one smooth gulp. Then her gaze shifted abruptly, her eyes narrowing curiously across the spacious room. So what's the deal with Blondie over there? Kushina jerked her chin bluntly toward the distant corner, where a certain golden-haired woman sat, her green eyes fixed in a perpetual scowl as she nursed a goblet of wine. The one snarling at everyone like someone pissed in her drink? Yasaka sighed, taking another long sip of sake. Ah, that would be Cersei Lannister. She's complicated. A crazy ex-queen from yet another world, staying with us temporarily, though it feels permanent some days. Unfortunately, her daughter Myrcella and my Kunu are quite fond of each other, so I endure her presence. She's completely harmless on her own at the very least. Even by human standards, she is very weak. Kushina stood suddenly, a playful, determined expression on her flushed face. Well, screw it. We're all having some late-night fun, right? Miss Royal Stick Up Her Ass needs to loosen up and stop scowling at us. Before Yasaka could even voice a protest or warning, Kushina had already marched fearlessly across the floor, heading straight towards Cersei's isolated corner. Oi, Blondie! Kushina called out cheerfully, leaning casually against Cersei's table. Yasaka watched, impressed by her audacity, as Kushina flashed a bright, reckless grin. Quit pouting and come drink with us. We've got plenty of sake and even better company. You look pathetic and it's bumming me out. Cersei's eyes narrowed dangerously, voice dripping with icy disdain. I'm perfectly content right here. I'd rather not mingle with scantily clad harlots or evil demons. Yasaka's ears flicked sharply, and a low, dangerous growl escaped her throat, tails bristling irritably behind her. She might have intervened then and there, but Kushina only laughed, entirely unruffled by the insult. Oh, I see. Kushina teased loudly, drawing eyes from around the room as she leaned forward, smirking down at the haughty queen. You're just worried you can't hold your liquor, aren't you? Cersei visibly bristled, her green eyes flashing indignantly as she straightened in her chair. Yasaka could practically see her pride warring with whatever other crazy thoughts went through that woman's head. Predictably, pride won. I can drink the both of you under the table, Cersei snapped sharply, rising from her seat and storming gracefully across the room toward Yasaka's table, chin held imperiously high. Oh, this ought to be good, Yasaka murmured under her breath. Kushina returned, grinning triumphantly as she dropped back down beside Yasaka, pouring another generous serving of sake for the seething Cersei. Kushina raised her cup challengingly. All right then, your majesty, prove it. Yasaka chuckled. Yes, her beloved son Haru certainly kept life interesting. Haru the next morning, sunlight flooded into my room, rousing me from a surprisingly restful sleep. I stretched lazily and slipped on some casual clothes, a comfortable black shirt, and loose-fitting pants before heading out of my bedroom and downstairs on my bare feet. As I walked through the halls of my mother's palace, I passed a handful of yokai, maids busy with their morning chores. Each one gave me awkward, amused glances as they quickly averted their eyes, whispering and giggling softly behind their hands. My ears flicked uneasily, and I frowned slightly in confusion. Okay, what the hell was that about? The answer presented itself soon enough. As I passed the large room from last night, I halted abruptly in my tracks, blinking dumbly at the scene before me. My mother, Yasaka, lay sprawled gracelessly across the tatami mats. Next to her was Kushina, face down and drooling. Both of them were snoring softly and curled up slightly apart, in a position far less dignified than she would ever consciously allow, was Cersei Lannister. An empty sake bottle clutched protectively in her hand. Even unconscious, she still somehow managed a faintly judgmental scowl. Did they seriously stay up all night drinking themselves unconscious? I muttered incredulously to myself, shaking my head as amusement slowly overcame my initial surprise. How is Cersei even alive? That bottle she was holding was yokai, alcohol. I guess last night went well. Then, I shook my head again, suppressing a laugh at the bizarre, adorable sight, and carefully slid the door shut, leaving them to sleep in peace. It was the waking up part that they were absolutely going to hate. Fortunately, I knew a few particularly effective recipes for hangovers. Something told me all three women would be needing every bit of help they could get once they regained consciousness. Chapter 97. Haru, my hangover remedy, was an immediate hit with two of the three ladies sprawled gracelessly around the breakfast table. Yasaka and Kushina gratefully sipped at their cups, sighing softly in relief as their pounding headaches began to ease. Cersei, however, simply glared at me suspiciously when I offered her a cup. Absolutely not, she snapped. I don't want to drink any of your damned fox juice. I blinked at her in stunned silence. Had she even realized just how sexual that sounded? Judging by the look on her face, probably not. But a second later, Yasaka and Kushina exchanged glances. Then they burst into loud, uncontrollable laughter. Cersei looked momentarily baffled, then irritated, then downright furious. What? She demanded indignantly, her voice strained. What the hell is so funny? Oh, nothing, dear, Yasaka giggled lightly, golden tails twitching with barely restrained amusement. Just the unique phrasing. Yeah, Kushina added gleefully, grinning widely at the blonde queen. Careful, your majesty, or you might accidentally give Haru here some ideas. Cersei's scowl deepened, and she crossed her arms tightly, refusing to look at any of us. The crazy-ass queen clearly wasn't accustomed to losing face. Okay, real talk, I began, turning toward Kushina with curiosity as I slid into an open seat beside my mother. Why did you three even stay up so late, drinking yourselves senseless in the first place? Kushina chuckled softly, brushing a stray lock of vibrant red hair out her face. Well, originally, I was just trying to get the stuffy ex-queen over there to lighten up a little. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Cersei visibly bristled at the comment, immediately defensive. She turned sharply, her voice dripping with bitterness. You try losing your entire kingdom, your home, your throne, everything, and then go and lighten up Uzumaki. Kushina's expression shifted abruptly. Gone was the playful grin. Instead, she regarded Cersei with seriousness. You think I don't get it? She asked quietly, her voice low and controlled. The sudden shift in mood was enough to silence everyone at the table. I lost everything too, you know. My village Ushiovikur was wiped out, completely destroyed. Everyone I knew, everyone I loved, gone in an instant. My clan is practically extinct. For all I knew, I was the very last Uzumaki alive, at least until my two future children came into the picture yesterday. The room grew uncomfortably silent. Cersei stared back at Kushina, her expression caught between shock and something approaching reluctant understanding. For once, the proud queen had no quick retort to offer, no scathing comeback on the tip of her tongue. Instead, she simply turned her gaze downward, shoulders sagging ever so slightly. Beside me, Yasaka's expression softened. Without a word, one of her fluffy golden tails curled gently around Kushina's shoulders. Clearing my throat softly, I stood up and stretched lightly, breaking the heavy silence. Well, I said gently. I was thinking I'd head back to the foxhole soon. Kushina-san, do you want to come along? Naruko would probably like to see you. Kushina gave me a faint smile and shook her head slowly, visibly pulling herself out of her momentary sadness. Thanks, Haru, but not just yet. Give Naruko a little more time to ease Naruto and Kakashi-kun into the whole situation. Trust me, it's going to be messy enough without me barging in right away. Then suddenly she sighed loudly, throwing her head back dramatically as she groaned in exaggerated disappointment. Ugh, it's not even going to be nearly as fun messing with Kakashi anymore now that he's somehow older than me. I chuckled softly, shaking my head at her antics. All right, fair enough. They'll see you later, Kushina-san. She winked at me playfully. Later, future son-in-law. With a small, affectionate smile. I turned and walked through Yasaka's palace, leaving the three women in comfortable silence behind me. Soon, the noise and bright energy of yokai Kyoto enveloped me as I made my way through the bustling streets toward my restaurant. The foxhole, I stood in the kitchen of my restaurant, double-checking to ensure all the equipment was cleaned and ready for when the morning rush inevitably started streaming through the doors. I wasn't alone, though. Nearby, Rias was leaning casually against the polished steel countertop as she watched me with an amused little smile. Beside her stood Akino, Rias' queen. Pausing for a moment, I raised an eyebrow at Rias, tilting my head curiously toward Akino. Not that I mind the company, but any particular reason you brought Akino along today? Rias' smile widened slightly. Since we're together now, Haru, I think it's about time you start getting along better with my peerage as well. They're an important part of my life, after all, and they'll be part of yours too, whether you like it or not. She smirked teasingly, adding casually, for at least the next 10,000 years or so. I nearly choked at that outrageous number, my eyes widening in shock. 10,000 years, damn. Sometimes it still slipped my mind just how insanely long our lives as supernatural beings could actually be. Immortality wasn't exactly something I'd gotten used to yet, no matter how casually everyone else seemed to toss the concept around. Era, Haru-kun, Akino purred teasingly, stepping closer and pressing a finger playfully against her lower lip. Does that thought of being around me scare you so much? Don't tell me you're already eager to get rid of me? I rolled my eyes lightly at her antics, shaking my head with an exaggerated sigh. It's not like that, Akino, I said dryly, trying and failing to keep a straight face. You're just a lot to handle all at once, you know? Oh, I'm sure I am, she drawled, lips curving slowly into a sultry smile as she ran her hands playfully up and down her curves. Rias chuckled softly, shaking her head at her queen's provocative teasing before turning back to me with a fond expression. You know, Haru, teasing aside, Akino is actually a surprisingly good cook. She made most of my meals before I met you, she was. I do remember seeing Akino in a kitchen at some point. That had been just after O. My cheeks immediately heated at the sudden recollection. Yeah, I spotted Akino in the kitchen of the Gremory Manor not long after I'd finished a private talk with Ila, while Rias looked on. That was a memory I'd definitely never be forgetting. Akino immediately noticed my reaction. Ada, Arukun, shateasa slowly. Did you just remember something embarrassing, perhaps? I coughed slightly, quickly averting my gaze, even as my ears flattened slightly atop my head. Time for a change of subject. Hey, I asked, glancing casually back at Rias and Akino as they watched me finish up preparations in the kitchen. Do either of you want some cooking lessons? Rias' eyes lit up immediately. Cooking lessons? I'd love to. Era, Akino purred teasingly, stepping gracefully closer with a slow, sultry sway of her hips. Her voice lowered just enough to send a pleasant shiver down my spine. Count me in as well. Since it was still early in the day, muffins seemed like the perfect place to start. easy enough to bake, yet versatile enough that the girls could experiment a bit with flavors. "How about we do muffins today?" I suggested, pulling a large mixing bowl and utensils from a cabinet. "You can choose any fillings you want. Muffins are pretty forgiving." Rias clapped her hands softly, instantly delighted. "Perfect. Something sweet, then maybe chocolate chips?" Aquino tapped her chin thoughtfully, clearly considering her options. Perhaps something a bit more natural for me. Blueberries, raspberries, something fresh and fruity." Her violet eyes flicked back to mine, a knowing smile curling at the corners of her mouth. I tend to enjoy natural flavors. Somehow, even the innocent suggestion of fruit managed to sound indecent coming from Aquino's lips. I cleared my throat slightly, determined not to let her teasing distract me too much. "Sounds good," I said briskly, gathering flour, eggs, milk, sugar, and other ingredients onto the countertop. "Let's get started." I moved to stand in front of the work table, explaining each step as clearly as possible. Normally, baking demonstrations were straightforward enough for me. This particular lesson, however, turned out to be significantly more difficult than usual thanks entirely to the two beautiful devils pressed distractingly close to either side of me. Rias was practically glued to my right side, her soft curves pressing gently but insistently against my arm and torso. I felt her warmth vividly through the thin fabric of my shirt, and it took considerable willpower to maintain a straight face as I measured out the ingredients. Not to be outdone, Aquino sidled even closer, her full figure wrapping around my left arm. Her ample breast squeezed against me suggestively as she peered innocently at the mixing bowl. Urukun," she murmured, lips so close to my ear I could feel her breath tickling my skin. "You certainly have talented hands. Have you always been this skilled at whisking?" I felt my ears flick slightly atop my head, and I cleared my throat again, determined to remain composed despite the relentless teasing. "You two realize this would go a lot faster if I could actually move my arms freely, right?" I said dryly, trying and failing not to sound flustered. Rias giggled softly, resting her chin playfully on my shoulder. "We're just trying to observe closely, Haru. Cooking is an intimate art, after all." "Yes," Aquino purred smoothly from my other side, gently squeezing my arm tighter. "And your form is just so fascinating, Haru-kun." Despite the heated teasing, I was first and foremost a chef, and a damn good one at that. There was no way I was going to let a pair of beautiful, seductive devil girls compromise my culinary pride. That would be an absolute disgrace. Ingredients were precious, and wasting them was unacceptable even if I was currently sandwiched between the two distracting women. So, determined to maintain my dignity, I gritted my teeth slightly and persevered, guiding them through the recipe step by step. I was going to finish these muffins perfectly, no matter how much Rias and Aquino insisted on pressing themselves against me or whispering suggestive comments into my ears. This, I told myself sternly, was the true mark of a master chef. About an hour later, I leaned against the countertop, nibbling quietly on one of the chocolate chip muffins Wed baked earlier. Yeah, I admit it, I definitely had a sweet tooth that rivaled Rias. I watched as customers gradually trickled into the restaurant. It was Saturday morning, after all, and people usually came in early to get a good meal before going about their weekend plans. My eyes swept over the growing crowd. Near the front entrance, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger sat together in a booth, chatting casually with Professor McGonagall. It was good to see them relaxing like normal teenagers for once, probably making the most of their winter break before the Triwizard Tournament kicked off again. Further in her usual corner booth, Counselor Tevos sat elegantly alongside two other Aseri women who probably worked for her. Tevos looked significantly less stressed today, which probably meant that the Citadel had finally elected new counselors after Saren's brutal attack had wiped out her previous colleagues. Not that she had ever seemed particularly upset by their deaths. According to her, they'd all been insufferable assholes anyway. I couldn't help but chuckle softly at the thought. Politics never changed, no matter what galaxy you found yourself in. My gaze shifted to the middle of the dining area, where Amy Dallin and her sister Vicky sat comfortably at their table, quietly chatting while they waited patiently for their scrambled eggs and bacon. Checking quickly, I glanced back at the stovetop to see their food was nearly ready. Good timing. Lastly, in a large circular booth tucked along the far wall, Rias sat casually with her peerage. Aquino lounged beside her, gently sipping tea and occasionally leaning in to whisper something that made Rias laugh softly. Kiba sat poised and polite, calmly sipping his own drink, clearly enjoying the relaxed morning. Next to him, Kaneko quietly nibbled her ninth pastry. The most surprising sight, though, was Gasper. He was out of his his bedroom for once, and that alone was proof enough that all the therapy sessions they'd been attending after school were doing wonders. He still looked shy and nervous, of course, clutching his juice box as if it was a lifeline, but at least he was here and interacting. Progress was progress, after all. Satisfied, everything was running smoothly. I grabbed 2 freshly prepared plates from the kitchen and carried them over to the Dallin sisters' table. Scrambled eggs and bacon, ladies, I announced cheerfully. Enjoy. Vicky gave me one of her dazzling smiles, although of course her aura didn't work on me. Thanks, Haru. Looks amazing as always. Amy offered a quieter, more reserved smile. Yeah, thanks, Haru, my pleasure. Let me know if you need anything else. They nodded appreciatively, and I moved on, heading toward Rias' large booth. As I approached, Rias' bright blue eyes instantly lit up, and she offered me a warm smile. I slid comfortably into the large circular booth beside Rias. Almost immediately, I felt some of my tails that instinctively drifted over toward her, seemingly with a mind of their own. Before I could even think of pulling them back, Rias happily reached out, grabbing 2 fluffy golden tails and pulling them gently on her lap. A pleasant shiver ran straight up my spine as her delicate fingers started gently stroking the soft fur. Damn, I never really got used to how good that felt. Oh, Haru, your tails are always so warm and soft. Rias murmured appreciatively as she continued, running her fingers gently through my fur. Before I could respond, another pair of delicate hands joined hers. Startled, I turned slightly to see Aquino leaning in, her violet eyes bright with amusement as she gently caressed a third tail. Arukun. You wouldn't mind sharing a little bit, would you? Her sultry voice teased softly. I sighed quietly, resigning myself to the inevitable teasing once again. Not that I truly minded, of course, but it wasn't exactly easy maintaining composure when 2 beautiful women were constantly petting my tails. Doing my best to ignore the distracting sensations, I turned my attention instead toward Kiba, who sat politely across from me. It's nice to finally have a proper chat with you, Kiba. Likewise, Haru-san. I've been looking forward to meeting you properly. It's wonderful seeing how happy you make Rias, Kiba replied. Honestly, ID always liked Kiba's character. He seemed like a decent guy, strong and reliable. It had always annoyed me a little how, after Issei's arrival in the original story, Kiba's role in the peerage seemed overshadowed and reduced. Thankfully, real life hadn't presented that problem yet, especially since Issei had apparently been spirited away or ice-skate somewhere. Frankly, I hadn't bothered trying to figure out where had gone, nor did I plan on it anytime soon. Leaving those thoughts behind, I glanced further around the table at Kaneko and Gasper. Gasper was practically glued to Kaneko's side, nervously clutching onto her arm and casting anxious glances around the bustling restaurant. Kaneko-chan, Gasper whispered urgently, voice trembling slightly. Restaurants are scary, there are way too many people here. Kaneko sighed softly, slightly exasperated as she gently but firmly pried his grip from her arm. Gasper, seriously. You need to man up, she told him. He was literally wearing a skirt, though. Compte. Gasper whimpered pitifully, sinking lower into his seat as though trying to vanish entirely. I couldn't help but chuckle lightly at the exchange. Gasper was definitely an interesting person. How are you 2 finding therapy so far? Is it helping at all? Kaneko hesitated briefly, clearly considering how much she wanted to share. It's okay, she admitted quietly. It makes talking to people easier. That's good, I replied gently. Progress takes time. I'm glad it's helping. Next to her, Gasper nervously fiddled with the edge of his jacket, finally managing a tentative nod of his own. Why, yeah, the world doesn't seem quite as scary now, he confessed softly. Well, at least not all the time. Some parts still feel terrifying. That's fair, I said gently, giving him a reassuring smile. You don't have to rush anything, Gasper. Take your time. We're all here to support you. As I settled back comfortably in the booth, the soothing warmth of Rias and Aquino stroking my tails slowly returned to my attention. I was genuinely trying my best to get to know Rias peerage members better, despite the constant distraction of Rias and Aquino gently petting my tails. Both devilish beauties seemed hell-bent on sabotaging my concentration with subtle but increasingly suggestive comments whispered just loudly enough for me to catch. Era, Haruko, your fur is just so soft, Aquino purred quietly. I wonder, are all parts of you this sensitive? Fighting down another pleasant shiver, I turned my attention fully toward Kiba, determined not to let their teasing get the better of me. I shivered slightly, my face heating despite my best efforts to keep cool. Clear my throat, I attempted to steer the conversation into safer territory. Turning toward Kiba. So, Kiba, how's your kendo club been going lately? It's been fine, Haru-san, he answered honestly, although his expression showed a touch of mild frustration. To be truthful, though, I don't have much real competition at school these days. Most matches feel a little too easy. Yeah, I can see how that get boring quickly. Pausing for a moment, an idea suddenly occurred to me. You know, you're always welcome to drop by my restaurant anytime. Since Tsunade's officially part of Rias Peerage now, you could take a direct trip over to Konoha whenever you want. Plenty of the shinobi there would probably jump at the chance to spar with someone like you. Kiba's eyes lit up at that suggestion. That's actually a really great idea, he said thoughtfully, clearly intrigued by the possibility. I hadn't considered training with actual shinobi. It sounds like exactly the challenge I've been missing. Beside Kiba, Kaneko lifted her head slightly, quietly listening. After a moment, she spoke up in her soft, straightforward voice. I'd like to go to Konoha too. It'd be nice to learn proper taijutsu from real shinobi. My guy could teach me how to punch perverts harder. That's certainly an idea, I trailed off, noticing the determined look in Kaneko's eyes. Perverts beware, the lowly cat girl wasn't fucking around. Rias squeezed my tail affectionately, causing another little shiver to run up my spine. I think that's an excellent suggestion you gave, Kiba, she said enthusiastically. I've been looking for a way to get Tsunade more involved with the peerage as well. I don't regret having Tsunade join. Just the age gap and how busy Tsunade is puts a damper on things, sometimes, she sighed. Era. Yes, broadening our horizons is always such fun. Aquino cooed seductively into my ear, her fingers gently tracing the length of my tail. Perhaps Haruko will teach us something exciting too, I swallowed nervously, struggling to ignore her tantalizing whispers. Just as I was about to reply, a timid, hesitant voice spoke up from beside Kaneko. Gasper, clutching his juice box protectively, looked around the table shyly. If we do go to Konoha, maybe I could finally read one of those famous books by Jiraiya-sama? I've always wanted to know. Rias interrupted instantly. Absolutely not, Aquino added just as quickly, shaking her head at him with a playful but stern look. Those aren't for innocent little vampires like you. Gasper's shoulders slumped visibly as he sank back into his seat, pouting dramatically. But they're just books. How bad could they be? I chuckled quietly at his reaction, sympathizing with the curious vampire's disappointment. Sorry, Gasper, but trust me, they're definitely not for you. Kaneko nodded seriously beside him, patting his shoulder gently. Listen to Haru-senpai. He knows what he's talking about. I did not, but I at least had an idea from what Naruko had told me. No plot, just pure indulgence. For shame, just then, the doors to the foxhole slammed open with enough force to shake the walls, instantly silencing every conversation inside. All heads snapped towards the entrance, including mine. Naruto Uzumaki stood there, seething. Magika and chakra were radiating off of him, his 9 yellow fox tails whipped furiously behind his back. He stormed forward into the restaurant. Vicky Dallin twisted around in her seat. "Whoa there, Fluffy. What's got your tails in a twist?" she called out. Harry and Hermione, seated nearby, both exchanged worried glances before turning curious looks toward Naruto as well. "You okay, man?" Harry called out. "I sense a lot of anger," Tevos said. Naruto ignored them all, prowling forward until his intense blue eyes locked directly onto the booth I was sharing with Rias Peerage. He bared his canines, one finger shooting up accusingly as he pointed directly at me. "You," he growled, voice echoing angrily through the restaurant. I stared blankly. "Me?" I asked incredulously. "Naruto, calm down. What did I even do?" Naruto jabbed the finger harder in my direction. "Give me back my freaking mother, and stay the hell away from her." I blinked, utterly dumbfounded. For a moment, all I could do was gape at him, my mouth hanging open as my brain scrambled to catch up. "Wait, what?" I finally managed weakly. Naruto clenched his fists, clearly worked up. "Don't play dumb with me, Haru. I know your game by now. Every single time a pretty redhead walks into this damned restaurant, you somehow end up seducing her. Naruko told me that Mom went home with you last night." At that, Rias and Aquino immediately burst in a loud, helpless laughter beside me, clearly enjoying the spectacle unfolding in front of them far too much. Naruto continued. "Well, not this time. Damn it. You might have already gotten your greedy claws into my sister, but there's no way in hell I'm letting you anywhere near my mom, too." At those words, even Kiba and Kaneko couldn't hold back either and started cracking up at my expense. Gasper, meanwhile, went bright red, stammering quietly under his breath. "Awawashi just got here yesterday. I haven't done anything." I defended myself. This was a blatant attack on my character. Naruto snorted skeptically, his tails still bristling. "Yeah, right. I've seen your track record, Fox Boy," he growled suspiciously. "I'm not taking any chances." Rias finally managed to suppress her laughter enough to lean forward and speak up. "Oh, Naruto, that's adorable. You're acting like Haru seduces every pretty redhead who comes through his door," she trailed off, then glanced mischievously at me, clearly unable to resist teasing further. Though, now that I think about it, Aquino giggled softly into my ear, stroking one of my tails gently and whispering loud enough for everyone to hear. It's hard to deny his considerable charm. "Thanks for the help. You too," I muttered dryly, shooting them both annoyed glances. Naruto pointed a finger straight at me again, determination blazing fiercely in his bright blue eyes. "That's it, Haru. We're fighting this out right now." I blinked, shifting awkwardly in my seat. "Naruto, you know there's literally no way you're going to win this, right?" "Idonkare," Naruto growled stubbornly, his 9 golden tails lashing behind him. "I'm not going to feel better unless I get to punch your stupid face." I paused, sighing heavily. Honestly, I couldn't exactly blame him. It's not like I wanted a punch to the face, obviously, but at least I understood his paranoia. If our positions were reversed, I'd probably be annoyed too. Still, fighting Naruto felt more like babysitting than an actual challenge at this point. "You sure do get into a lot of fights, Haru," Rias murmured teasingly beside me. "Yeah," well, I sighed, leaning back in the booth and rolling my eyes dramatically. "That's just part of living in the supernatural world, I suppose. Trouble has a way of finding me across from us." Naruto impatiently folded his arms across his chest, practically vibrating with anticipation. "Come on, Fox Boy. Are we doing this or what?" I rubbed the bridge of my nose. There was clearly no avoiding this. "Fine. Where exactly do you want to have this showdown of yours?" Naruto grinned eagerly, instantly brightening. "Well, throw down in the forest, right outside Konoha. No rules, just you, me. And whoever gets knocked out first loses." "Yay. Kaiju battle." Vicky Dallin cheered excitedly from her table, floating slightly off her seat in enthusiasm. $100 on Haru." "Come on," Harry spoke up. "Everyone's going to bet on Haru. There's no point in even taking bets." "They'll put 100 credits on Haru as well." Counselor Tevos chimed in from her booth. "I suppose I have a few minutes to spare to watch." Naruto visibly deflated, his shoulders slumping dramatically. "Hey, hold up. Seriously? No one's betting on me?" A small, nervous voice piped up from beside Kaneko. "He'll bet on you, Naruto-san. I believe in you." Everyone turned to look at Gasper, who had shakily climbed to his feet on the booth seat. His face was flushed bright red, but he still managed to hold Naruto's gaze bravely. Naruto blinked, visibly startled and slightly touched by the unexpected support. "Ah, really? Thanks." His expression shifted into a curious smile. "Wait, I don't think I've ever seen you around here before. Who are you exactly, cutie?" Gasper blushed even deeper, fidgeting nervously with his fingers. "I am Gaspa. It's nice to meet you," he stammered shyly, unable to hold Naruto's gaze for long. Naruto chuckled warmly, eyes sparkling with playful encouragement. "Hey, no need to be shy around me." I stared blankly between Naruto and Gasper, realization dawning slowly. Wait, was Naruto seriously flirting with Gasper? Oh, he didn't know everyone else did, though. As we all came to the same realization and smirked, a dry voice from across the table broke the awkward silence. "Gasper's a boy," Kaneko informed Naruto flatly, her usual deadpan expression fixed firmly in place. Naruto's eyes widened in horror, his mouth dropping open. "Wait, again? How the hell does this always happen to me?" Chapter 98. Haru. I stood casually in the forest clearing, a few kilometers outside of Konoha. Naruto was across from me, with his 9 yellow fox tails waving aggressively behind him. My own 10 golden tails swayed gently, showing my more relaxed attitude. I even flashed Naruto a little grin and made a casual come-get-me gesture with one hand. The situation had spiraled a bit out of control, honestly. When our little group left the foxhole and walked through the village toward our battleground, we had accidentally picked up quite an audience. Word spread quickly around Konoha that Naruto and I were about to throw down, and before we knew it, a small crowd had turned into a miniature festival. Now we had dozens of excited shinobi gathered around, including the Hokage herself. Tsunade stood off to one side, enthusiastically chugging a bottle of sake, with Shizen hovering anxiously behind her. All the familiar faces were here: Shikamaru, Choji, Rock Lee, Niji, Tintin, Ino, Naruko, Sakura, Kakashi, you name it, they showed up. "You got this, Haru. Kick his butt," Sakura yelled suddenly, drawing a betrayed glare from her own teammate Naruto. Ino quickly joined in, cupping her hand around her mouth and shouting even louder, "Haru's the best. The sexiest fox guy in all of Konoha." Shikamaru sighed deeply from nearby. "Troublesome. It's weird that you even need to specify sexiest fox guy now." Naruko hissed sharply, baring her fangs at her 2 friends. "Quit cheering for my boyfriend, you sluts." Sakura and Ino both turned to glare right back at her, hands defiantly planted on their hips. "I'm not a slut," Sakura protested, her cheeks turning bright pink. "I've never even had a boyfriend. And I'm not a slut either," Ino added proudly, puffing out her chest a bit. "I just dress this way because it distracts enemy shinobi, making it easier for me to slit their throats." Naruko scowled, her fluffy tails twitching irritably behind her. "Yeah, sure," she grumbled under her breath, clearly unconvinced. Nearby, Tsunade wiped her mouth after a particularly large gulp of sake and glared impatiently toward us. "Hey, are you two gonna fight already or what? I put a hell of a lot of money on Haru. For once, I actually feel like I'm gonna win some money." Rias grinned from near her peerage. "The Gremory family is known for our supernatural good luck. Since you're my rook now, that luck extends to you, effectively canceling out your famously shitty gambling luck." Tsunade stared at Rias, blinking slowly in surprise. "You really are full of surprises, aren't you? What's a rook? Cancel out her bad luck? That's impossible." "What you talking about, Lady Hokage?" Several shinobi around them started whispering curiously, clearly intrigued by their Hokage's strange conversation with Rias. "That's classified," Tsunade growled loudly, silencing everyone instantly. No one was eager to anger their notoriously temperamental leader, especially when she was clearly drinking. I couldn't exactly blame Tsunade for keeping it quiet. It probably wasn't the best for morale if the entire village found out their mighty Hokage had essentially sold herself into eternal service to a devil princess from another world just to get eternal youth and beauty. Well, that was exactly what happened, anyway. Across the clearing, Naruto took a deep breath and adjusted his stance again, refocusing his attention completely on me. He clenched his fists tightly, determination clear in his eyes. "All right, Haru, I'm gonna wipe that smug grin right off your face. You're gonna stay away from my mom." I chuckled softly, feeling genuinely amused. "Feel free to try, Naruto." Vicky Dallin hovered excitedly above the crowd, hands cupped around her mouth. "Woo, kaiju fight. Kick some ass, Haru. I've got money riding on you." "You and literally everyone else here," Harry called back dryly, leaning against a tree with Hermione beside him. Gasper nervously peeked out from behind Kaneko, still red-faced from Naruto's accidental flirting earlier. He raised his hand hesitantly. "I'm still betting on Naruto-san." Naruto beamed, glancing back toward Gasper with a grateful grin. "Thanks, buddy. Stop flirting with Gasper and start fighting already." Kaneko shouted. "I wasn't flirting with him." Naruto whined loudly, his face blazing red with embarrassment. Chuckles spread quickly through the watching crowd, and I couldn't help smirking. "Sure looked like it from where I was standing," I teased. Naruto growled sharply, his embarrassed look fading as determination filled his eyes again. He shifted into an aggressive, fighting stance, turning his full attention back toward me. Suddenly, the ground beneath Naruto cracked violently as he blasted toward me at shocking speed. Gasps of surprise rang out from the gathered shinobi, many clearly stunned at just how powerful Naruto had become since transforming into a true demon fox himself. He was practically a tailed beast in human shape now, at least until he decided to fully transform. But we were holding back on that kind of destruction, for now at least. I stood calmly, watching his fists surge forward, breaking the sound barrier as he tried to deliver on his promise and punch my face into the dirt. I waited until the last instant, then smoothly tilted my head slightly to the side, feeling the rush of wind as Naruto's punch missed by mere centimeters. "Almost," I said cheerfully, flicking my tails forward. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. He was still fighting like a human, not like the fox had become, and his reaction was just a bit too slow. Multiple golden tails whipped out, smacking him across the face and body several times in rapid succession. He let out a startled yell as my tails delivered one final strike, sending him crashing violently backward into a small crater of dirt and grass. "Ouchie!" Tsunade shouted cheerfully from her spot in the crowd. "That's gotta hurt. I can practically feel the money filling my pockets already." A few disgruntled shinobi had put their bets on Naruto groaned loudly, yelling encouragement at him. "Come on, Naruto! Get up already! I've got rent money on this." Naruto groaned, shaking his head and pulling himself slowly out of the crater. Dirt fell comically from his golden tails as he glared defiantly back at me. "I'm not done yet," he growled. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes flashed crimson, pupils narrowing into thin, dangerous slits. I blinked, surprised. It was interesting that still happened now that Kurama was no longer around. Red magicules poured like fiery smoke off Naruto's body, swirling dangerously around him. He bared sharp fangs at me, crouching low and shifting onto all fours like an animal preparing to strike. It seemed like when he got angry, he still lost some of his mental faculties as well. "All right, Haru," Naruto growled, his voice deeper and more feral now. "Let's see you dodge this." Before I could reply, he was already charging forward again, blitzing toward me at even greater speed. He moved now like a true beast, closing the distance in an instant. Excitement surged through me as a wide grin spread across my face. I felt my heart speed up just a little. Maybe this would actually be a decent challenge, after all. "Now that's more like it, Naruto." I laughed, preparing myself as I met his charge head-on. Kushina, after chatting with Yasaka for a few hours and finally shaking off the last of her irritating hangover, Kushina decided it was time to head back to the foxhole. She still had to officially meet her son Naruto and Kakashi too, she supposed, assuming this really was a different timeline entirely. It sure felt like it, anyway. Honestly, the whole time travel, dimension hopping situation was giving her one hell of a headache. Or maybe that was still the sake from last night. She stepped into the Foxhole restaurant, expecting to see Haru around. Instead, the restaurant was completely empty. Huh? Kushina murmured curiously, violet eyes scanning the vacant booths and tables. Where the heck is everyone? Her gaze fell onto the bar counter, where a note lay conspicuously waiting. She approached it and lifted the paper, reading the neat handwriting. Everyone left for the Leaf Village for the next hour or so to watch the fight. Catch up when you can. A fight? Kushina frowned, puzzled. What fight? Shrugging it off, she turned around and headed right back out the front door, figuring she'd get her answers soon enough. But instead of stepping onto Kyoto's modern streets this time, Kushina found herself immediately back in Konoha. She blinked, still amazed at how smoothly Haru's restaurant managed to jump between worlds. Even after witnessing it herself, she still had no clue how it worked. There were no visible ceiling techniques or chakra barriers involved. It was annoyingly impressive, really. Now standing properly in Konoha in broad daylight, Kushina finally had a chance to take a better look around the village. Her eyebrows rose slightly in surprise at just how much larger and busier it was compared to her memories. Buildings stretched higher, roads bustled with more activity, and there was a steady hum of busy village life everywhere. Huh, she mused quietly, putting a hand on her hip. 20 years sure made one hell of a difference. Her attention returned to the note. It had only mentioned everyone going to watch some vague fight, without a single helpful hint about where exactly said fight was supposed to happen. She sighed, looking around uncertainly, about to ask someone nearby for directions. Then, right on cue, a massive explosion erupted in the distance several miles outside the village, sending birds scattering from nearby trees. Kushina grinned brightly. Well, that's probably it, she muttered cheerfully to herself. Think fast, Kakashi-kun. Kushina called cheerfully, leaping down from the treetop above. A brightly colored water balloon sailed from her hand straight toward the back of Kakashi's silver-haired head. He barely managed to whirl around, just in time for the balloon to smack him square in the face, exploding in a satisfying splash of water. Kushina couldn't help but grin widely as Kakashi's familiar deadpan stare, one she was well used to seeing on a much younger boy, was now fixed firmly on her. But that deadpan expression quickly shifted into stunned disbelief. Kakashi's visible eye widened as he recognized exactly who stood before him. "Kate Kushina-san?" He sputtered, water dripping from his soaked hair. Kushina giggled at the reaction, placing a playful hand on her hip. "Hey there, Kakashi-kun. Damn, you got old." He just stood there for a second, mouth opening and closing in shock before he slowly turned toward Naruko, who stood grinning mischievously beside him. You were actually telling the truth," Kakashi murmured incredulously. Naruko puffed out her chest proudly, planting both hands on her hips. "Damn right I was Databane." Kushina practically cooed that she and her future daughter had the same occasional verbal tick. Before Kushina could say anything else, a loud explosion echoed in the distance, drawing her attention. Her eyes widened in surprise at the sight. Haru was locked in an energetic taijutsu battle as he sparred against another yokai, Fox one with bright yellow features instead of Haru's golden ones. Was that Naruto? Naruko had described what her twin looked like last night to Kushina. She blinked, confused. What exactly's going on here? Naruko let out an irritated sigh, pointing accusingly at the distant blur of yellow. Naruto's being a jackass again. He decided he needed to pick a fight with my boyfriend. Kushina raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And why the heck would he want to do that? At her question, Kakashi suddenly started giggling, glancing pointedly between Kushina and Naruko. He was trying and failing to hide his amusement. Naruko instantly caught on, pouting furiously as she stomped down hard on Kakashi's foot. He yelped and hopped on one leg, still chuckling despite the pain. "There will not be any Oyakudon." Naruko loudly declared. Kushina stared blankly, feeling her cheeks flush hot as she realized exactly what Naruko was suggesting. Her embarrassment quickly gave way to shock and outrage. What the hell's that supposed to mean? She demanded, her voice climbing higher in disbelief. Before Naruko could respond, two new faces appeared next to Kushina. One girl had vividly pink hair, the other had bright long blonde. Hi there. The pink-haired girl spoke up with a friendly wave. I'm Sakura, Naruto and Naruko's teammate, and I'm Naruto's love rival. The blonde confidently added, earning an immediate glare from Naruko. Like hell you are, Naruko growled irritably. Kushina just chuckled weakly, glancing between the newcomers and hoping for a reasonable explanation. Can either of you girls please tell me what the heck Kakashi's talking about? I'm completely lost here. Sakura sighed dramatically, shaking her head. Basically, Naruto somehow got it into his thick skull that Haru was planning to shack up with you along with Naruko. In fact, he pretty much declared it in front of the entire village. Kushina gaped openly, heat rushing once again to her cheeks. I'm sorry, what? How the hell did he get an idea like that? The blonde Kunoichi smirked playfully. Well, to be fair, Haru is a true fox among men. She flicked her ponytail proudly, giving Kushina a friendly wink. Oh, and my name's Ino Yamanaka, by the way. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Kushina managed awkwardly, still trying to process the ridiculousness unfolding before her. Ino continued without missing a beat. Anyway, it's obvious you and Naruko are related, both smoking hot redheads. And since Haru's the hottest, nicest, richest, and strongest guy around who can also cook, it's only natural that a girl would want to hook up with him too, right? I know, I definitely want to, she said, and licked her lips, making Naruko hiss at her again. Kushina opened and closed her mouth wordlessly for a few seconds, genuinely at a loss for what to say to that logic. Plus, Sakura said, leaning forward conspiratorially, all of Haru's girlfriends so far have beautiful red hair. She tapped her fingertips together nervously, her cheeks coloring slightly. And well, I've also heard he's sweet on a certain pink-haired girl who visits his restaurant occasionally. Kushina raised an eyebrow at that. Sakura paused for a moment, clearly embarrassed, and added under her breath, that probably means even I have a shot, right? Ino elbowed Sakura lightly in the ribs, rolling her eyes with a playful grin. Oh please, forehead. With Haru, it's all about teamwork. She flipped her long blonde hair over her shoulder confidently. We just have to team up and seduce him at the same time. There's no way any straight guy can resist the combined charms of the hottest single bitches in the village. Kushina blinked slowly, processing the incredibly strange and slightly disturbing conversation happening right in front of her. She glanced sideways at her future daughter, Naruko, who looked equally baffled and irritated by her teammates' blatant plotting. Wow, Kushina finally muttered. This future sure is different. My son's paranoid. My daughter's friends are planning seductions like ninja missions, and, apparently, am already lumped into some weird harem fantasy. She shook her head and sighed. Lucky me, Naruko folded her arms, scowling at Sakura and Ino. You two really need to find your own boyfriends and stop trying to poach mine. Relax, Naruko, Sakura said cheerfully, completely unfazed. We're teammates, aren't we? Teammates should share everything. Ino smirked mischievously. Exactly. It's basic ninja teamwork, dummy. Learn to cooperate. Kushina let out an exasperated sigh, deciding that rather than diving any deeper into this uncomfortable rabbit hole, she'd simply pretend none of this was happening. She took a deep breath, turned her eyes toward the battle still unfolding nearby, and carefully schooled her expression into calm stoicism. In the clearing, Naruto was desperately trying and spectacularly failing to land a solid hit on Haru. Kushina couldn't help but wince slightly as Haru effortlessly dodged another blow before delivering a swift counterattack, sending Naruto tumbling headfirst into yet another dirt crater. Yikes, Kushina muttered under her breath, watching Naruto peel himself out of the earth again with a frustrated yell. Well, At least my future son seems resilient. Naruko just sighed, shaking her head in embarrassment. He's resilient, all right. Resiliently stupid. Kushina chuckled quietly, patting Naruko gently on the shoulder. Don't worry, sweetie. It clearly runs in the family. Naruko blinked, briefly confused. Hey! Wait before Naruko could finish. Haru's golden tails lashed out again, landing another brutal strike on Naruto that launched him dramatically into the sky. And then her eyes widened, and she heard Kurama furiously growl inside her mindscape when Naruto transformed into a large-tailed beast right before her eyes. Not as big as the Kyuubi at full size, but Naruto was easily 30 to 40 feet tall. What did he do? Kurama hissed angrily inside her. Yay, kaiju battle time. Another blonde girl in a strange golden costume cheered from nearby, next to a freckled redhead who just shook her head in embarrassment. Kushina thought turning into a tailed beast was going a little far for a spar, but considering she saw Tsunade nearby, who actually looked fantastic for being 20 years older than the last time Kushina saw her not interfering with the fight, she figured everything was under control. Right? Well, this was definitely an unexpected development. I mean, sure, I'd been kicking Naruto's ass all over the forest for the past 5 minutes, but I really didn't think he'd get this pissed off. Maybe I should have let him land a hit or two. After all, I had just sent Naruto hurtling into the sky with one of my tail swipes when he let out an angry roar. In a massive cloud of smoke, magicules, and chakra, he suddenly transformed. A gigantic, 30-foot-tall yellow nine-tailed fox slammed back down into the clearing, shaking the trees around us. Holy shit, someone muttered from the crowd nearby. Woo, go Naruto. You got this. I hope so. I bet my rent money on him. Naruto, in his new gigantic fox form, lowered his head and glared down at me with burning, slitted red eyes. He snarled at me, lips pulling back from huge, gleaming fangs. Clearly, all coherent thought had gone out the window. Naruto had fully given in to his instincts. Well, shit. I suppose we should have expected something like this might happen eventually. At least now, we had learned about Naruto's slight temper control issue in a relatively controlled setting. Better here than in the middle of the village or possibly his next mission. He definitely needs some anger management classes, though, in the future to get a tamper on his inner beast. I glanced back towards the crowd, seeing Naruko staring at her brother with obvious worry. She met my eyes nervously. I gave her my most reassuring grin and a thumbs up. She visibly relaxed, though not by much. Turning my attention back up at Naruto's towering form, I cracked my knuckles and grinned wider, excitement surging through me. It wasn't every day you gotta have a good old-fashioned kaiju battle. I only got to experience something like this ONCE, or twice a month, after all. All right, Naruto, I shouted up at him. You want to play giant fox monsters? Let's fucking play. My body lit up in an intense blaze of blue fox fire, the magicules surging around me as I began to transform too. The trees around me rustled violently as my body rapidly expanded upwards. In mere seconds, I stood as a towering, 50-foot-tall golden fox. My 10 tails fanned out behind me as I looked down on Naruto. Naruto took one glance at my new form, and I swore even through the beast-like haze clouding his mind. His eyes widened comically in reluctance. I could practically see him reconsidering his choices. Too late for that now, buddy. Oh no, I rumbled. You don't get to back out now. Naruto took a cautious step backward, ears flat against his head as he made a soft, nervous, whining sound. Chapter 99. This chapter has an R-18 scene. Haru, I was actually having a great time. Probably too great a time considering how ridiculous this spar had become. My giant fox jaws were currently clamped down hard on two of Naruto's massive, fluffy yellow tails, and I enthusiastically shook my head side to side, whipping Naruto's oversized fox body violently back and forth. Asharu, come on, man. This isn't fair. Naruto yipped frantically. Well, okay, he didn't exactly say that in human speech it was more of a high-pitched whine and fox speak, but I understood him perfectly. Unfortunately for him, understanding didn't mean compliance. I grinned internally and continued tossing him around like a plush toy, uprooting hundreds of trees in the process. Hey, he started this. I was just having fun with it. The ninja spectators, who were probably second-guessing their decision to stand so close to a kaiju battle, except for Vicky, who loved it, were making astonished noises in the background. I distinctly heard Sakura shout, "Holy crap, is Haru seriously treating Naruto like a chew toy? Wow, that's kind of hot." Ino giggled appreciatively. Was it though? I glanced briefly toward my girlfriend Naruko and saw her shaking her head with an amused smile. Clearly, she wasn't worried about Naruto being damaged. If anything, she seemed to enjoy seeing her twin getting humbled. Her mom, Kushina, on the other hand, she was glancing up at me with an odd look I couldn't quite place. Finally, deciding ID had enough of tossing Naruto around, I opened my jaws and threw him into the air. Naruto rocketed through the sky, a streak of bright yellow fur tumbling fuzzy ass over end, before landing with a deafening crash almost half a mile away. "All right, Naruto," I growled loudly, hoping my voice reached him even through his compromised mental state. "You better get your head back together. If you don't wake up now, you're definitely not going to like what happens next." I've been hoping that roughing him up a bit would help snap Naruto back to reality. But unfortunately, it appeared that all ID accomplished was pissing off Naruto's inner beast even more. Naruto rose from the massive crater. His eyes burned a deep, feral red. He wasn't back yet. In fact, judging by the violent red magicules and chakra swirling around his body, he was about to escalate this way past sparring. "Oh, for fuck's sake," I mumbled and shook my large head. "Seriously, Naruto?" As if to answer me, Naruto threw back his head, jaws snapping open wide. A mass of crackling dark red chakra began swirling rapidly in front of him, a damn-tailed beast bomb. Yep, Naruto was officially out of control. I could hear the crowd's nervous murmuring growing louder behind me. "Guys, is anyone else starting to think this fight is getting out of hand?" That sounded like Shikamaru, usually the voice of reason in the anime. "No kidding," Sakura shouted anxiously. "Naruto, snap out of it, you idiot." Meanwhile, Rias and Akino's excited cheers rang through the air clearly and enthusiastically. "Kick his furry ass, Haru," Rias shouted with a laugh. "Show him who's the top fox." "Haru-kun," Akino added mischievously. "In more ways than one, if you want to, did Akino always have to push it like that?" Now I couldn't get that horrifying thought out of my head. Shaking my head in resignation, I opened my own massive fox jaws, drawing deeply on my massive pool of magicules. Blue fox fire rapidly built up in my mouth. Naruto's beast bomb fired, barreling straight at me like a meteor of destructive energy. I unleashed my own attack. A torrent of roaring sapphire flames exploded outward, hurtling forward to meet Naruto's attack head-on. The two powerful attacks collided spectacularly, and to everyone's amazement, except mine, the blue foxfire overwhelmed Naruto's tailed beast bomb, incinerating it completely before it could reach me or explode. A brief silence descended over the field, and then everyone erupted in astonished cheers. "No way," Ino shouted excitedly. "He actually destroyed a tailed beast bomb. That was amazing," Sakura shouted, sounding a bit nervous though along with a lot of other spectators. "I told all you idiots. Betting against Haru was just handing me money." Tsunade cheered for me. Her words sounded a bit slurred though. The ninjas who bet on Naruto started whining and begging the Hokage for mercy. "Please, Lady Hokage, that's all my rent money." "Ha ha hick, then you better take another mission this month and make more." Despite the excitement from the crowd, I knew it was time to wrap things up. Naruto had clearly lost control of himself, and I didn't want this getting any further out of hand. I crouched low on all fours, my claws digging into the ground. My eyes narrowed onto my target, ready to pounce. In an instant, I burst forward, covering the distance between us in a golden blur. Naruto barely had time to register what was happening before I slammed my full body weight into his smaller fox form. The impact launched Naruto like a furry rocket through the air. For several seconds, the entire crowd watched in stunned silence as Naruto soared over the horizon, until he slammed into a distant mountain peak with earth-shaking force, shattering and collapsing the entire mountainside. Holy shit, some random ninja breathed in amazement. Oh, Shizen squeaked quietly. Was that mountain culturally important? Because I don't think we can fix all that damage, hee. Who cares? I finally made money on a bet for once. Tsunade cheered. I shrank back down to my normal yokai form. Hadu! Naruko practically squealed, sprinting toward me. I barely had time to open my arms before she jumped into them, wrapping her arms and fluffy tails tightly around me in an enthusiastic hug. You kicked Naruto's dumbass so hard. That fight was incredible. I laughed, steadying myself as I held onto her waist. Her eyes sparkled brightly as her tails excitedly waved around, brushing softly against my own. Thanks. I figured a bit of tough love would help him cool down, though, to be honest, throwing him through a mountain wasn't exactly the original plan. We kind of went overboard at the end there. Naruko giggled, pressing herself closer and whispering teasingly into my ear. Still, seeing you manhandle my brother was pretty hot. Haruwell, I chuckled awkwardly, heat rising slightly in my cheeks. I'd rather not make a habit of it. Before Naruko could tease me further, Kushina approached, walking slowly with a slightly bewildered look on her face. She let out a small, nervous chuckle as she glanced around at the damage we'd caused. The toppled trees, the giant crater, and especially the distant collapsed mountain. My Kushina said, running her fingers through her vibrant red hair with an awkward grin. The Leaf Village has certainly gotten a lot wilder than I last remember. Then again, I grew up during 2 wars, so she shrugged lightly, her smile a little sad and distant. I guess this is what a peaceful and fun village was always supposed to be like. It's not usually this exciting, but I can admit, ever since I met Haru, I've never had a boring day. Naruko said while kissing my cheek. Kushina shook her head gently, a small smile appearing as she glanced toward the rubble-covered mountain. Is Naruto going to be all right? I mean, he literally just had an entire mountain dropped on him. Oh, he's totally fine, I reassured her, waving my hand dismissively. He's a 9-tailed fox, which basically makes him a minor god. Trust me, ITLL take way more than a mountain falling on his head to keep him down. He'll be back to annoying everyone in no time. Kushina blinked at me for a second, then laughed quietly. I suppose that's comforting in a bizarre sort of way. Next to us, Kakashi let out an exaggerated sigh, stepping up and lazily scratching the back of his head. Well, regardless of Naruto's new godlike durability, we probably shouldn't leave him trapped under a mountain for too long. He glanced over toward my guy, who was standing nearby. Kakashi's single visible eye narrowed slightly, and a mischievous glint appeared as he spoke up casually. Hey guy, Kakashi called out lazily, why don't we turn digging Naruto out of the rubble into a little competition? You know, see who can clear the most debris the fastest. Guy immediately snapped to attention, his eyes practically blazing with excitement as he turned to face Kakashi. A splendid idea, my eternal rival. Of course, I'll beat you and clear twice as much rubble with my superior, youthful vigor. Kakashi just smiled lazily beneath his mask, hiding a sly smirk that was obvious enough to me. Guy had totally missed the fact that had just been tricked into doing the lion's share of the work to dig up Naruto. I chuckled softly, shaking my head as the 2 shinobi sped off toward the mountain. Those 2 certainly were an entertaining duo. Maybe I ought to spend more time around Naruko's teammates, just like Rias kept nudging me to spend more time with her peerage. It might actually be fun. Speaking of which, I turned just in time to see Rias approaching, sauntering confidently toward me with that familiar hypnotic sway of her hips. Akino walked right beside her, a teasing, amused smile on her lips. Akino's gaze was openly flirtatious as she leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a teasing whisper. Ara, Arukun. Watching you dominate your opponent like that, it made my heart flutter. Perhaps we can celebrate your victory properly later? In private? Or even better in public? My face flushed hotly, and Naruko immediately tightened her arms around me possessively, glaring at the busted devil girls. Hey, back off, lightning tits. Oh, no need to be greedy, Akino purred, thoroughly enjoying herself. There's enough of him to go around, isn't there? Naruko growled softly, tightening her tails around me again. But before any real argument could start, two more excited voices cut through the air. Haru! Hey Haru! I barely had time to turn before Sakura and Ino practically barreled into me, their eyes wide and faces flushed. Sakura spoke first, a bright smile on her lips. Haru, that fight was incredible. I've never seen anything like it. Even when my team fought the Akatsuki. Ino smirked, elbowing Sakura aside gently as she winked at me. You were so damn hot out there. Naruko scowled at them, pulling me closer against her chest. Hey, stay away from my man. Relax, Naruko, Ino teased, leaning in provocatively. We're just complimenting him, though, and definitely open to sharing. Sakura blushed furiously but nodded rapidly. Yeah, wait, no. I didn't mean. Naruko glared sharply at both girls, baring her teeth slightly. You sluts better back off, or I'm gonna. I coughed awkwardly, gently squeezing Naruko's waist to calm her down. Ladies, please. Let's all calm down a bit. Okay, there's no reason to fight. I disagree, Akino chuckled. A little competition is healthy. She held up her hands, and lighting danced between her fingertips. Thankfully, before things escalated any further, Kushina stepped in, apparently deciding to be the one adult in the situation. She crossed her arms and glared at the girls with a firm, maternal disapproval. All right, enough. Kushina snapped, her violet eyes narrowing sharply. Honestly, can you girls stop being so freaking thirsty for 5 seconds? Show a little class, databang. Naruko blinked in surprise, loosening her hold on me just slightly. But Mom Kushina quickly rounded on her daughter, pointing an accusing finger at her. Naruko, it's one thing to hug your boyfriend in public, that's fine. But blatantly draping yourself all over him like some kind of desperate fangirl is beneath you. You're acting like these two shameless sluts here. She turned sharply towards Sakura and Ino, who both sputtered indignantly. Hey, Sakura squeaked, her face reddening instantly. Excuse me, Ino snapped. Tell me I'm wrong, Kushina challenged, arching a slim eyebrow dangerously. You two practically threw yourselves at him the moment the dust settled. Well, Sakura began, hesitating. When we didn't, Ino scowled defiantly. Oh, come on. Haru's literally the hottest guy around. Can you blame us? Yes, I absolutely can, Kushina retorted, wagging her finger sternly. Have a little dignity, girls. You're supposed to be proud, kunoichi, not love-struck academy brats. The two girls went quiet, exchanging slightly guilty looks. Kushina definitely still had that fierce authority ID heard so much about. Even Naruko looked chastened as she slowly removed herself from me, though her tail stayed possessively close. I couldn't help but grin, slightly amused by the scene. Kushina had managed in mere moments to put everyone firmly back in line. Before things could get awkward, Tsunade stepped over with a deep, hearty laugh, breaking the tension instantly. Ah, Kushina, Tsunade chuckled, giving the redhead a friendly smack on the back. Glad to see you're still that fiery little tomato I remember from back in the day. Some things never change, huh? Kushina's eyes widened in outrage, her pale cheeks instantly turning nearly the same bright red as her hair. She stomped her foot indignantly, glaring at Tsunade. T-tomato. Damn it, Tsunade, don't call me that. You know I hate it. Tsunade laughed, even louder, completely ignoring Kushina's pout. Turning to me instead, she gave me an exuberant grin. Haru, I just want a shit ton of money off you, brat. You're treating me to all your top-shelf sake tonight. I smirked, already anticipating a busy night back at the foxhole. Sure thing. I was heading back anyway. Consider it a celebration. Tsunade pumped her fist victoriously, clearly pleased. Finally, my gambling luck's turned around, thanks to you and Rias. Rias giggled softly beside me. I told you, Grimory luck never fails. Before we could set off, Counselor Tevos approached, accompanied by Harry, Hermione, and the Dallin sisters, Vicky and Amy. Well, Haru, that battle was certainly a fascinating distraction from work, Tevos said lightly. I trust you don't mind that I filmed it? A recording of a battle between two powerful beings like yourselves will make an excellent tool for keeping the new counselors and certain uppity Asari matriarchs in line. I couldn't help but grin, raising an eyebrow at the beautiful alien. Be my guest, counselor. I didn't mind if some footage got shared around. I'm sure some of it would even eventually find its way to the Normandy, wherever Jane and Alice were both adventuring in space. Tevos chuckled softly, giving me a subtle, appreciative nod. Always a pleasure. I then watch her walk up to a random female Chunin and shamelessly start flirting with her, getting her to piggyback Tevos back to the village. Next, Vicky stepped forward, flashing me an excited smile. That kaiju fight was freaking awesome, Haru. Total badass. Amy rolled her eyes, looking mildly embarrassed. What she means is thank you for the entertainment, but we should really be getting back home soon. Ah, don't be so shy, Amy, Vicky teased, scooping her protesting sister effortlessly into her arms bridal style. We gotta fly anyway, literally, with a playful wink. She lifted off into the air, carrying a sputtering Amy away as she waved goodbye enthusiastically. I chuckled, waving back. Take care, you too. Harry and Hermione approached next, looking content. Harry gave me a grateful grin. Thanks again, Haru. You just won us some decent pocket change. Hermione nudged him with a playful scowl. You know gambling, as Harry quickly held up a hand, cutting her off smoothly. I know gambling's bad, but I was planning to use some of the money to buy you some expensive magic books. Hermione's eyes softened instantly, and she smiled warmly. Leaning in, she placed a gentle kiss on Harry's cheek, making the young wizard blush faintly. You spoil me. Harry smirked, pulling out a shrunken broomstick from his pocket and restoring it to normal size with a whispered charm. Ready to go? She nodded eagerly, and the two mounted the broomstick together. As they flew off back toward the restaurant, Hermione waved back at me warmly. See you later, Haru. I watched them disappear into the distance before turning back to the group gathered around me. Kushina still seemed slightly embarrassed from earlier. Tsunade was grinning in anticipation of sake. And Naruko had managed to latch onto my arm again, though slightly more subdued this time, no doubt wary of another scolding. All right, everyone, I said, clapping my hands together. Let's head back to the foxhole. Drinks are on me. A cheer went up from the crowd, and we all started making our way back. Kushina fell into step beside me, glancing at me with a raised eyebrow. You're probably going to have to make a lot more of that miracle hangover brew tomorrow morning, she told me. Are you planning on drinking heavily again, like you did with my mom and Cersei last night? Naruko looked at her mother curiously. Kushina blushed. Gods, I hope not, she then teasingly smirked at me. And what about you, Haru? How come you didn't drink with us last night? Naruko answered for me. Haru's not supposed to drink so much, because he always gets up to crazy stuff when he does. It's our job, as his girlfriend, to monitor our crazy boyfriend, Rias added with a playful wink in my direction. But indulging in our sins once in a while is certainly fine. Kushina raised an eyebrow at me and smirked. Really, Haru? What kind of drunken shenanigans does my daughter's boyfriend get up to? I groaned miserably the next morning, my head throbbing from the lingering hangover. The damn sunlight pierced through my eyelids, and I immediately buried myself deeper beneath the soft, dark covers. Maybe if I ignored the evil sun long enough, it would go away and let me recover in peace. Or I could throw a fireball into the sky and hope it hits Takamagara, although then the sun might just come and bother me in person. Although it had been a while since I'd seen Aim-chan, which meant she was probably binging another long anime series or game again. My ears flattened on my head as I blinked a few more times. Shit, I must have partied way too hard with everyone last night. Then again, parties at the Foxhole always got wild, especially with my friends and family around. No regrets. Though, those nights were always the best. I rolled over lazily, and my arm bumped against something warm and distinctly soft next to me. The sensation made me pause as I took in the lingering warmth of the night before. Did one of my girlfriends stay the night with me? I smiled slowly at the thought. Well, whatever happened last night was foggy at best, but that didn't mean we couldn't pick up where we left off. Gently, I reached over beneath the covers, tracing my fingertips along her smooth, supple curves. She stirred beside me, letting out a sweet, sleepy moan as I moved closer under the dark covers. I let instinct guide me as my lips found her soft cheeks and then trailed gently over her lips. I shifted over her, pressing my chest firmly against her, holding her close in the quiet dark, feeling her toned legs part willingly to accommodate my hips. My heart was racing. She moaned softly into my mouth as I slowly pressed forward, the moment deepening between us. Damn, she felt incredible. I deepened our kiss as we held each other close. The bed beneath us creaked softly as we held each other close. Her fingernails grazed gently across my back, her quiet sighs warm against my lips. Everything felt so comforting, almost too good. Suddenly, the covers slipped down around us, the harsh morning light finally revealing who I was currently buried deep inside. I froze in shock, breaking the kiss and staring down at her with wide eyes. Kushina, my voice was filled with disbelief and a bit of panic. Beneath me, Kushina's long red hair fanned out across the pillow, her cheeks flushed, eyes glazed with pleasure and desire. She panted softly, clearly not bothered in the slightest by our situation. If anything, her purple eyes were pleading with me. "Don't stop, Haru," she murmured softly, pressing closer to me, drawing me deeper into an intoxicating moment.